Should have known what the sound was to start. So good morning. I'm the LCDC Chair Aniele Halova, and I call the April 25th through 26th, 2024 meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission to order. City of Lebanon Mayor Jacala is here to help provide us a context of the city. Thank you. I said earlier to you, welcome. I was like, thank you for welcoming us.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. I would like to welcome everybody, Chair, the commissioners, directors, and supporting staff. Lebanon is a very diverse and inclusive community that not only services one segment of our population, but everybody. There's 20,000 people that we have to be concerned about. In Lebanon, in the recent years, has become a very hotbed of development. We've tomorrow you'll see on your tour the area up north here that's been developed where the Comp Northwest is located currently, and the hotel. I think probably some of the participants here are staying at that hotel. I take it. And the other area out there. Then we'll move into, we have a downtown that's being renovated, and the concepts of shared workspace, repurposing upstairs spaces into residential is happening right now. I said earlier to someone that I don't know if we're the pioneers in that, but it seems like we've for small cities we've taken the lead on it. We have 8 spaces in downtown currently that could be used for that. A couple of them already have residential spaces in them. However, there's more that are going to be built, and tomorrow you're going to see one of those examples, and I look forward to that. And then the southern portion of our city, we have Colonial Paws, which is housing for migrant workers, and it's a staple of what can be done to provide housing for everybody. So, like I said, I wanted to welcome everybody. I don't know if there's questions or if this is the appropriate for questions, or if or not. So, I usually sit on that side of the table, and it's a little different sitting on this side, but no, I look forward to a robust conversation tomorrow. I look forward to being able to have for small communities put their input in, because I know it's important for the policy making process. So with that, welcome and enjoy.
For having us. And I didn't know if you wanted to introduce yourself.
I'm sorry. No,
No, it's okay. No.
There you go.
Thanks. Hello, everybody. My name is Kelly Hart. I am the Community Development Director for the City of Lebanon. I am just here to support my wonderful mayor and welcome you all. It is a wonderful city to work for and to be a part of. We do have a wonderful community. It is an absolute community. What our motto is, the city that friendliness built. And you absolutely experience that every day that you're here. When you have all of our community events like the Strawberry Festival, where we have the largest strawberry shortcake. I think it's a Guinness Book of World Record, I think. And so we have a lot of things to be proud of as a small rural community in the Willamette Valley. And I think that you'll get a taste of that as we do our tour. And I hope that you get to see a little flavor of what rural communities in the Willamette Valley are going to be like here. So welcome and enjoy your meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Is strawberry shortcake involved?
I know, I'm kidding. Yeah, thank you. I think we're going to continue on with the meeting, and I know Jan is out today, so I don't know who was.
Ingrid is taking the place of Jan.
Nice. Thank you. So I think you're gonna.
Good morning, Chair Halova, commissioners, hosts, guests, community members, and staff. Thank you for joining us in Lebanon, hosted by Lynn Benton Community College.
Might have to be closer to the mic.
At the Lynn Benton Community College Lebanon Center for the Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting, April 2024. My name is Ingrid Cordell, and I am trying to substitute for Jan Guerrero, who had to leave for an emergency. So I ask for grace and help when I will most definitely need it. I'm going to review a few things to note, including best practices for participation. Recordings of the Commission's meetings are available on YouTube. For individuals here in the room who have not signed up online and wish to testify, please complete a green comment registration card available on the materials table and hand it to Brandy Elmer at the sign-in table. For those individuals joining us virtually, please use the public comment sign-up form on our website. Zoom participants, please rename yourselves with first and last name so we can identify you and bring you forward at your opportunity to speak. Zoom participants will be in listen-only mode until called on to testify. Again, we thank you all for being here with us today. Chair Halova, the meeting is yours.
Thank you. So welcome, everyone. I would like to formally welcome Commissioner Ellen Porter to the dais and in her first meeting. So we're going to have time for proper introductions, I think at 2 points, one in which we talk about where we're from, but I think later on in the agenda, we'll have more time to hear from you. So with that, Ingrid, maybe you could do the roll call for the commissioners.
Commissioner Warren?
Here.
Commissioner Boyer? Present. Commissioner Lazo? Commissioner Thompson? I'm here. Commissioner Porter? Here. Vice Chair Lilac?
Excused absence
Chair Halova?
here. Okay. So we're pleased to be here in Lebanon for the next 2 days, hosted here by the Lynn Benton Community College. These are the lands that were traditionally of the Kalapuyan peoples, whose descendants are now part of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde and the Confederated Tribes of the Siletz Indians. I'm going to turn to Kirsten because I understand we have a few members of the agency's tribal liaison team here to give the acknowledgement of the land that we're on today.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Commissioners, Director Bateman. My name is Kirsten Green. I have the pleasure of serving as the agency's Deputy Director and Tribal Liaison. And we have a big tribal liaison team at the department. I'm really proud of this group with the sort of willingness of voluntary participation. It's not in their position descriptions at this time, but all the state's regional representatives have willingly joined the tribal liaison team at the department, and I'm very grateful. So today you'll hear from Mr. Patrick Wingard, who's really our host at this meeting, Southern Willamette Valley Regional Representative, Eva Krakowski, who we're just welcoming to the department as Rocky Habitat Project Coordinator. And you'll hear Eva's formal introduction during the director's report, and then I'll bring up the rear. Whatever we say, sort of in this realm, we're learning. And I want to just commend everybody and thank in absentia Dr. David Lewis, who teaches at the University of Oregon. The citations that we have on the tour map are from his website. He's a member of the Grand Ronde Indian tribe and has grown up in this area, and he's been documenting the tribal histories of the Willamette Valley now for some decades, and just a very fascinating journey to learn more about the lands that we're on. So thanks for your indulgence, and Patrick, if you would please begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Indigenous tribes and bands have been with the lands that we inhabit today throughout Oregon and the Northwest since time immemorial, and continue to be a vibrant part of Oregon today.
We would like to express our respect to the first peoples of this land, the 9 federally recognized tribes of Oregon, which include the Burns Paiute tribe, the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Sayusla Indians, the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation, Coquille Indian Tribe, Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians, and the Klamath Tribes.
It is important that we recognize and honor the ongoing legal and spiritual relationship between the land, plants, and animals and people indigenous to the place we now call Oregon. The interconnectedness of the people, the land, and the natural environment cannot be overstated. The health of one is necessary for the health of all. And I think, Patrick, I'll send it back your way. Paragraphs.
We recognize the pre-existing and continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place and thank them for continuing to share their traditional ecological knowledge and perspective on how we might care for one another in the land so it can care for us. We commit to engaging in a respectful and successful partnership as stewards of these lands. And we are obliged by state law and policy. And as we are obliged by state law and policy, we will uphold government to government relations to advance strong governance outcomes supportive of tribal self-determination and sovereignty.
Thank you. Thanks, Patrick. And that citation is from the Oregon Legislative Commission on Indian Services, who worked with representatives of all the 9 tribes of Oregon to develop that land acknowledgement. So we don't vary from it unless we were to do direct consultation to customize our own, and we haven't gotten to that yet. And tribal staff, of course, and leadership are very busy, so I'm not sure that that would be a short project anyway. So with your patience, we'll continue to use the state's version. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And it's interesting being on the commission for a long time, seeing, before we had land acknowledgement, then we had land acknowledgement, and then we were like, what are we going to do with the fact that we're saying things? Is there something we're actually doing rather than just saying words? And I was happy, especially in the last commission meeting, to start to meet with our tribal communities and nations and form relationships. And I know staff has been doing that for quite a while, but it was great, the last commission meeting, for us to finally start engaging in forming relationships. So I'm just being transparent. I feel like we're getting to a point where I'm like, wow, okay, actually doing acknowledgements, if you have the right intentions, causes action, so I thought I'd mention that. So thank you. So in kind of a housekeeping sort of way, we have an agenda scorecard that we always have, which I don't know if anybody has that actually on their on their desk right now, but hopefully we'll get agenda scorecards, and it's really important for us to fill them out on each of the items, which helps staff to make presentations more meaningful and good for the public and us. So once we get those, let's fill them out. So I think we're going to move forward with approving this agenda, and I didn't know, Director Bateman, if you had anything to add, any changes to the agenda that we have.
Thank you, Chair. There is one change that we know of so far to our agenda. After lunch today, we were going to meet with the governor's policy advisors for natural resources, and they've had a schedule change. They cannot make it today, but they can make it tomorrow. So we're going to do a partial flip. In its place, right after lunch today, we will do part of the commission report, and that is hearing our financials from our CFO and her staff, and also there's an action item related to the financial piece of that report. We'll leave then the bulk of the commission report till tomorrow, where we actually go around and commissioners report in on their activities or their observations over the last quarter. So that will stay in tomorrow's spot, as well as hearing from the governor's policy advisors. So we'll do a bit of business right after lunch today.
Thank you. And then I'm told that there's a QR code, and the question is, does anybody know where the QR code is in this room for quick access to meeting materials via a smartphone or a tablet? Okay, so that direction is the QR code. So now we're going to introduce the commissioners. All we're asking is to share your name and then your region of representation. So we'll go around that, and then we'll go around staff, and they'll make an introduction. And then everyone in this room maybe should say who they are. Yeah. Okay. Everybody just quickly go around and say their name. And yes, and start off with you, Commissioner Porter.
Okay, last one in, first one gets to go. My name is Ellen Porter. This is, as Brenda mentioned, this is my first meeting. Thank you for having me. I represent the southern part of Oregon, including Douglas, Jackson, and Josephine counties.
Thank you.
Good morning, Leanne Thompson, Clatsop County Commissioner, and having the honor to be the coastal representative on this body.
Barbara Boyer, representing Willamette Valley.
Morning, I'm Alan Lazo. I use he, him pronouns, and I represent the Portland metropolitan area.
Morning, Stuart Warren. I represent Southern Willamette Valley.
I'm the chair, Aniele Halova, and I represent the Portland region.
Good morning, Brenda Bateman, Director of the Department of Land Conservation and Development.
I'm Steve Shipsey, and I'm counsel to the commission.
John Dunsmore, IT guy.
Without whom nothing runs, Kirsten Green, Deputy Director.
Ingrid Cordell, Admin Support.
CFO. Nicole Cross, Land Use and Transportation Plan. Mayors.
Actually, well, Natural Resources Coordinator. It's good to see you today.
Tyler Potter, I'm the attorney. Chuck Carpenter.
Katie Carney, Communication and Community Engagement.
Ethan Stuckmeyer, the Housing Division Manager.
Morning, Patrick Wingard. I'm a regional representative for the region, Southern Willamette Valley region.
Paul Mason and Henry.
What's his name? Legislative policy.
I am Richard Dusty, Rocky Habitat. Hi, Randy Over, Executive Assistant to the Director.
Gordon Howard, Community Services.
Morning, Josh Hart, Assistant Secretary and Chief Operating Officer.
Lisa Betts, Manager of the Ocean Coastal Services Division and the Oregon Coastal Management.
Thank you. So now I'm going to turn over the next agenda item 3, Director's Report with Department of Land Conservation Development Director Brenda Bateman.
Good. Thank you, Chair. We have so many announcements and projects and programs and exciting things that are happening here at the department. I'm going to leave the bulk of that to the rest of the meeting over the next 2 days, but I did want to do some introductions and point you to very lightly to some other places in the report where we've got updates that you might find helpful and where you can follow along. So the first thing that we wanted to talk about this morning was a little bit of a restructure. We'll talk about the bulk of the outcomes that came from the 2024 legislative session, but one big thing that came out of it for us was a restructure of our department. You may recall from previous conversations that we had made a request of the governor's office, of Department of Administrative Services, and of the legislature to allow us to restructure ourselves and get a little bit bigger scaffolding so that we could absorb and handle the work that was coming our way, not just in housing production, although that's a lot. You may have noticed we've grown a lot in the last couple of years with a variety of programs. So there's housing and there's more. We asked the legislature in 2024 for permission to move to what's called a Tier 5 agency, moving up from a Tier 6 agency. And the important piece of that was that a Tier 5 agency is allowed to structure its work in a way that you can divide the agency work between deputy directors. So we got that permission, we got the position authority, and we finally got the dollars. This is the real piece here as of March 2024. And so while we have our Deputy Director Green, who will continue in her role overseeing not only the programs of the department, but also the very real work of the tribal liaison and the DEI pieces that we care so deeply about, she'll be able to do a deeper dive on those in those issue areas that she cares so deeply about. And now we also have the ability to hand all of our business services work to a new chief operating officer, who will be overseeing IT, HR, fiscal, accounting and budget, procurement and contracts. These are important building blocks I'm sure you can all appreciate, and that will provide much of the foundation and support for our program folks. So I wanted to just do some introductions here briefly in a moment. I will start with Josh, our new COO. So that's heads up that you're on deck, Josh. But a couple of other things that came from the legislature, that everything that I just talked about structurally came through House Bill 5701, which was the omnibus bill at the end of the session. I think I got that number right. Okay. And so that was the final bill of the session that we were all waiting for, and actually contained the pieces that we needed. Later today, you'll also hear about Senate Bill 1537, which was the housing production bill, and provided to us 28 of our 31 new positions. Overnight in the legislature, our agency grew by 50%. Of course, we only had 71 people to start with. We're a small agency, but 50% is 50%. And so we are very cognizant of the rapid growth, the need to put some structures in place, the need to keep a careful eye on our culture, who we are, what we're all about, making sure all those folks are, well educated about what our mission is. I just wanted to note for this commission that last week in our all staff meeting, we had a chance to watch the movie. I think many of you have actually been in those screenings of The Oregon Story that was recently produced by stakeholders and advocates because of the 50-year anniversary of the land use program. For some of you that saw the screening in the theaters, in the movie theaters, that movie's about 80 minutes long. They actually restructured it for us and cut it down for our all staff meeting so that it was 20 minutes. And we got to show it to everybody, which was fantastic, so that we're all on the same page and all have an appreciation for who we are and where we've come from. So we're working on the culture, we're working on team building. This is really important for us moving forward. And I'm really pleased with what I've been seeing there. Let's see. I think I've worked through all those initial comments, and now I want to talk a little bit about promotions and new staff. I don't want to take too much time, but most of the folks that I'm going to name are actually here in the room, so I do want a chance to show you where everyone's moved around. I think I'm going to start when it comes to promotions with Palmer, because that set off quite a domino effect that will that will describe the rest of it. And so I wasn't going to do this, but Palmer, would you like to just say a few words about the role you're moving into? You've played such a substantial role, and everybody around this dais knows who you are and is excited to hear what you'll be leading us into next. Plus, I know you like to do extemporaneous speaking, so.
Well, no pressure, right? Yeah, Chair Halava, members of the commission, Palmer Mason, in a new role, interagency coordinator. And yeah, thank you, Director Bateman. As you know, I was previously in the role of senior policy advisor in charge of our policy office, which led our work on government relations, budget, legislative policy work. That is a role that, as the director indicated, is shifted now. We're kind of putting the policy office on a new track and adding new functions, which you'll hear more about later. The role I'm shifting into is a role that was created by Senate Bill 1537 to coordinate interagency work, primarily focused on housing production, but it will be very important to consider other, public policy goals that we all care a great deal about, like climate, equity, resiliency. And so the hope here is that we can make interagency work more the rule rather than the exception. That's going to take some time and effort. I think agencies do clearly work together all the time, but not in a very systematic way, in a very sustained way. So trying to make that happen is really a cultural and organizational change, so it won't happen overnight. It will take quite a bit of time, but that's the goal. And I think what really is different is that we actually, I'm not the only person, but one person who will be clearly dedicated to that task, which in and of itself is a step forward, right? We don't really usually have dedicated staff doing interagency work. They take some of their time and make it interagency work, but here we'll have some dedicated, myself, dedicated to that mission. So hopefully that'll lead to some progress.
Director, I was trying to find him on this.
I'm right here.
I think he's in the middle under the policy. I'll have to look with my readers on in just a moment. But I'm excited about this move because, as Palmer notes, this is the first time, and this may be one of the first agencies that is actually putting resources towards the interagency collaboration and work. And I also just wanted to thank Palmer for his long years in the legislature. He and I have been working together in the Capitol building since I started that work in 2007. And he's been in the Capitol this whole time with building an incredible network of resources and legislators and their staff who hold him in very high regard. I'm excited that he'll get a chance to step outside of the Capitol building and do something a little bit different, but his presence there and his integrity and relationships have, they've been very valuable for us. So I wanted to thank you, Palmer. With his move over, we have,
Could I say,
Commissioner Thompson.
thank you, just very briefly, as he does his work, I hope that the League of Oregon Cities and the Association of Oregon Counties are also part of his purview. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there are several of us that are continuing those ties and relationships at all levels of the organization as well, the LOC and AOC. Thank you. With his move, we've actually also reclassified the position that he departed from to be a supervising managerial position. And Alexis Hammer is our new policy and legislative manager. And Alexis, I don't know if you could say just a few words about all of the pieces that are now underneath the policy office, and we'd like to hear your new acronym as well.
Yeah, and I wanted to encourage the commissioners, at least this is for me, who's a visual person, like there's an org chart on as a part of the director's report. So for me, I have to look at this to place everybody. Thank you.
Chair Holova, commissioners, for the record, my name is Alexis Hammer, Legislative and Policy Manager at the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And it's exciting times, as Brenda's already alluded to. The policy office is now a formalized policy and communications office. Within the office, we will have policy through, right now it's Aurora and I, but also one open position that we'll be hiring that will form our legislative team. Another sector of the office will be our communications shop, which we'll hear shortly from Sean, Sadie, and Julia, who's currently our communications team. And we'll also continue to have Casaria as our rules coordinator, and as well as a new archivist position that we'll be hiring for. So the office will, and Palmer happens to fall in this office. This is not a case of the student becoming the master. I am his manager, but I very much am still his student. So. So, and the new acronym is for Policy and Communications Office. It's the PAC.
One of their own PAC. So we obliged. Thank you very much, Alexis. I think I'll just go through the rest of the promotions pretty quickly because these are folks that you have heard from and will hear from often. So with Alexis's move, then we had a legislative position open up, and our legislative intern is well positioned for that role. So Aurora Jadul is now with us permanently. We're very excited, and you'll hear from her in just a few minutes talking about our legislative portfolio. Other folks that are on here are names that are well known to you. As part of Senate Bill 1537, we got a senior rules coordinator. Who better to fill that position than our exceptionally talented rules coordinator, Casaria Taylor. So she's moved up, and now we'll have an open spot to recruit and fill for. So we'll have two folks in rulemaking, which is much needed. If you've seen the agenda, you know how much rulemaking we are doing now and have on deck. So we need extra helping hands there. And then recently, also through this bill, we received an HR position that Jan Guerrero has expressed an interest in. She came from HR. She loves HR. She'll be going back to that spot. And so we'll also be recruiting for a commission assistant here in the coming weeks. So I think those are all of our, nope, they're not all of our promotions. Page 2, housing. Ethan has been hard at work, filling positions on the housing side of the house. We're pleased to announce promotion of Sean Edging, whom you all know very well from our housing work, into the Senior Accountability Planner under the new Housing and Accountability Production Office that was formed and set up under Senate Bill 1537. And then taking his place is Thea Croman, who's just joined us here in the room, and is moving up as well as part of the promotions in the housing side of the house. Elliot Eastman is a name that you might know. He's been working our front desk for the past couple of years. He's a very talented individual, and he competed for and accepted a position under the new Community Green Infrastructure program, which is a limited duration program that came to us in 2023. We're getting that program set up now. It's getting rolling, and he's a key player in making things happen on that side of the house. And then finally, Angela Williamson has moved into a procurement coordinator position under the CFO's office, or under the Administrative Services office. So those are all of our internal promotions. We also have a number of new hires, and we've got folks here in the room that I would love for you all to meet, because they are going to be key parts of our team moving forward. In the back corner, maybe she might just want to wave, is Brandy Elmer. So she's our new executive assistant. And I just wanted to talk about the structure of that position a little bit. You'll remember Jan Guerrero was in that position. That position's actually now split also with authority from the legislature. So we have an executive assistant, and we also have a commission assistant. Turns out that's more than full-time. It's probably more than 2 people's work, probably more than 3 people's work. We have 2 positions now that we can work with. So Brandy Elmers recently joined us. And then, as I mentioned a moment ago, we'll be recruiting for the commission assistant portion here soon, very soon. We also have our new chief operating officer who's joined us. And Josh, I don't know if you want to come up and just say a few words about where you've come from and what what programs are now under your umbrella.
Well, good morning, Chair Halova, commissioners. I'm honored to serve all of you as your Assistant Director, Chief Operating Officer. Yeah, so the programs. Oh, my name is Josh Hardage. I'll be serving all of the Administrative Service Division programs. This includes IT, fiscal and business budget services, procurement and contracts, HR services. And I think ultimately the past 20 years, serving the state of Oregon, all types of business service roles, I feel like I'm going to be able to help grow and develop this organization, mature it, and appreciate being here.
Thank you, Josh. Making our way down the list, we also have a new person helping us with our IT help desk. We're very excited to have him. And some of you may have interacted with him already if you've had any computer questions. His name is James Kolpovich, and he joined us recently as an ISS4. I don't think he's here in the room today. Oh, he's online. James, how are you? Would you like to just state your name and where you've come from most recently?
Good morning, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and members of the Commission. Good morning. My name is James Kolpovich. I am the new Information Resource Specialist for DLCD. I'm glad to be here and look forward to serving Oregonians in my new role.
James, welcome. Let's see, we also have members of our communications team that Alexis mentioned a few moments ago. Joining us as our communications and media coordinator is Julia Winan. She's there online. Julia, you want to tell us where you've come from and what you'll be doing?
Thank you, Director Bateman, Chair Halova, and Commissioners. My name is Julia Winan. I use she, her pronouns, and I will be serving as the Communications and Media Coordinator. As Brenda said, I'll be hopefully increasing our social media presence. I most recently came from the Legislative Policy and Research Office as a session committee assistant and was previously in the Public Policy Office at Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon. It's so nice to meet you all.
Thank you, Julia. And not on your list, but having joined us as of Monday, Sean Carpenter is our senior editor. Would you like to tell us where you've come from and what you'll be doing as well?
Hello, everybody. My name is Sean Carpenter. I'm the new senior editor here at DLCD. I
Bring the
oh,
really
closer.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
Unfortunately.
I'm super excited to be here. I most recently came from New Mexico, but that was just a little short detour. I spent 4 years working at Thousand Friends of Oregon, seeing all of the amazing work that DLCD was doing, and it's really exciting to be here. Not from the outside looking in, but now from the inside looking out. And I'm excited to help make the work that DLCD does more visible, accessible, and just take it up a notch. I'm very excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to say, I've been talking about this with some excitement all week. We have someone who will be well positioned to make sure all of our materials speak with a single voice, that they are written in plain language. This is very important to me. And just someone who will be able to, as you say, take it up a notch. So thank you, Sean. Questions? No? Okay. Also here in the room with us, one of our newest managers, Tyler Potter, will be our HR manager. This is probably a good time to remind the commission and note that our beloved Taylor Sorgenfree has taken another position with DAS that she's very excited about, because she'll have a chance to really affect what's going on statewide. But that also means she has to take our calls whenever we have a question. So we will not lose touch with her. We've brought Tyler in. Please tell us where you've come from.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tyler. I use he, him pronouns. I most recently came from Oregon State Parks. I promise if you call me Taylor, I'm not offended. I know the names are very close. So I'm really excited to be here. I really hope I'm just really excited to be here and really appreciate the opportunity to get to work with all of you.
Let's see, we have a couple of our procurement and contract folks. Josh, you know if they're online today? I don't see them in the room. Yes, that'd be great. If you can, come. Again with the microphone.
Yeah, so one of our first changes to restructure, we pulled the contracts and procurement team out of FABS, and we have added a couple new staff to help cement the foundation of that team. So 2 individuals we hired, Elena Vazdev. She has joined us as one of our senior procurement and contract specialists. She's been here a couple weeks, and Tabitha Hoagie, who was a former DLCD employee and has also moved around the state, very well versed, is also going to be serving as our team lead for that group and also the designated procurement officer for the agency. Yeah.
Someone that you heard from earlier as part of our tribal acknowledgement, I'd like to have Eva Krukowski come forward and talk about her role as Rocky Habitat Coordinator and where you've come from.
Thank you. Osio Gundi Yoneg Eva Dawadoa. Hello, good morning. My name is Eva Krukowski. I'm a citizen of Cherokee Nation in Oklahoma. I'm originally from California, and I'm really happy to be here. I'm working as the Rocky Habitat Project Coordinator with the, I always stumble for some reason, Oregon Coastal Management Program. And yeah, I'm really honored to be a part of this program. I working with coastal communities to develop adaptive management plans for the 8 new Rocky Habitat designations that you all worked so hard going through lots of information to pass. So thank you so much. I'm happy to be here.
Then there are a couple other folks that aren't on the list, but have joined us in previous rounds and didn't get a chance, I don't think, to introduce themselves to the commission directly. We've got Nikki Cross here. I'm going to let her introduce herself, her role, and where she's come from.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay.
Thank you, Director Bateman, Chair Halova, and members of the commission. I am Nicole Cross. I'm Land Use and Transportation Planner with the TGM program. For anyone not familiar, TGM is the Transportation and Growth Management collaborative program between ODOT and DLCD. And so my specific role is working with the Code Assistance Grant Program that provides grants to local communities to update, modernize their code to create more walkable, livable, mixed-use communities. So I'm happy to be here. My previous roles, I was a land use planner for the city of Corvallis and Clackamas County, and many moons ago, also the city of Philadelphia. I'm an East Coaster, so thank you all very much. And thank you for your volunteerism and work on this commission.
I also see on the screen one more of our staff, Kathy Klezek. Could you hop on? Because I don't think you've had a chance to say hello to the commission, introduce yourself and where you've come from.
Good morning, Director Bateman, Chair Halova, and Commission. I am coming from you directly live from Klamath Falls from the League of Oregon Cities Conference. I'm going to keep it really short because there's a lot of background noise and I don't know if you can hear that or you can hear me. So I'm here representing the TGM program, the Transportation and Growth Management Program, as a land use transportation planner and running the education and outreach program. So I think that this is perfect and relevant to the commission's comments earlier that we connect with the League of Oregon Cities and Association of Counties. And so I am here doing that, making those connections to our programs and fostering more connections and use of the programs that we have here at the LCD. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you for playing double duty this morning. That was great. Well, in the remaining few minutes that I have here, I just wanted to lightly point to a couple of pieces in the director's report so that you get a better flavor for the types of things that we're working on. And as I mentioned earlier, they are numerous, they are many, and they're very exciting. So we have a number of grant awards that are coming to us or have come to the department, 2 of them from the federal realm. So we've got some dollars that have finally long arrived. We've been waiting for from FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Administration. And then also our coastal program has really been working very hard to pull in the federal dollars that seem to be once in a lifetime type of volume and opportunities for us. We have recently gotten a couple of awards from NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration as well. And then yesterday, not in your report at all, I was on a phone call with OGIC, that's the state's Oregon Geographic Information Council, that awarded our department 2 grants, modest grants, but these are ones that will allow us to update our data layers and our GIS mapping tools in the realm of zoning and urban growth boundaries. So that those are dollars that we depend on episodically. It helps us bring in interns and additional helping hands to get those data layers in place that both we and local partners and communities greatly depend on. So we're very excited about the dollars that are coming our direction, and then dollars flowing back out. You'll see in the report, and you'll hear over the next several months about grants that we are awarding through our CFEC program, Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities, and also through the TGM program, where 2 of our staff were just addressing you. So we've got a lot of things that are going on. It's all good. It's all good. You'll also see and hear a lot of policy work that we have going on, specifically in this case with rules advisory committees. And so I just wanted to lightly mention them. Many of you are deeply involved in these RACs, these rules advisory committees, through your ancillary duties, through your liaison work. But just so you know, and so you can appreciate why we need a second rules coordinator, we have rulemaking going on in the arena of housing, of farm and forest, of our goal 5 work with cultural areas, with our goal 9 work in economic development, and with solar siting. I think I mention them all, but boy, that my elevator speech just keeps getting longer and longer for all of the rulemaking that we're doing. We are so appreciative of the talented staff that are helping us with this, our commissioners, and particularly our local partners. We know and we continue to hear how stretched thin our local partners and our stakeholders and friends are, because they're at the table with us, sleeves rolled up, deep into the technical details, and all the information. We know it's a lot to ask and there's a lot going on, and yet there's so much to be done, to make sure that as you know, housing and other things move forward, that we do have an eye on the important pieces that shape our communities and what we want them to look like in the future. So you'll hear more about all of that policy work and those rules advisory committees coming up. But I also wanted to mention there's policy work taking place that's outside of the racks as well. And it's covered here in the report, things like childcare siting facilities. That was a responsibility, a task handed to us by the 2023 legislature. Some work around mass timber and model codes. And then I mentioned a few minutes ago, community green infrastructure, which is a limited duration program, but I think going to be very important for us moving forward. So with that, I just wanted to let you know, we've got a pretty full room here. I'm so glad that you'll have some time over the next couple of days to meet our new staff and get to know them a little better. I've asked our managers, and I think this may be a departure from previous directors, previous administrations here. I've asked our managers for the most part to be here in these meetings to make sure that they're interacting with you. If you have questions, you can get them answered, but really so you get to know them and their work very well. I want them to be comfortable in front of the commission and very much part of this conversation going forward. So that's why you'll see, managers around. That may be a change, but I think it's really important. It's also how I was trained. So I'm happy to take any questions from the commission, knowing that a lot of these details will be covered in upcoming agenda items in the next 2 days.
Commissioners, Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair Halova. Well, it occurs to me that the hope of the future of Oregon lies in the breaking down of silos, and that you and your leadership and this board, we're the hope. So I commit to everything I can do to help you and trust in your results.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair Holova. Yeah, I think I agree with that, Commissioner Thompson. And I have a follow-on comment that's really related to the work. The agenda piece, I think that points to how broad our services are with the governor's policy folks that are coming, and then us being placed in the natural resources category, right? It's really clear how fast we're growing, that this agency covers a pretty broad spectrum that goes beyond just the natural resources point. And so I think for the folks that are working on interagency or government relations, it might be worth conversations to say, is there a way for us to be seen differently from the governor's perspective, right? They all, because there's the natural resources folks, there's the housing folks. So the policy work that we do, a push for us to be seen a little bit differently potentially. The other piece I bring forward that struck me this morning is, I don't often understand how the phrase budgets are a moral document works, but this sort of fits for me this morning when I think about the comment that Kirsten made about bringing together your tribal liaison team and how those folks had volunteered to do that work that wasn't part of their work that they're doing. And I look forward to the day, we had so many introductions today about new folks and new work, when those are committed paid positions that we are paying folks to do, right? And it really then becomes an investment that we're making in that important relationship, rather than just add on to work that we're asking folks to do in the department. So I greatly appreciate that you folks are involving yourselves in that, but I think it would reframe the way we prioritize that work if down the line it was funded in a different way.
Yes, Director.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that was not a planted question. You'll note in our budget proposal this morning that we have our tribal liaison work in there. And I appreciate your framing it as a moral document, because we are well aware, and we've been told your grand ideas are going to be pared back, as we go through the process over the next year. And we fully recognize that, but we want folks to know what we care about and what we're asking for and what we think it'll take if folks want us to do this work correctly. So we've put that in there. We'll see how it fares, but we wanted to make sure it was in from the very beginning. And with regard to being a natural resources agency, we traditionally have, one set of minders in the governor's office that are policy advisors, come from the natural resources arena. Now, in this year and under this administration, we have 3 minders. We've got natural resources folks who were in constant contact with housing policy advisors and also economic development. And while I'm part of natural resources cabinet, I've been also trying to get into those other cabinets, those other arenas, because sometimes when they pull us in, it's a bit too late. We need to be there from the beginning. And I appreciate those comments.
I'm happy to hear the economic development one. I think housing is going to become obvious. We're not going to have a choice, that's obvious. Did you have any? Okay. I guess my few comments were when we were talking about interagency, I just kind of smiled because I was thinking about former Director Rue and his, big push for interagency. So I was like, wow, I was just thinking of him yesterday. And then the other comment I was going to make was it's nice. It made me wonder, maybe I should ask the question, where was procurement before within this? I'm looking at the org chart.
Yes, it was under the financial, fiscal and accounting and budget arena, in with the accountants and the budget officers. And so best practices is typically to get as much separation from those groups as you can. The folks who write the original contracts and the folks who end up paying the bills, you want to have as much separation as possible there. So the procurement and contracts folks have been moved directly under the chief operating officer. For now, it's a small group, and so that made sense to just move it directly there.
Deputy Director.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and Director Bateman. If I could just add, we really want to thank CFO Amy Metler for leading that entire group for, it seems like several years, but it was 1 year. And she has the biggest arms, most inclusive arms of anyone I think I've ever seen, because there is so much in that former position description. And we're just grateful for Amy for stabilizing that. She has extensive background. Some of you wouldn't have met her because you weren't on commission yet, but has served in her professional career as an auditor and she knows very well about separation of duties. So she was busy doing that within her power when we had that size of staff. But the minute we had additional staff, my new work best friend, Assistant Director Harder, did make that immediate recommendation to continue to advance that segregation of duties. But I just want to thank CFO Metler for homing that safely for that year and improving our practices through that time. So Assistant Director Hardage is certainly on his way with his new staff, and we're over the moon. Thank you, Director Bateman. Thanks, Chair Harlova.
And I wanted to point out, I think we talked about this earlier. That was a report done, an audit of the state, and with regard to minority women and emerging small business contracts and how the state was kind of failing in that regard. And so the minute I read it, I was like, contact our department, like, is this us? Because I don't want that to be us. And I got back stats on that basically said, this is not us. We're actually doing really well. I'm happy now to have folks within the department that can message that, because I think that's important, right? I think the whole state needs to change, but I also believe in if somebody's doing it correctly or better, that should be acknowledged. And then hopefully with the interagency ideas, the state can become better as a whole. And so I just wanted to say, I think we've done awesome, but I would love to continue to do awesome in that regard. And now it's just way more identifiable, like procurement, and we can just be like, what's the stats on that part of the department? So I'm excited about that. I think with that, if there's no more comments, questions from the commission, we're going to move on to, thank you, Director Bateman. The next agenda item is item number 4, 2024 legislative session report budget and key legislation with Alexis Hammer, legislative and policy manager, and Aurora Judol, a legislative and policy analyst. Welcome, Alexis and Aurora.
Thank you, Chair Halova, Commissioners. My name is Alexis Hammer. I'm the Legislative and Policy Manager for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And as Brenda has already alluded to, this was one of the largest for DLCD legislative sessions, even though it was only a short session in DLCD history since 1973. It's among a handful at best or at most. So it was a huge session. Just wanted to mention too that even though he's not up here, Palmer played a major role in all of the legislative discussions this session. And since he's switched roles, I'm the one up here taking the helm, but he definitely led a lot of this work. So I can't take all the credit, and neither can Aurora, but she definitely, the two of us, did our parts. So the legislative session was a short session this year. It started on February 5th and concluded on March 10th, or actually, I'm sorry, March 7th. And there were a total of 288 bills under consideration, and 121 bills ultimately passed. Of those bills, there were 30 that, of those 280 that were introduced, 33 bills were tracked by DLCD and 14 ultimately passed. There were 3 major ones that we'll go into detail. We go into detail about a number of them, but there are 3 major ones I'll just highlight off the bat. One, of course, is the governor's housing package, which, as you know, is what made it such an influential session for DLCD. We'll get more into that. There was also a bill on offshore wind development and policy that we'll be leading some work on. And as Brenda has already talked about, there is a bill that formalized our agency reclassification. So with that, I'm going to pass off the heavy lifting over to Aurora, and buckle up because we're going to be up here for like 2 hours.
I promise it won't just be 2 hours of me monologuing. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner, Chair Halova, Commission. For the record, my name is Aurora Jettle, Legislative and Policy Analyst for the department. Can I just change the slides on here? Or, okay, can we go to the next slide? Thank you.
Make sure this is like almost touching.
Is up here good? Oh, okay, I can hear it now. Okay, perfect.
A little bit, if I may just check with, does it really have the ability to share? Are you in the meeting?
We have it up here.
Yeah.
I mean, I can try.
We just work this out for one moment. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're going to take a moment to work out some technical issues. There may be points at the meeting that I stand up just to not sit down. I feel like other commissioners can feel free to do the same. And Commissioner Porter?
Oh,
It looked like you wanted to ask a question.
I was going to ask a question. Hey,
Yeah. No, unfortunately.
Whatever my.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Okay.
I'll never forget that. No, because it's quite a thing to behold. I would share it too, because that's pretty monstrous.
Maybe we can wait a couple seconds.
That's okay. You know, I do work here in Lebanon, and so I stay here quite often.
Okay, I'm gonna take this time to like, yeah, there we go.
While we're waiting, you're doing 45 minutes and then we're doing a break and then you're continuing on.
This will only be like 20 minutes though, then questions.
Such nice. Well, thank you so much.
I think we should start. Sorry, we're missing some people. They went to go get coffee, but they'll have to catch up.
Yeah. Now I can see it.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Halova. All right, I will jump right in then. We are going to start off by talking a little bit about some of the budget appropriations that we got from this past legislative session, and then we will talk a bit more about the policy. As Director Bateman explains in her report, SB 5701 was the end of session budget bill. DLCD received $3 million in appropriations from that bill, and that was for our agency reclassification, as she explains. So we got a COO position from that, and then we got 9 other reclassifications of existing positions to different management throughout the agency. You can see on the screen here a table that explains the total numbers. So we got $15.3 million in allocations, and that's spread across 3 of the other bills as well, and 31 total positions. So a big jump for the agency. Our next slide here will explain the breakdown of where each of those appropriations and positions came from. You'll see the vast majority of those are in SB 1537. We received $10.6 million into a fund from that bill and 28 positions. SB 1564, we just received funds for services. There was no staff in that position, and we'll explain a bit about that policy in a moment. And then finally, as Alexis had highlighted, HB 4080, we received 2 positions for an offshore wind roadmap process and about $1 million in appropriations. So now I'll get into the fun stuff. This is highlighting all of the key legislation that we tracked, and you'll also see more detail on this in your staff reports. We're going to go over 4 major categories, which is housing and urbanization, infrastructure, energy, and recreational access. You'll also see a large list of the relevant but not passed bills. In the interest of time today, we won't be reviewing those, but they are mentioned in your staff report in case you have interest in reviewing those for context. All right, so the long-awaited SB 1537. I feel like we've been talking about this for an hour now, so we can finally delve into the details. This is Governor Kotek's housing production framework, and it established the Housing Accountability and Production Office, which is a joint office between DLCD and the Department of Consumer and Business Services Building Codes Division. And this office has sort of a number of key components. It'll ensure that local land use codes and decisions meet state law, and it'll really act as a resource for local governments, for developers, and also for community members to be able to work through issues related to housing production in their communities. It also has a key component of really organizing and collaborating among different state agencies, not only between us and DCBS, but also between other key agencies that are engaged in housing to really ensure that across the enterprise, we are sort of streamlining our resources and support to ensure that we are supporting housing production on the grounds. It can also be an avenue for resolving disputes and providing mediation before something would come to, say, LCDC or LUBA. So can really provide a more informal and supportive route there for folks who prefer to take that option before sort of elevating the situation. And then the final piece is the HAPO, as it's being called, will have enforcement capabilities. So if it is found that a local government is not in compliance with statewide housing laws, the office will have the ability to take out an enforcement order on that, but kind of as a last resort. Really, the office's key aim here is to act as a resource and to be able to provide technical assistance, education, and other resources and support for local governments. So that is just one portion of this bill, and we have already started some of the implementation for that. As Director Bateman mentioned, we promoted 1 staff into that position, a couple of staff actually, into those positions, and we'll be working on that in the coming biennium. So the office actually becomes operative on July 1st of 2025. That's when it can start receiving complaints. But we already received $4 million into the HAPO fund this biennium to be able to allocate grant dollars. And we'll already be working throughout this year to start setting that up, working with our local and community interested parties in really providing us input to set up this office. So that is the work that you'll see throughout the rest of this biennium before it becomes operative in the next. I'll talk a little bit now about some of the other key pieces that were in this bill. One of them is infrastructure supporting housing production, and this also implicated DLCD. We have been required by the legislature to produce a report that will outline key metrics and considerations that the legislature can use to evaluate infrastructure projects. So that is something that we will be working on throughout the remainder of this calendar year. That report is due on December 31st of 2024. This bill also allocated $3 million to Business Oregon for housing-related infrastructure projects. That was another component of this piece. There were also some amendments to housing land use policy to support housing production. So namely, one of them is opting into amended housing regulations. This really means that if a developer submits an application for housing and then the standards under which they had submitted that application got changed, they could now opt into those new policies that were adopted by the local government without having to submit a duplicative application or duplicative fees. The local government can still ask for sort of additional materials or additional fees for the staff time that they would have to process it under those new standards. But as I said, it wouldn't have to go through that duplicative process again. There was also a housing land use adjustments piece that will require local governments to approve up to 10 adjustments for housing applications. It's under a very narrow sort of landscape, and so it doesn't include things like zoning, health and safety standards, environmental hazards, stuff like that. But it's really to sort of streamline that process and make it easier for housing production to sort of pencil out on the grounds. And then the final piece of this section was the limited land use decision. So this makes replats, property line adjustments, and extensions, alterations, or expansions of non-conforming use as administrative level decisions as opposed to quasi-judicial decisions now. And then the last section of this very lengthy bill is alternatives for urban growth boundary amendments. And so this includes sort of 3 different components. There's one that is for sort of larger UGB expansion. So it's capped at 50 acres for cities that are 25,000 and below in population and 100 acres for those that are 25,000 and above, with a total cap of 300 acres for the metro region. And there are also sort of affordability restrictions and a requirement that the local government demonstrate the need for that land based on some other criteria. In addition to that one, which has that sort of affordability and complete communities requirement, there's a smaller 15-acre one that doesn't have the complete community requirements for them, but does still retain those affordability components, which is that 30% of that new housing that's being built must be designated affordable. And then finally, there's a land swap component. So this is sort of no new net acres being added in, but a local government can say, hey, we have X amount of acres in our UGB that aren't particularly feasible for development, and we want to swap those for lands that are outside of our UGB that we think would be more feasible. And so long as those are non-resource or exception lands, we're not talking about, you know, any sort of natural resource, high value farmland, anything like that. Then they can do sort of a land swap as long as those lands are roughly equivalent. So that is the end of what I will talk about here in 1537. I also just want to highlight, this says our audio is not connected on here. Is it still good up there? Okay, perfect. So I will go into HB 4063 now, which is slightly less extensive. This came out of the Housing and Homelessness Committee in the House, and this was an omnibus bill to clarify some various policies. The one that I will really highlight here is about the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, because as you know, we are working on rulemaking to implement that right now. And a key piece of that is it defines that metro counties, so Clackamas, Multnomah, and Washington, will now be responsible to plan for needed housing that is in those urban unincorporated communities within those counties. And so we'll actually talk about a little later, a POP that DLCD is asking for to support that work. But that was an important clarification that came out of this past session. In addition to that, it included the same sort of opting into amended housing regulations section that SB 1537 had. It clarified some statute about middle housing partition, specifically that land can be partitioned 3 times in a calendar year for the purposes of middle housing. That was disputed in some communities in the state. And then it also made the single unit housing property tax exemption an administrative decision as well. So those are the key components of HB 4063. And then we have a couple other housing and urbanization pieces that I'll speak about. One that directly implicates DLCD, and that we actually worked with the chief sponsor, Senator Anderson, throughout session on, and that is on developing model housing ordinances. So LCDC has been directed to adopt model housing ordinances by January 1st of 2026. And I just want to clarify, this is something that's really just kind of prioritizing work that we would already be doing through the ONA process at some point. But really, the chief sponsor wanted to highlight this as a priority, especially for small communities around the state. The model housing ordinances will be divided into sort of 3 categories. So there will be some that are developed for cities below 2,500, some for cities that are 2,500 to 25,000, and then those who are 25,000 and above in population. And these are specifically for housing types, so anything from single family, middle housing, multifamily, all of the kind of range of that spectrum. They are presumed clear and objective, and this is to provide local governments with some more certainty if they are to adopt these model housing ordinances into their code. And the final piece of this is that they can be adopted either in whole or in part. So a community can say, hey, we really think that this model housing ordinance for cottage clusters would work well for our community, but that doesn't mean that they have to adopt the entirety of it. They can keep the ordinances that they have personally developed for other pieces. And the final piece that I'll touch on here is HB 4026, which prohibited urban growth boundary expansions from being referred to voters. And that was backdated to January 1st of 2023. You all may have heard about the sort of North Plains case that was occurring with this. And so this is legislation that was passed in response to that community trying to refer a UGB expansion to the ballot. All right, and then I'm just going to briefly touch on infrastructure, because this is something that was really important in session to sort of support the housing packages that were passed through. There was 2 bills, HB 4134 and SB 1530, and they directed dollars to both Business Oregon and the Water Resources Department for infrastructure projects that were specifically related to housing and housing production. And these were all specific allocations directly to different communities across the state. And I just want to mention, as this was kind of in the news, there were not any vetoes on this. The governor did sign both of these bills in their entirety. All right. So we'll move out of the housing space now to talk a bit about energy. One of those is HB 4080. This is the offshore wind roadmap, and this is something that DLCD has been directly implicated in. We have been directed to create a roadmap for developing offshore wind policy in the state. And so I really want to clarify that DLCD is not taking a position on offshore wind policy. It's really just, we are going to go out into the community. We're going to engage with our local government partners, with tribal nations, with community members, and really see what members of our community and our state value when it comes to offshore wind policy. There's a lot of conversations happening at the federal level around offshore wind leasing. And so it's really important that we are able to elevate the priorities of our community members in this larger conversation. So DLCD will be sort of creating this roadmap process, and we have 2 new positions that will be doing that. And we are to submit a report to the legislature by September 1st of 2025 for that work. So we're really going to be getting that off the ground quickly as well. Another piece here is HB 4015, battery energy storage siting. This bill just defined energy storage systems and also clarified that these could be sited by counties or FSEC. So counties or developers would have to opt in to FSEC jurisdiction on the same site as the energy generation here. Then the final bill that we were tracking this session has to do with recreational access. This came out of a court case that really started to limit how much local governments were providing access to sort of natural resources for recreational activities. And so this was in response to that and deemed that local governments of cities 500,000 in population or more, or other ones who opt into it, can't be held liable for personal injury that occurs through use of those facilities. And it also is clarified to include walking and running and biking activities because those were not specifically called out in the statute previously. And so that section was just a small piece of SB 1576, which was a larger Judiciary Committee omnibus bill. All right. Thank you so much, and open it up for questions now.
Thank you, Aurora and Alexis. Commissioners, any questions, comments? Commissioner Porter?
Thank you. Just a quick question about Senate Bill 5037.
I was gonna say you have to, that's really close.
Bill, I know, I turned to look at my notebook and don't do that, right? Senate Bill 1537 with the HAPO. The enforcement portion of that, can you tell me what you would anticipate the extent of that to be? I mean, how would that work if you guys have kind of a vision of that?
Or do you want to answer? Sorry to call you on the spot here.
Chair Lova, Commissioner Porter. For the record, my name is Ethan Stuckmeyer. I'm the manager of the housing division here at DLCD. It's a great question, something that we're still sorting out exactly specifically how that would work. Generally, the HAPO enforcement process is a complaints-based intake. So we would receive complaints of potential or perceived or real violations of state housing laws. We would investigate those. We would provide an opportunity for the local government to respond and remedy that particular issue. In a case where those avenues or the pathways, those off-ramps have not been taken by the local government, DLCD then has the ability to engage in enforcement activities through a hearings officer that LCDC, the Land Conservation Development Commission, would appoint to review those enforcement proceedings. So that's the general premise, but the details are still yet to be determined through external engagement process and kind of diving into the specifics of the ins and outs and how that public hearings officer would actually engage with those particular enforcement actions.
Thank you. It's going to be an interesting development, I imagine. Thank you so much for that.
Commissioners? Commissioner Lazo?
Thanks, Chair Lova. Ethan might, I'll go to my housing question second then. So thanks. And I don't know if Aurora or Alexis, you can characterize this, but under 1537, a couple of those pieces sounded like they came from the Governor's Housing Production Advisory Council recommendations, particularly around the adjustments process and some of the UGB expansion pieces. Was there more that came from that council in that bill? And are there other things that we should expect to see from those recommendations that sort of impact us?
Thank you, Commissioner Lazo. The answer to that is that the governor's office is actually still reviewing the recommendations from the Housing Production Advisory Council. And we expect that the concepts that we'll be moving forward, we will learn about in the coming months in preparation for the next legislative session. And some elements of what they considered are embodied in 1537, but they're looking at the whole of the recommendations still and still evaluating those.
Long session.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Can I add to your question, just so you know, how much the report that was done by our department that was like all inclusive of, these are all the things, I don't remember the name of the report. I remember Sean Edging presented it. That's all I remember. Is that a part of that governor's council? Like, is that being considered in? Yeah. My big thing for people that know is like, let's not duplicate efforts.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious.
I'm not sure if I know exactly which report you're talking about, so I'll let Ethan.
I think we need some more chairs up here. Chair Lova, yeah, it's a good question. So I think the report you're referring to is the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis report. It's the recommendations report, which is the audience for that was the legislature, which included some things, that process, Commissioner Lazo is part of that process. When you're talking about housing, you hear a lot of other recommendations outside of just the land use and planning sphere. And so we wanted a place to kind of warehouse those recommendations. And so as an appendix to that report, we included that list of things that we had heard through that process. That is a different report than the Housing Production Advisory Council, which was specifically focused from the governor's direction to focus on barriers to housing production, which some of those overlapped, but the HPAC recommendations were much more extensive than what our recommendations were, because it was just a different scope, different work.
Yeah, I was going to point that out actually when we talk about housing, that there are parallel processes happening, and yeah, we should be careful about not making sure they intersect and not just parallel. I will also say, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ethan, I think from the ONA legislation recommendations report, I think there are some pieces that aren't finished yet, right? Or that have not been moved forward.
That's right.
More work to be done potentially.
That's right, Commissioner Lazo. We recommended, oh gosh, if I can remember, close to 8 or 9 recommendations. I can't remember exactly. 6 or 7 of those were kind of checked off, so to speak, of those recommendations were addressed in House Bill 2001 in the 2023 session. One additional one was kind of checked off in the 24 session with the Housing Accountability and Production Office. We had talked about kind of shared governance of housing production and this kind of shared accountability and responsibility of the state to engage in that process. And so I think we're pretty close to having all of those recommendations be implemented.
Question around that's on the 1564 on the model ordinance piece. I'm curious about, because it doesn't say here about process. Is that a rulemaking process? I know that the department is working on lots of guidance and model ordinance, but what is envisioned for the response to that particular bill?
I can take that one. Okay. I mean, sure. Sorry. Not my agenda item. I apologize. Commissioner Lazo, so like Aurora mentioned in the presentation, the model ordinances was something we already intended to do through the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis rulemaking. It was part of the quote unquote adoption ready policies. So we're specifically talking about how the housing acceleration program could actually engage with local governments. One of those strategies was to craft these resources, these adoption ready policies that local governments could adopt in quick remedy of falling behind on their housing production targets. And so the model code under Senate Bill 1564 is a rulemaking, right? LCDC has been directed to adopt those into rule. However, it's not a unique rulemaking process. It's part of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis rulemaking.
Chair Boyer.
Just for my own education. So the adjustments process, there's 10 allowed now with this new 1537, is that correct? Is that what I understood?
So local governments are required to approve 10 through this. So previously they could if they wanted to, essentially, but now this is saying for certain projects, there's certain restrictions on it too. So like they would have to demonstrate that there would be more affordable housing produced or housing that wasn't previously feasible, so on and so forth. But yeah, so it's more of like a requirement now than just allowing.
So there wasn't a number for the adjustments process prior to this?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Commissioners? I had a question. So I was sort of, I had a question also about 1564, but more, I was just trying to get at what it was trying to be. I interpret it as a resource, so I think I got it answered. House Bill 4134, the infrastructure one, it's 7.1 million. Wasn't that like much higher when it started? I was just curious what the number was when it started.
Yes. And thank you for your question, Chair Hlova. I'm going back in my memory here. I want to say it was close to the other one, being around like 89 million. But the funding got a bit shuffled around in session. There was originally some infrastructure funding that was in 1537, and then that got moved into 1530. And then there was also funding in 4128, and then that bill got dropped, and some of that got moved into 1530. So yeah, there was some.
Is this, I need to read it again
Mhm.
now that we had the presentation. Is this literally supposed to go toward like shovels in the ground, like roadway improvement, like sewer, water?
Yeah, exactly. It's for specific infrastructure projects, mostly water and sewer, like you had said. In specific communities, they're like listed out in the bill.
Do you know if there's like, I can see that money being spent like in 2 seconds from my perspective. So I'm like, is there like, oh, we're gonna fund 3 projects, or we're only gonna fund 200,000 toward your project that cost, whatever million? I'm just curious how it's very little money in the world of building things. So
Yeah.
I was just curious if they're trying to equitably distribute. Is it meant to be like a little grants toward larger projects? I just trying to understand.
I'm not sure, and maybe Alexis would have more information about this. I'm not sure exactly how the legislature determines how much funding that they gave each project. This was kind of something that the legislature was like asking folks, do you have projects? And they were getting sort of those applications directly. To be included in this bill, my understanding is because they are like line item allocations, it is just directly funding. Like in that one, it's like 4 projects. So it's giving a couple $1 million to each of those projects, either in whole or in part, to fund them.
Yeah. Is this like the hottest topic, right? In
Yeah.
our one of the hottest topics in our state. Yeah. Yeah.
So again, for the record, Palmer Mason, interagency coordinator. Chair, yeah, that better? Yeah. Chair Hlova, very good question. This is sort of a central question going into the long session in 2025. How do we think about providing money to local governments to facilitate housing production? The legislature has one view, the governor has a different view. So that dynamic is at play right now. I think the governor takes a position that absolutely we ought to be investing in more infrastructure dollars to support housing production. And your question about the owner report back from fall of 2022, we pointed that out as one of the central, maybe the central impediment to more housing. And I think the legislature agrees with that. But the governor's view is that agencies are a better way to take money because you have a higher level of due diligence. You have a better certainty that the outcomes will actually be achieved. Therefore, you sort of get better outcomes. The legislature, I think, also takes a little bit different view in some cases. And that view is that they control the power of the purse, and that they're there to represent their districts, and their districts have needs. And so that's really what I think you saw happen in Senate Bill 1530, was this was a process of the legislature providing money to various communities based on what they perceived as the needs. What is going to be interesting is there's additional language in Senate Bill 1537, Section 16, that directs DLCD in coordination with a couple other agencies to come back to the legislature with what I would call an evaluation and prioritization tool to look at this question of how do we best allocate money to local governments for their infrastructure needs. We are just starting that project. We're just starting to scope that out, but it'll go right to that question. Is there, in the legislative process, which we all know is inherently political, is there a more systematic approach that we can take to figuring out what projects are there and what communities are really deserving of our limited infrastructure dollars. I mean, if we had unlimited money, we wouldn't have this problem. We could give everybody who needed something some money, but we don't have that situation. So we're going to have to be really intentional about where we direct those dollars. So that report is due from DLCD in conjunction with, like I said, a couple other agencies by December 31st of this year.
Because it seems like it should be correlated to some sort of like rent burden or cost burden, and also affordable housing.
I think absolutely. I mean, what I think you're really saying, Chair, is that how do we tie back these requests to need? I do think what's interesting, and we're in a very different place. So I guess I'm going to project a little optimism here about maybe how we can potentially navigate what the executive branch wants and what the legislature wants by putting forth a tool, a framework that might help guide the legislature, in that we have things like the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Framework, where we're going to actually have allocations going to every local government around their housing needs. And for cities over 10,000, we're going to have actual production targets broken down by income levels and by housing need and housing types. So that gives us sort of a metric-driven framework that we haven't had before to really try to focus those limited dollars to the right places and the right need.
Great. I like it that it's a topic and it has money, and then we can see, and maybe through that process, the need will come out more clearly. So even though I was kind of by the number, I think it's a process that didn't exist before.
I think the governor shared your disappointment. She had hoped for higher amounts of infrastructure investment.
I just have one last thing I could add on that. HB 4134 did require that projects be both within a UGB and support housing that'll be at least 30% affordable. But those requirements were not in 1530 for those projects. So the $7.1 million that was in that bill does have those restrictions.
And just more out of curiosity, for the offshore wind roadmap with the 2 positions and then September 2025, those positions just go away at that point? I'm just always curious about these.
Chair Halova, those positions are permanent. And there's two, one of those positions is for community engagement work. And the other position is for doing a more policy-oriented review for federal consistency between state and local policies with federal policies.
September 2025 wasn't a cutoff for that.
No, that is for the report, which will be making the policy recommendations around a offshore roadmap.
Okay. Commissioners don't have any other questions. I know we have public comment will be accepted during this item. Did we have anybody signed up? Public comments?
Well, also stop share.
Chair Lova, Director, I believe the one public comment we have on this item is Ms. Lynch. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning. Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters of Oregon. Yes, Jim, I'm still here. So I just really wanted to follow up. I had not intended to speak today on this particular measure, but it was important. Back in November of 2022, the league came before you and said, infrastructure, 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 that's how we get housing. And so we worked very closely with Representative Gomberg and Representative Elmer and others to try to make sure that we had some infrastructure projects. Yes, I know that the governor would have liked to have had a pocket of money that she could then allocate. The legislature said they wanted it on the ground right now. And so instead of having a rulemaking where you have to determine what the criteria is and how you make those decisions, the legislature said they asked all of their members to come up, and they did ask for a connection between housing and the project itself. And there is lots more money in the Senate Bill 1530 than in the smaller bill. The smaller bill was done, frankly, to focus specifically on middle housing projects from the McMinnville representative. And so I just wanted to make sure that you understood exactly the dynamics that happened behind the scenes. I'm thrilled that the governor still wants to fund infrastructure. We still need to have that conversation. We need to figure out how to do it, and we need to figure out how to do it right. But this legislature said, we have everybody in the legislature has heard that infrastructure is needed in order to get housing. And we want to make sure that it happens, and we want to take some of the credit for it, frankly. So be happy to answer any other questions, but I just really wanted to make sure that that was understood.
Commissioner Lazo.
I guess my question for you, I think you said it there, but I want to be clear. So do you support having some metrics in place if the legislature wants to continue making those investments on their own?
I do believe that they should have some metrics, and I think that was part of what you are responsible to do in 1537 is to make sure that there are clear metrics. Legislators would tell you they did use metrics. And that they made those decisions based upon specific projects. And that's why I will say, from my point of view, that the governor who originally said she might veto about 7 of those projects went back and heard from those people and was convinced that in fact the projects that she had concerns about really were linked to specific projects that would get housing more quickly. This is not meant to, this infrastructure is not meant to do a whole drinking water system or a whole wastewater system. This is to like to put pipes in the ground from where here to there in much smaller areas. And one last thing, Commissioner, in the league's testimony on the next measure is a link to the housing production, housing accountability, whatever, housing, anyway, the governor's Housing Production Advisory Council. So, yeah, so with the report that was not finalized until February. Okay, I'll be quiet. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me.
So thanks everyone for this important discussion. There's no action that we're taking at this time. So now we're going to have a 5-minute break to come back. Great to have a 10-minute break. Okay, let's have a 10-minute break to come back at 10:55. Start our next agenda item, which is agenda item number 5, which is a 2025 proposed policy options package and legislative concept preview with Alexa and Aurora. So see you back at 10:55. It's more like that feeling. It's like the carrot. This is like the stick. It's way better to the ears. We're welcoming everybody back to the Land Conservation and Development Commission. We're going to hear on agenda item 5 with Alexis Hammer, Legislative and Policy Manager, and Aurora Juddle, Legislative and Policy Analyst. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And hello again, Chair Halova, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Alexis Hammer, Legislative and Policy Manager at the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And today we're going to be going over the policy option packages and legislative concepts that DLCD has been working on in preparation for the 2025 legislative session. Policy option packages are essentially budget requests, and they are in addition to what is called our current service level, which is positions that are in funding that is permanent from the legislature, meaning that they would have to take an act to remove that funding from our budget. And the legislative concept is any bills that DLCD is going to run as an agency. And not every year do we run legislative concepts. In fact, it's been a number of legislative sessions since we have had one. This year we are working on one, and we will review it shortly. I want to also mention that we'll try to avoid doing this, but there is 2 different acronyms that are the same, and that is legislative concept is LC, and so is the legislative council. Legislative council is the attorneys for the legislature, and we work with them in drafting, and as do all legislators, work with them as they draft bills, and we develop LCs with the LC. So it's a little confusing. We'll try to avoid it, but there is that distinction. It's a little confusing. So, oh, yes. And also there will be 2 votes at the end of both of these topics around legislative concepts and our legislative concept and the policy option packages, and they will both be saved to the end of this discussion. So just to provide a high-level overview of the development process of legislative concepts and POPs, we start at the beginning of our fiscal year, or of each biennium. So we get a budget at the end of every long session on odd numbered years. In July 1st of 2023, we started, and we started immediately developing thoughts around what are we going to ask for next time. It takes a full biennial cycle for us to get our thoughts together, do the appropriate public engagement, and get public review, and have the governor's office weigh all different agencies' recommendations and propose the governor's recommended budget, which is ultimately what moves forward under consideration by the legislature as the starting point for what the legislature adopts as as the state's budget. So the process starts, we started in August of last year, asking our staff to collectively think of all of the things, both in terms of staff positions that we could use and additional support through technical assistance or direct grant programs we could provide to local governments. And we collected a great number of ideas that, we had to do a lot of organizing the thinking around making sure that we weren't being redundant and having, a holistic proposal to put forward and we worked on that over the fall. And in February, we released what is our draft, all of the ideas that we're putting on the table as potential funding opportunities for our agency to recommend. And today we're going to need your input on the legislative concept and the policy option packages that we're putting forward. What we're asking for is direction in terms of helping the agency think through principles and a process in which we can recommend to the governor's office what our agency recommended budget is. And just for understanding that process, we have a commission meeting in Bend in June, on June 28th. And that day, actually, the final day of your next commission meeting is the day that we are due to submit our policy option packages. meaning we do not have time to get further feedback after that meeting. And we are taking this meeting as the opportunity to get your advice, the principles that you would want to endorse in the process through which over the next 2 months, we're going to be evaluating this whole list of projects. Another piece of context here is that the governor and the chief fiscal office of the state agencies has issued a recommendation that we follow a 1% increase of CSL as our guideline. CSL is our continuing service level. So we take our base budget of around $50 million and multiply that by 1% to get what is our window of ask. And that is $508,000. It's what we need to winnow down this list of what we're presenting here is $40 million of requests. And we need to figure out how to prioritize that amount of need within a $500,000 window. Which is wild, but I will also mention as a caveat, the governor's top priority, as everyone knows, is housing production. And we have received guidance that the housing related policy option packages are not to be considered as part of this 1% CSL. So we'll first talk about the housing related policy option packages, and those are exempt from this $500,000 window. So you can consider all of the non-housing ones as the things that we're really going to be grappling with. We're going to be trying to push forward all of the housing recommendations that we have.
Just have a quick question. The last time we did this without POPs, what was our ask? Do you know last time we did this? I'm just curious.
In the 2023 legislative session, Chair Holova, I don't know that.
Like, not even that's precise number, just.
Yeah. Millions, but
I was wondering if these same 1% ideas were a part of that time period or not. It doesn't sound familiar.
Yep. Yeah.
I was more curious, and maybe you can think about it like what we asked and what we got the last time we did this versus what we're asking now versus what they're saying.
Yeah. And with that, I will pass it over again to Aurora to do the heavy lifting.
Thank you, Alexis. Okay. Good morning again, Chair Holova, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Aurora Jettle, Legislative and Policy Analyst with the Department of Land Conservation and Development. I know that we're all super excited about the policy option packages now, but I am going to take a second to talk about the legislative concept that we are developing to be our agency's bill in the 2025 legislative session. And I do just want to highlight before I get started that this is part of your supplemental packet. We were still having stakeholder meetings up until April 15th. And so when we had originally submitted the staff report, it didn't reflect sort of all of these policies that you'll now see on the screen. So I will just talk through that process a little bit before I get into the details there. We really went into this bill with a goal of it being technical clarifications only. Really things that would help clarify the implementation of housing policy and not that would be making any policy decisions. And so we had a stakeholder engagement process. We met 3 times with folks from the housing space and as well had a meeting with city practitioners and attorneys to really vet these concepts. And we removed any that we had suggested or that we heard from other folks that had policy implications to really keep it strictly under that technical umbrella. And we feel comfortable moving forward that this language will be relatively uncontroversial, but we will continue vetting the language that we receive back from Legislative Council as we move forward in this process. So now I will talk a little bit about the specifics of what is included in this. The first one is ORS 197-522. So this is a statute that requires local governments to allow partitions, permits, and subdivisions, or to approve them for needed housing. And this is currently nestled in the moratorium statute, so it just gets missed a lot when it comes to needed housing work. And so stakeholders propose that we move this section of ORS into the needed housing statutes with the other ones. And so that is a change that we are suggesting here. The next one is completeness review clarification. So this comes out of both SB 1537 and HB 4063 that we were just presenting on. Now that developers can opt into amended housing regulations, it was a little bit unclear whether the sort of original criteria for completeness of an application applied here. So the bill reads that a complete application would be allowed to move forward under these amended housing standards if they wanted to. And so we're just putting some language in there to really clarify that that aligns with existing statute, that definition of completeness. The third one on this list has to do as well with 1537. And this is around the funding that our department received for the Housing Accountability and Production Office. So as you may have caught from our previous presentation, the funds for both staffing and grant dollars and the studies that we are required to do all went into a specific fund for this office. And that means that it's not automatically in our base budget. And so we are basically proposing that the actual statutory language around this fund, we would remove the language that has to do with staffing and services so that that could be rolled into our base budget. And then this fund would only hold the dollars for grants and technical assistance for local governments. And that's important because that means that we don't lose the money at the end of the biennium. And so if there's anything left over that wasn't allocated, it would roll over into the next. And that was kind of the purpose of the fund. But of course, those personnel and services, it's important to have those in our base budget so that we will continue to get those in the coming biennium. The fourth one here we have is pretty simple and just removing the family language from housing type definitions and statutes. This is just an outdated term and it doesn't necessarily reflect people's experiences with housing. And so we are proposing that instead of using single family, multifamily, we would use single unit and multi-unit to describe housing in statute. Moving down, we have a bill actually from 2022 that we're offering clarification to, and that's HB 4064. And this was a bill that really reduced a lot of barriers to manufactured housing development. But the way that that was drafted is it really specifies like that, again, single family manufactured housing. And so we are just kind of removing the language that specifies that it's like a detached single unit and say that it removes barriers to any type of manufactured housing, whether that be middle housing as well, to sort of align with the intent of that policy when it was passed. Moving down again, we have a clarification on HB 4063 from this past session. As y'all remember, urban unincorporated areas in the metro counties are now part of Oregon Housing Needs Analysis Planning. And as part of that, they can enter into an intergovernmental agreement for those planning responsibilities. And we also just wanted to clarify that they can enter into an IGA, as it's sometimes called, for purposes of urbanization planning as well. So that's just kind of a small tweak to the language to make sure that they have the statutory authority for that as well. And then finally, we have a clarification to the original ONA bill, HB 2001 and 2889 from 2023. And as part of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis recommendations, as Chair Holova had brought up earlier, there was a recommendation that we are able to allocate housing planning dollars to each of the 9 federally recognized tribes. And the way that the bill ended up being passed, the language says local governments, which precludes us from being able to allocate those dollars to our federally recognized tribes. And so we are just adding some language into that statute to give us the authority to be able to use some of those dollars for tribal governments who have land use planning projects related to housing. So that sums up the concepts that are in our legislative concept here. And I will move into the agency budget request.
Commissioner Boyer.
Yeah. So can you go back a slide, please?
Definitely.
So the last bullet, what will you recommend for verbiage on that?
For the federally recognized tribes one, let me pull this up here. So So as the statute originally reads, it says the Department of Land Conservation and Development may provide technical assistance and award grants to local governments to enable them to implement their provisions of ORS, so on and so forth. And so we are just asking that will read to provide technical assistance and award grants to local governments and federally recognized tribes.
Thank you.
To enable them, yes. Good, great. Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Chair. I have a couple questions, Aurora. One is on the, when you talk about manufactured housing development, it initiated for me thinking about if the definition shifted some in that reducing barriers piece, if it might include, and Chair Holova might be able to help us on this, if it would include modular built housing. So I don't really know how manufactured housing development is defined in there, and I don't know whether or not it would be a benefit to include that or not, but it's just a caution, I think, that I don't know what the difference is in how those are defined.
I don't either, but it's sort of like the old term, and I don't want to say old, but manufactured has been for a long time, and there's all these different new forms of modular buildings. So I think that's a valid thing to consider.
So I just don't know.
Yeah, it's like terms are evolving.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for that question. I'm not entirely sure of the answer. Do you?
I'm also not entirely sure, but that is something that we hadn't considered, just thinking about the difference between modular and manufactured. And I think we will consider that moving into what we actually submit. So thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Ethan. Oh. No.
Wonderful. Yes,
E-
get into the microphone.
Ethan, our housing manager, said that it is included in House Bill 4064.
I have a question, Laura. Your slide has 7 bullets, but the document we had there's an 8th bullet, and I actually highlighted for a question. So is the 8th bullet around the qualitative analysis on equity indicators? Is that no longer part of the LC?
Yes. So. Apologies, that was removed, and if it wasn't removed from the supplemental, that would have been left over, and I just didn't delete it, so apologies.
First version I read, so.
Okay, so yes, that was one of the ones that as we had further conversations with stakeholders, some folks felt like that would be more of a policy decision for us to be making to add that language. And that's also a topic that's currently being discussed in some of the tax right now. So we're really just leaving that on the table for a policy discussion. Thank you, Commissioner.
Chair Laura, Commissioners, Director Bateman and Aurora, sorry for the interruption. I just realized I had a printout of a supplemental for the commissioners. If you don't mind if I distribute that to Bridna and to pass down the line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and apologies again for any confusion that may have stemmed from that. This is a fast-moving process. So yeah, we appreciate your grace with us. Yeah.
Chair Halova, if I may, this is Kirsten Green again. The one of the reasons we wanted to provide that supplemental to you in kind of paper form. I know that some of the commissioners are paperless. I'm sorry for the intrusion. You do have that electronically, but on the back side, and this is jumping because I don't believe sorry, I was distracted. So I'm not sure if Aurora went over this already, but the criteria for the POP prioritization is now in their hand physically. So as you refer to that, they'll have that in front of them. Thank you. On the back, on page 2.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are we good to move on? Okay. Thank you, Chair. All right, so now we will move into our policy option package developments, the long-awaited discussion here. I think Alexis covered most of the points on this slide, so I'll just kind of briefly touch again that we have been advised by our Chief Financial Officer at STAS to stay within a $508,000 increase to our current service level, but that housing production POPs may be excluded from that. So our agency is seeking your guidance today to really guide us in how the principles that we use as we prioritize the policy option packages that we'll be submitting for this coming biennium. All right. So we have 4 different sections that we'll be going over, different objectives as we've been framing them, and that's planning for housing production, supporting our local governments and tribal nations and community and economic development, promoting resilience, climate mitigation, and climate adaptation, and finally protecting coastal resources and promoting coastal resilience through the OCMP. And each one of those titles does get longer. So it totals $40.1 million, as Alexis touched on, and also 52 positions. But I just want to make a small clarification about the positions up front, which is those are not all new positions that we're asking for. So 28 of them, as you heard about, are from the Housing Accountability and Production Office. We have a few others that are limited duration positions that we're asking to retain. So only about half of those positions that you'll see represented are actually would be new position authority to the agency. So I will jump right into the planning for housing production objective. This totals 28 positions and $14.8 million. So a big chunk of the budget requests that we have here. And the first one I'm going to talk about is the permanent funding for HAPO, just because we also went over that a little bit in the LC. But as part of those dollars being put in the fund and them not being in our base budget, we are putting forward a policy option package that will ask for both the dollars to continue funding those positions, because we got permanent authority for them, but basically not permanent funding because the funding was put in that sort of other fund. And then additionally, another $5 million to recapitalize the grants and technical assistance that we'll be providing through the HAPO office. So the other pieces of this are planning for housing in the metro unincorporated urban areas. That came out of HB 4063, and DLCD was actually directed in that bill to submit a POP that would create a pot of funding for counties that will now have Goal 10 work related to the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. So we're asking for $300,000 under this one. And then additionally, we're asking to increase that original pot of grant funding that we got in ONA. So we get $3.5 million from the legislature for that right now. We're asking for an additional $1.5 million to be added onto that because it's been so heavily oversubscribed this biennium. And I will also just note, we don't have all of these sort of positions and dollars listed under each of these on the screen to save space, but they are all listed specifically in your staff reports.
Just to clarify, the HAPO, it's called HAPO, right? Bill did a lot of this, but it's limited duration, and we're trying to make it permanent through the next biennium.
Thank you for the question, Chair Halova. So we got the permanent authority for the positions, but basically because they were put in our like a separate fund for it, it's deemed like other funds by them. And so it just doesn't automatically, like we don't get the grant funding allocation in our current service level. So it's a little bit different than limited duration. Do you want to?
Yeah, I'll just add that this is like deep in the weeds of how budgets are developed. And one of the needs that we were working towards that led to this complication was that the grant allocations for the HAPO, we through support from our local government partners that saw a need for making sure that we are able to distribute grants on projects that span over biennium. And if something is only part of our general fund, then we have to revert those funds back to the legislature at the end of each biennium. And having it in other fund allows us to span projects and our support for local governments across biennium. Also, our staffing positions were lumped into that fund in the 1537. And so we're hoping to separate that and
separate the money from the people.
Yeah, but also have the grants become permanent as well. It's
It's a nerd thing.
Also, yeah, no thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. All right, so our next objective is all about supporting local governments and tribal nations with community and economic development. So you'll see a lot of different objectives listed under this one. In total, we're asking for 13 positions and have identified a need for $10 million in funding under this section. The first one that I'm going to discuss here is a priority of Director Bateman's as well, and is expanding our GIS data capacity. So DLCD has really historically been underinvested in when it comes to our data capacity. We are able to collect some UGB and zoning data, some of our coastal data and such, but we don't really have one comprehensive system within our agency to intake that data, quality control it, make sure that it's interoperable throughout the different divisions of our department, but also able to integrate GIS layers from other departments and organizations. So there's just a lot of expansion that we can do there. And in addition to that, we've started getting a lot more questions from our local government partners, from the legislature, about sort of aggregated statewide data around urban growth boundaries, around zoning, around things like that, that we just don't really have the capacity to answer right now. And so we've identified a need for 7 positions under this one that would work with local governments to collect some of this data, and would also act as a resource to the public, to local governments, the legislature, our tribal governments, any of these folks who would want to come to us and ask for information, and they would be able to turn that into sort of accessible maps, reports that would be helpful to our partners in that way. So this is a POP that's really high on the priority list for us. And the 3 pieces that we'd really be focusing on with that was strengthening our UGB and zoning data, making sure that we're collecting that more at a more rapid rate. And in addition to that, being able to sort of quality control it. And then in addition, having infrastructure data. So really being able to identify at a high level where infrastructure is located in the state to really support housing production and economic development, and where we can kind of start to identify those gaps and help contribute to that larger conversation that's happening. Moving down the list here, increasing funding to our general grant program. This is a grant program that is used for a wide variety of land use planning projects. It's really kind of our one fund that's like a catch-all that local governments can apply to for a variety of projects that they're working on. And so we are asking for an additional $500,000 to be added to that. It sits at 1.7 million right now, and is, as you would imagine, oversubscribed. So we're just looking to provide more support to our partners through that funds. There's another 2 positions that we are really excited about, and that is a diversity, equity, and inclusion coordinator. This is someone at the department who would be able to make sure that we are prioritizing DE&I and best practices in the engagement that we're doing. It would also be a resource to local governments to be able to advise them in best practices in their work, in community engagement and in updating Goal 1 plans and so on and so forth. Someone who would hold sort of a similar position as both working for our agency and helping local governments is finally a state and local tribal liaison position. So our wonderful deputy director would not have to wear 2 hats, and we would have someone who would specifically be able to focus on tribal liaison work that our department is doing, and to advise local governments when they are working with tribal governments on different land use planning decisions that they may be making within the region, and really just be able to provide those best practices and advice around consultation there to honor the needs of our tribal partners. Moving on down the list here, we have farm and forest policy updates. As you all know, we have a rulemaking advisory committee, or RAC, undergoing some work on this right now. And we've identified a need for an additional staff person to support the work there, and to really be able to do more research and outreach in terms of the updates that we are doing on the Goal 3 and 4 policies. Below that, we have non-resource land data collection and analysis. This is something that's really focused on going out once again into our communities. And non-resource land is at this point not really well defined statewide. We don't really have a sort of comprehensive definition across different jurisdictions around what non-resource lands is. And so we would be going out and really collecting data around that and doing analysis on it to determine how we could maybe support clarifying those policy updates in the future. And then the last two on our list here, we have one that is supporting local planning on flood risk. So this is twofold. It would be supporting an existing position that we have that leverages federal funding. And it would also be asking for an additional person that would support this work. And this is really important because it ensures that our communities are able to participate in the National Floodplain Insurance Program, which is really essential for the economic prosperity of a lot of communities, and really ensures that these property owners are able to get the sort of essential insurance that they need through this program.
Man.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. Question. The FEMA BIOP we're hearing about is looms large in our world. Would this floodplain person also have some kind of role in relationship to helping us cope with that FEMA BIOP? You may not know the answer to that. I don't know.
Thank you, Commissioner. No, that is definitely contributing to why we are asking for another position under this. You've correctly identified that that will have impacts on participation in the NFIP and what those program requirements are. And so we want to make sure that we are able to offer a good resource to the local governments who will be dealing with the impacts of that. Thank you. All right, so the final one on this slide is clear and objective standards implementation grants for counties. And this is basically to offer grants for counties who are doing code updates to ensure that they meet the requirements for housing applications in rural communities to be clear and objective. And so we are asking for funding to support the projects that will be going on into the next biennium on that work. So I'll move into our third objective now, and that's promoting.
Commissioner Boyer, sorry, last slide. So the GIS position, I might have missed it if you said it or not, but the overlay with other agencies, is that part of your thought process on that at all?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, that's definitely part of what we're thinking about. In fact, one of the data sets that we've really been thinking about is tax lots. That's currently collected by Department of Revenue and is actually going to be moving over to DAS in the coming years. So yes, definitely being able to sort of have overlays of some of the GIS layers that other organizations or agencies produce with ours will be really helpful.
Yeah, and specifically where I'm thinking is OWRD, Oregon Water Resources, about water limited areas and wildfire areas. I feel like that is going to be really intriguing to watch that overlap and where development can happen. So thank you.
And Commissioner Boyer, thank you for the question. And I would just add to that, part of the vision here that Director Bateman has led is that this is the first step of a multi-biennium project in which we will have a much more comprehensive land use GIS data system. And as we're layering in new data layers and capacity, we're going to be able to bring more and more work through other state agencies into this process. Yeah.
All right.
Continue. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, now we'll get into resilience, climate mitigation, and climate adaptation. So we have 6 different policy option packages under this one, totaling 10 positions and $11.3 million. The first we have on the list here is actually an existing program that was set up in 2023. That was HB 3409. And this is really 4 positions that we have and a grant fund to be able to not only offer planning dollars to support community green infrastructure, but also to offer grants for that actual infrastructure. So for things like urban tree canopy, stormwater, so on and so forth. And so we have identified a need to continue those limited duration positions into the next biennium, especially as we are just starting to set up our advisory committee on how we will actually be allocating those grant dollars this biennium. We want to ensure that we're able to continue that good work and make sure that we get all of those dollars out the door throughout the 25 to 27 biennium as well. The second objective we have here is solar energy siting, also super relevant as we have a solar energy rulemaking advisory committee going on in Eastern Oregon. And so this would be ensuring that we are able to keep the renewable energy siting planner position that we have into the next biennium and continuing to provide support to local governments as we'll be continuing to see more and more solar energy development across the state. The third one is technical assistance for updating transportation system plans in climate-friendly communities. We are requesting $5 million under this policy option package. So one is for positions, and then the rest is grant dollars. And this is really to ensure that we are offering the resources that local governments need to update their transportation system plans in alignment with the climate friendly and equitable communities rules that you all adopted, and ensuring that they have the resources necessary to perform that work and be establishing more multimodal and public transit oriented forms of transportation in their plans.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. This is where the intersection of the economy and the environment and housing comes in, because in a tourism dependent economy, the transportation system is overloaded because it's funded for full-time residents, not for the influx of people that's essential for the profitability of a tourism economy. And we still get to climate load, right? So I don't know if you're contemplating any accommodation or attention to the impact of the economic vitality of the region and how it interacts with the load on the transportation system. But it would seem to me that might be a place where it could be done. Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson, you're certainly right that, economic development and transportation system planning is essential to be thought about in coordination together. And I would say that this request on transportation system plans is really focused on our climate friendly and equitable communities, which applies in the 8 metropolitan regions of Oregon, which definitely have that component, but it is really focused on a lot of the transportation system requirements that are built into the rules that we've adopted as an agency. That's why instead of you might be expecting this coming from ODOT as a transportation system plan, it's coming from us because it's related to our rules on the climate friendly and equitable communities program.
Pardon me, one would hope for the same kind of careful consideration, whether we have it already existing in our rules or not, to the well-being of rural tourism dependent economies. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Definitely.
That's a piece of advocacy you may have noticed.
I hear you. Thank you.
I think there was a part of the discussion at that point with the climate friendly, might be making this up, but could communities opt into some of the stuff? And I just remember there was a whole thing about rural communities not being a part of that rulemaking, but for those that wanted to be. I don't know. Am I remembering correctly? I just remember that something coming up like this.
Right. So last year, Chair, Commissioners, you may remember that we had it was really a pilot program that was a limited program funded by the legislature on rural transportation and equity that Madeline Phillips was running for us, and the funding from the legislature for that ended, but the lessons learned and some of the reports and ideas that came from that project still exist and persist today. It was something that I believe we put in our budget request last time and didn't get extended. But it's something that we're still quite interested in for that very reason. But those lessons learned are still up on our
So
website.
to clarify, it wasn't part of CFEC. It was a different exercise.
Correct, but it was running in parallel at the same time. Yes.
Commissioner Thompson, I'll also add that our TGM program, our Transportation and Growth Management Program, does support rural communities and transportation planning. So that is a component of the work that when we're thinking about that integrated perspective, as you're saying, is so important, which we agree.
I'll be interested in learning more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. All right, so the next two bullets I'll sort of talk about together. This is about natural hazards resilience planning and specifically our natural hazards mitigation plan. So we are required to adopt one of those every 5 years. And that really ensures that we are able to pull down FEMA dollars in the event of natural disaster and also for purposes of preventative and planning work. And so it's really essential for our states to be able to leverage those federal funds. And in addition, we provide a lot of support to local governments in terms of writing their natural hazards mitigation plans and ensuring that they are eligible for federal funding as well. So this is super essential work at both the state and local level in terms of disaster preparedness. And so you'll see under POP 3.4 that we are requesting a continued position there as well as 2 new ones. And then under POP 3.5, that is another position as well. And so this is really to bolster this program. And in addition to writing the plan, ensuring that we're able to implement the strategies that are outlined in there and that we have the staff capacity to see through that work. And then the final one here also relates to natural hazards planning and specifically wildfire evacuation transportation planning. This is simply grant dollars that we've identified a need for local governments who are experiencing increased wildfire events to be able to really ensure that their transportation planning is mapping out evacuation routes and creating safer ways for their communities to evacuate in the event of wildfire. All right, so we are on last but not least our objective 4, which is protecting our coastal resources through the Oregon Coastal Management Program here at the departments. The first one I'm going to touch on here is actually 4.4 at the bottom, and that's sustainable funding and service levels for the OCMP. We've been seeing a reduction in federal funding over the past 10 years on this. And a lot of our neighboring states and coastal states really heavily invest at the state level in their coastal management programs to ensure the sustainability and success of those programs, both for the ecological resources there and for the communities that are dependent on the coastal region. And so we have identified a need for $1.5 million under that POP to sort of supplement the decrease in federal funding that we're seeing there. The other ones on this list include the offshore winds one. So as you heard through HB 4080, we've received some responsibilities around creating a roadmap for offshore wind policy. And although those positions were permanent, the travel and facilitation funds weren't. And that's a really essential part of the work. We're going to be doing a lot of traveling and going out into the community to speak with different folks about their priorities around offshore winds. And so this POP is really just to supplement the dollars that we will need for those services. We have one that would support updating the Columbia River Estuary Management and Dredged Material Disposal Plan that was adopted here in the 1980s and hasn't received significant updates since. And so we are just really looking to support that work and ensure that the local communities and economies that are reliant on the Columbia River estuary are really supported in doing their updates to this plan. And as well with some of the conversations that have been happening on the federal level that we've been seeing around dredged material disposal, it's just really essential that we have the resources to update the plan here. And then we also have a policy option package to support permanent funding for Rocky Habitats Coordinator. We got this position as a limited duration one from the legislature. And once again, really essential work in promoting the resilience of communities and ecological systems along the coast. Rocky Habitats make up, I want to say, like 41% of our coastal region. So it's a large piece. And so we would request to continue that funding into the next biennia with a permanent position there. And so there's just one position under this POP and a total of $4 million in funding. So now I will just briefly overview the comments and feedback that we got here. So as part of this process, we held 2 public listening sessions on March 22nd and April 2nd. We also spoke with the local officials advisory committee and the citizens involvement advisory committee. Hopefully that's the right acronym there. And we held a public comment period until April 15th as well. And we also reached out to each of the 9 federally recognized tribes for tribal consultation on this. So this is kind of a summary. You'll see much more detailed transcribed feedback in your staff report on the feedback that we've heard. But some of the high level pieces are really ensuring that we have those grant dollars available for local governments for the implementation work of state laws that they are being required to make updates on. And in addition to that, really ensuring that the grant dollars in HAPO are continued into the next biennium and that there will be technical assistance available for that office to really function as a resource for local governments. Additionally, we heard some thoughts about concern that there will not be enough funding in this budget to support the necessary work going on in the next biennium, especially with the sort of 1% cap that we've been given. And we've also heard concern about Goal 1 and its implementation across the state and whether or not it is meeting today's needs and the needs of community members across our state. And then finally, we've heard support for continued funding for the Rocky Habitats Coordinator position from multiple folks. And we've also heard support for the Tribal Liaison staff position. And the Coquille Indian Tribe did provide comment on that in support of the Tribal Liaison position. So we thank them for that. And I will pass this back over to Alexis now.
Yeah, thank you, Aurora. And we're about to dive into the principles that we would like some guidance on from you all as we think over the next 2 months about how to prioritize this huge, extremely important body of work that we've identified as a need and thinking about it within the constraints of a fiscally constrained environment. So I want to mention first that we are looking at other ways that we can help support the work being done requested here, and that this request of the legislature does not embody all of our efforts. We're looking at ways that we can do cost savings within our agency already. Alternative funding strategies, we might be able to work with other state agencies to do some of this work and cobble together some of the funds that we'll need to support some of these positions or grants that we're hoping for. As well as repurposing existing staffing positions. We have some flexibility within some of our staffing positions, and it's possible that we could support some of this work within that context as well. And finally, we also are looking for opportunities to leverage federal funding to do this work. And so this is not just thought of in isolation as our request to the legislature, but we're thinking about it as a whole. What are our needs and how can we advance this work that we know exists? And within that context, I will jump into the principles that we are offering as things that we've thought about already and would love your feedback on additional ideas to think of. So the first would be one principle would be continuing progress on existing programs through retaining needed staff. A second would be centering equitable planning outcomes, having that as like a key priority in how we're thinking about prioritizing. And supporting local government partners with compliance and implementation of statewide goals. As you just heard, this was something that we've heard loud and clear from our local officials advisory committee and throughout the public feedback that we heard. And we also know that it's critical that we are able to support the work that we're asking local governments to do. We're now all open ears. Would love to hear your thoughts, feedback, criticism of both POPs and principles that we'll be using to prioritize them.
So to clarify, you're not looking, you're looking to get feedback on, you just said it, but I just wanted to restate it. You're looking to get feedback on these principles that will then be used in the next couple months by staff to bring the list down.
Yeah, thanks for asking that, Chair Hulova. And yes, we're looking for feedback on those principles. And we will be taking questions here. You'll be hearing public comment, and then we'll be asking you for a vote.
Okay, and can you tell us the nature of the vote in relation to these
It'll
principles?
be any additions that you have in addition to these, or modifications you have to these principles. Yeah.
And that's one vote. What's then the second one?
The second one would be on the legislative concept.
The same.
The first one will be on the legislative concept. The second will be on the policy option
If there's
package.
any modification to those ones that were presented. Okay, got it. Commission, yes?
Sorry, and just to be clear, that's the one that's outlined in the supplemental documents.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Warren.
On the principles for prioritizing POPs, I would just like to suggest that we also use the agency strategic plan. I think a lot of what's in here already reflects a lot of the items in that plan, but I think in order to keep that plan present in our conversations, like really tying a lot of these POPs back to how it's advancing the agency strategic plan would be useful, I think, for the commission and probably for staff as well.
Great, Commissioner Warren, great point. And also I wanted to mention as well that these principles are something that we're thinking about both across our prioritization of all POPs and within our strategic plan. It is something that we think about in our implementation of any individual POP that we might end up moving forward.
Commissioner Thompson.
I support what Commissioner Warren said. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, I try and use a logical thought process when I'm ordering things because I have to sift and sort a lot to avoid being overwhelmed. It occurs to me that strategic plan should be the very top, because if it is in fact our strategic plan, it is the guiding operating principle. From that derives other things. And I'm not sure what those should be. And it could be just because of the other seats I sit in, but traditionally, local government has been the partner in the implementation factor in state government. So to empower and enrich your local partners is the sensible way to proceed so that they can do everything else that we want done. That's how my logical thought process works.
Commissioner Lazo. It looked like you were.
Oh, I'm good. Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple things on the, let's see, where am I at? On the comments on one of the POPs, I was curious about the detail in that comment, and I'm not sure. I just want to make sure that what we framed on the slide reflects what the comment said, because I don't think it was a comment about DLCD's implementation of Goal 1. I think the comment is specifically about local implementation of Goal 1. And my sense is that since it was pointed at POP 2.3 or the DEI one, that it's sort of the lack of implementation of DEI in Goal 1, or maybe Goal 1's lack of direction on DEI. And so when I first read that bullet point, I thought, oh, wait a minute, is that somebody who's taking issue with the department's implementation of Goal 1? And I don't think that that's what the comment was. So I just want to point that.
Commissioner Lazo, thank you so much for that comment. And I believe you are correct. So perhaps some rewording on the slide would be necessary. The part that was the sort of state focused punning on the bottom part there was kind of more referencing, there was a comment basically about some of the recent legislation that's being passed with planning becoming more sort of state focused and there being more state laws about that, that's sort of contributing to it being difficult for Goal 1 to be implemented on the bottom. So just want to elevate that.
And Commissioner Lazo, I'll add to that. The summary feedback here also reflects some of the oral things that we heard in our public meetings. And I think we did hear that Goal 1 itself could be updated. For instance, people often refer to that Goal 1 refers to print media as the form of notice, where in today's world, we all know that, you know, online is also an option.
As far as the principles, I thought Commissioner Warren was going to steal my thunder for a second then, but even more important than the strategic plan, I think, is the racial equity framework. And I think that reflecting that in how we prioritize POPs is really important. And I think that budgets are one of the places that those frameworks are really easy to apply. It's really easy to evaluate. I said it this morning around moral documents, budgets. We can evaluate them based on benefits and burdens. There's we have in the framework data justice and data equity, and so we see the emphasis in the GIS work. I mean, if we don't have access to and control the data, we don't control the equity principles of it either. So I think that's a really important piece when we think about how foundational that racial equity framework is. So I would add that in there too.
And Commissioner Lazo, for clarification, would you add that as tell me the name of the document again, the racial
Equity framework?
Would you say racial equity framework as a portion of centering equitable planning outcomes? Like as a way to do that? And so it's all part of one bullet?
I think so. I think that I think number two is the outcomes from that framework. I want to make sure that we're employing the framework to actually do that we're not using something else to gauge the outcomes. Like that the metric we use is
it's not a loose term, it's a defined one by this
one that we have, yeah. And particularly benefits and burdens, I think is the analysis that's relevant. The other thing in going through the POPs, I think there's a lot of assistance for local governments in there, and we hear that a lot. And so I want to make sure that at some point it doesn't get lost, that those are spread out through all the different priorities, right? So maybe there's a way at some point to frame that and put in a matrix, across all these POPs. Here's all the local planning assistance that's going out across housing and CPAC and all those places.
And sorry, Commissioner Lazo, you're saying that as I understand what you're saying, but also as like these are almost these are passed through. It's not really for us. It's
they're all, I mean, there's grants in each of the priorities.
We're asking for money that's going to pass through us.
And one or two grants.
Definitely. No, Commissioner, really appreciate that feedback. And I would just highlight in the staff report, there should be like a graph at the ends that kind of breaks out the staffing and grant dollars in each. And off the top of my head, it's 23 million in grant dollars that we are asking for. And it's between 7 and 8 million that we have, or no, actually 5.9, I think, in our base budget. So that should be broken out.
Commissioner Warren.
Yes, and sorry if I fudged any of those numbers.
Commissioner Thompson.
Well, thank you. This is a good chance for me to do some more learning, because sometimes when I'm around, I would say rural electeds, the concern is that criteria will be developed that basically exclude rural parts. And so I always raise that. I wonder, when we're looking at GIS distribution, if we had a more clear sense of where the BIPOC populations actually exist, so we could see, how does this really shake out? Because everybody I know says, yeah, I'm committed to social justice. I care about climate change, but how do we, what data do we perceive that allow us to have a collaborative, respectful, effective resolution and actions? Because if we get caught up in, I would call them competing narratives, and you understand where I live, I dance between competing narratives. That's where I live. So I have to bring out the best in people by having a higher level of, I would say, data integrity. Data integrity allows for integrity in planning and execution and evaluation. And then the distribution of the resources becomes agreed upon and supportive of social structures that are healthy and collaborative. I think that's what we're all looking for. How do we get there? I don't know how that
It's kind of hard to do anything without data. Because then, yeah, it's based on kind of.
Chair Halovas?
Yes,
Thank you.
Deputy Director.
Thank you, Chair Halova and Commissioners, Commissioner Thompson, Director Bateman, just a great, you're seeing it. You're in your mind. I can tell that you're you're seeing that what you want to do with these directed dollars, with directed funds and you're right on the money, if you will. There's a Sadie's tracking closely. There was a state bill that passed. You might remember the number, but just a couple of sessions ago, requiring an environmental justice map to be used by natural resource agencies generally. It didn't say use it for any particular purpose. That is still under construction. The Department of Environmental Quality is leading that for the Racial Justice Task Force, for the Environmental Justice Task Force Council now. So stay tuned on that. Meanwhile, we're pretty proud of the climate friendly and equitable communities rules that in the rules directed local governments to look at on the ground facts around historic underinvestment. So we're starting already programmatically and trying to use the data that we can use and see with this approach. Finally, I would say it is just so ironic that in a world where we're trying still to even come close to implementing the intent of the Civil Rights Act, that sometimes the data you can't collect data that is race-based because it would be illegal. And I know Commissioner Lazo knows a lot about that. So just struggling with these, but thank you for the question because we're rather obsessed with it at the department. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Boyer.
So I really appreciate the table. But I'm curious, I heard a lot this last legislative session that legislators are very interested in using state money to leverage federal funding. What would be helpful for me on this is to see which one of these, just kind of how many of these would leverage federal funding?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. So there's two of them. One of them is the floodplain planning one. So I believe that's 2.7. That would leverage 1-to-4 ratio of federal funds, both in investments in staff and investments in grant dollars there.
1-to-4. Who's the one?
Yes. So sorry, the state is the 1 and the federal dollars are the 4. And additionally, the same ratio goes for the federal investment that we get for the natural hazards mitigation planning. So the position that we currently have gets a federal match, and then we could potentially leverage additional dollars.
So I had some comments. They're not actually to change these because I think with the addition of this racial equity plan to the equitable outcomes, like make that more robust, like with regard to like, what are we talking about? I think that's good. And I don't think I heard any other, pretty much we've been talking about the POPs. I think we should, after we finish talking about POPs, we can move on to the legislative concepts. Did I hear another one? Oh, of course. Like I just assumed, yes.
If I'm not mistaken, the racial equity framework lives in the strategic plan, does it not?
References it.
Okay.
References. But no, we should, yeah. Yes, I took that as a given once you said it. I didn't even, because I wasn't maybe paying attention to exactly what we were doing here today. I just wrote a list of like, take these ones out, keep these ones in. I don't want to change this list, what we just said, but I just want to say where my brain was going with this. So I was sort of like, which ones could we get federal funding? Take those out, right? But then now here leverage. I'm like, oh, no, changed my mind. Which ones could get legislative funding? We don't know, right? But I was like, take those out. I was like, which can we share internally, like among staff, which not very great, but I was like, take those out. And then I was like, which ones are housing? Take those out, in the sense that you had already talked about that. And then I was sort of like, which ones to keep in? I was like, I kind of wrote what's been on our list for a really long time. And I was thinking specifically about tribal communities and what wanted to promise but haven't been able to promise, besides it hitting these points on the screen. And then which ones can have a multiplier effect, keep those in. And I was thinking mainly about the GIS, like once you have just has it has multiplier effects for us, it has multiplier effects for the community, right? Once you have the data, then suddenly everything else becomes easier. And then what else did I keep in? Oh, this is just my personal feelings. Prioritize economic development ones. And this is just my personal feelings, since we've been very focused on climate change efforts, which I think is the future, if we're going to have a future, but given those balancing of different priorities, I think economic development is really important. And then I wrote, and this is just my personal feelings, keep in things that are proactive about energy, because those are the ones we keep on not keeping in. So yeah, those are just my thoughts. Yeah, keep in, take out. All to say, I was like, ooh, are we gonna have like a scorecard where we're gonna like vote, like pick your, top 500,000, right? It's almost like you just gotta pick one of these, which is the one you want. I know that's not, we're not gonna do that. It's not up to us, but it would have been an interesting exercise between us to. No, I do not want this keep in, take out thing added at all. No, I was saying like, that's where I was going with it. But I think with those things I said are in here, I think the only thing that's not in here, but it would have to be a whole discussion if you wanted, is that priority toward economic development. To me, the energy is in there too. But I think for me, I'm looking to the department for guidance, and yeah.
Yes, to active. Because if we don't have fuel for the engine, nothing works.
I'm sort of like, I want to put AcDev in there, but I'm also like 500,000,
So are you going to have to trim this list down to the 500,000 to what your CSL, really this list?
Sure, Liza, there's an exception for the housing related POPs. Those are not going to be counted, but we do have a target of $508,000 as our upper limit for these POPs.
Total funding ask, that is.
Yeah.
It's like 25 million without the housing.
That's accurate.
That's the question you're asking?
Yeah.
Asking for the print.
What criteria do we need
Criteria,
to take
yeah.
this down to 500,000? So that's why I'm like, I don't want to add, like, if we added leveraging federal, which I think is an amazing idea. Suddenly we're picking these two, right? So that's why I didn't push like add that, right? And if I say economic development, then suddenly we're picking these other ones, right? And so I feel like this is broad enough and gives leeway enough, I guess, to the department to see all the things. So you're going to see all these other things between now and then, right? That you're going to kind of filter that.
Yeah.
So that's
Chair Halova and Commissioner Lazo, I would just add that the principles that we initially put forward, we selected because they were at a fairly high level in general, so that we could think about all of the POPs without, if we were to mention economic development as one of the principles, it would kind of really make a big part of the decision for us. And we wanted to kind of be able to continue to.
I love that this is here. Like, this is the need. We can't pretend that it's not. And I like not covering it up, the need. And if it's 500,000, then it's 500,000, but it's stated that we've done our work, listen to community, and this is the need. And that's why I was sort of doing that. If it can be federally funded, it can be legislative funded, take it out, in the sense that there's other mechanisms for making it happen. It doesn't have to be us, versus the ones where like it kind of has to be us. Otherwise it's not going to happen. Chair, Commissioner Lazo.
So are you thinking that only the 14.8 million under objective 1 are the housing production related ones? Because I guess I would make the argument that the number 2.1, the GIS data capacity, also has the potential to be related to that, right? If we want to evaluate, for instance, housing production strategies, there's a geospatial component to that that's also extraordinarily equitably related. And so I'm assuming we're asking local jurisdictions to do that, but the state also might be able to play a role in that in the production, particularly again on the housing production strategy side. So are you looking at moving some of those other ones up, or only the top?
It's a great question. And when we initially developed these categories, it was before we had received this guidance. And we are thinking how are these things all related? And I think the GIS data capacity one is thought of more holistically across the needs of the agency and the state, multiple, natural resource values. But the initial phase of this really is targeted towards things that we need to understand for housing development, such as, zoning, urban growth boundary, and infrastructure. And that information, I think, really is clearly a housing category. And so we're strongly thinking about adding that to the housing pop.
Could it be like a phase 1 and phase 2? Concentration of the GIS work is first on housing related issues and then second on the other issues.
As long as we still have Director Bateman in 2027, we will have the pop in 2027 around, yeah, sorry, didn't mean to suggest. I just meant it is Director Bateman's priority, and we will be working to have GIS continue to be an ongoing,
Yeah, it's just it's such a
component.
huge resource for like
Yeah.
everyone else doesn't have, think of all the, that's what I meant by the multiplier effect is all the departments that would have been like, we gotta figure out our GS data,
Yeah.
don't have to do that.
Yeah.
So it's like huge. Commissioner Warren.
On a similar vein, I would also encourage the department to think critically about how climate friendly and equitable communities supports housing production as well, specifically through transportation. I mean, we can't talk about housing without talking about ways for people to access the services every single day. And that connection is so clear. And I question whether or not 5 million is going to be enough to do that strategic planning. I trust you all and know that you've looked at those numbers, sure. But it's a big lift for our communities to get through this process in a way that's actually meaningful to produce the sort of plans we need to get people to have good services closer to the.
Great points, Commissioner. And I would add that the climate friendly and equitable communities POP would also include some element of continuing implementation of the zoning elements. So it clearly lands in that housing category.
Maybe if everybody's fine with the additions of the strategic plan and then the framework together with the equitable outcome, like this is the method by which the equitable outcomes come. Maybe Director Bateman's working on a language. Okay, so we'll hear that revised language. Maybe we can get on a slide. That would be awesome.
Maybe as public comment, we have some public.
Yes, public comment, sorry. Yes. But I thought before we go to public comment, any questions, comments? It's very discussion-like instead of questions, I just realized. Any questions? We're in discussion, but we have public comment, so we might change our mind. Any questions maybe then just on the legislative concepts? And then we'll go to public comment. Okay, so we'll go to public comment and then we'll have more discussion. The first person, we have 3 minutes each for everyone responding, and I'm hoping there's a clock that will be put up. We don't have time to pull up any slides for anybody sharing, wants to share a presentation, but if you have any printouts that you want to give now or send later, feel free to give that to staff. So Peggy, let me just tell you the order and then you'll know. It's going to be Peggy, Joe, Milani, Angela, Tabia, Lauren, Kent, Robert, Ariel, Mickey, and then Blair. So maybe Peggy and Joe can come to the front or be ready on Zoom. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate having opportunity today. Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters of Oregon. And I appreciated the conversations that you had. I follow the 14 natural resource agencies, policies and budgets as best I can. So these conversations are happening in other agencies as well, as they also, Water Resources has to figure out what to do with $1 million of extra money. I don't know what document I had, but it's page 10 of 13 shows that you had $30 million in operational funds in 2023-25 and another $20 million, which included the HAPO stuff for grant funding. So I just wanted to give you a sort of realistic idea of this is great that you have all these wonderful ideas, but I'm not sure they're going to get there. The league first started, and by the way, there is a letter in your meeting materials, and I'm not going to read it all. But the League of Women Voters of Oregon first studied land use in 1959 and has been active since in supporting our statewide land use planning program with local implementation. It's all about where we will live, work, shop, and play, and how we get there. And you've all heard that from me before. The Department of Land Conservation and Development is critical to the health and well-being of Oregonians. So you have just heard about the HAPO and the money in 1537 related to that. So we assume that those staffing needs are going to have to be rolled into the current service level. That is a really big problem. And because right now it's not in the current service level, which means that the 1% would have included that money and did not. The 5 million requested for local government and 1.2 as well as the other grant monies, and I did put the other pops in my letter with the list, is really, really important. We constantly say that we said, this is an important agency, but local governments make it work. And so it's really, really important to have that. The Housing Production Advisory Council had a number of great ideas and some of them not so great. And the league participated in that. But I did want to bring out to you one of them that to me is really important as we talk about this revenue shortfall. I hope that you link into the 59 ideas from the Housing Production Advisory Council and read about taxation. I'm really pushing for the fact that we really need to talk about property tax reform in the state because that's where local governments get most of their work. Perhaps by changing the maximum assessed value from 3% to 5%, we get a minimum of $168 million, maybe more. I'm looking into that. So to explain the budget situation, right now it looks like we've got an 8.5% increase in revenues for 25-27. 8% of that's going to be eaten up by cost of living and other costs. So that's why you're in this crisis, which means that the GIS program, which is great and I would love it, we need to look for Oregon Explorer and for other agency documents until we can get the money to actually do this.
Thank you, Peg.
Oh, I'm all. So one last thing. So we really care about climate change and we want to make sure that the impacts of climate change are a part of your conversation with the natural hazards programs.
Thank you. Next up, we have Joe Liebetz from the
Can you hear me?
From the Bird Alliance of Oregon, virtually. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, Chair Holova and commission members, my name is Joe Liebezite. I know it's a tricky last name to pronounce. I'm used to it, don't worry. I'm the Assistant Director of Statewide Conservation for Bird Alliance of Oregon, or formerly Portland Audubon. I'm here today on behalf of Bird Alliance of Oregon's over 16,000 members to strongly support ensuring that the Rocky Habitat Coordinator POP move forward and is retained in the agency budget that will be sent to the governor. I think it fits in with the staff principles for priorities that they just talked about with y'all. I also serve as a statewide conservation representative on the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, or OPAC, who advises the governor's office on management decisions on the coast and state waters. And it's important to note that that OPAC, which is made up of members representing many constituents, including tribes, fishing community, coastal city officials, and environmental communities, sent the governor a formal recommendation in 2023 to ensure the Rocky Habitat Strategy, or as it's otherwise known as Territorial Sea Plan Chapter 3, gets full support so the 8 sites that were recently adopted can be fully implemented. I want to take some time to thank you all on the commission for supporting the adoption of these sites. I testified to you in recent years when you all unanimously voted the 8 new Rocky Habitat sites for adoption, so thank you for that. We're very pleased that DLCD was able to secure some NOAA funding to support the current Rocky Habitat Coordinator position. That's Eva Krakowski. Eva's doing a great job working with the coastal communities that nominated the Rocky Habitat sites to start down the road of developing site management plans. However, Eva's position is only funded for 18 months. In order to successfully implement these sites, and to consider new Rocky Habitat sites in the future for nomination, we need this position to be permanent. Without that, we risk that these sites that have incredible ecological and recreational value will not be managed appropriately and suffer from impacts to fragile intertidal habitats and large congregations of seabirds and marine mammals that use these sites. A great example of Rocky Habitat site that is managed well is the Haystack Rock in Cannon Beach. The Haystack Rock Awareness Program has great engagement with the thousands and thousands of visitors that flock to this area to educate on best practices, so folks that visit can explore the wonders of our rocky habitats, tide pools and wildlife in a safe way for both people and wildlife. Now that we have 8 new sites, that need is the same level of care at these new sites. I've worked on the Rocky Habitat process since back when it started in 2017. It's been rewarding to see the progress that has been made. We need to keep the momentum going if we want to protect Oregon's iconic rocky habitats that are so important ecologically and for our coastal communities' economies. Thank you for providing the opportunity for public testimony.
Thank you, Joe. Next up is Melanie Keebler, the mayor of the city of Bend. And are they in person? Online? Okay, I'll come back at the end. Angela Whittick, North Coast Land Conservancy Marine Program, virtually.
Yes, good morning, or maybe it's afternoon by now. I'm sorry I don't have my camera working. I'm having some technical difficulties, but yes, my name is Angela Whitlock. I am the Marine Program Coordinator for North Coast Land Conservancy, and I'm showing up today as somebody who works in coastal conservation and also showing up very importantly as a coastal resident. I live in Seaside and work in Seaside. I was engaged in helping establish the Marine Garden and Marine Conservation Area at Chapman and Ecola. I wanted to thank the Commission so much for your support in designating these incredible sites. The rocky habitat areas on our Oregon coast are amazing, amazing, magical places. They're so important for all the biodiversity, the nudibranchs and the sea stars and the giant green anemone, the black oyster catchers that nest there, the seabirds that return every year to nest and raise their young. And I'm actually flying high this morning because I did some tide pooling this morning, and I had the most amazing experience. A giant Pacific octopus came out from underneath a boulder and wrapped its tentacles around my boots and then swam away. I've got video if anybody wants to hit me up to see that. It was just the most amazing experience.
It needs to be submitted as public testimony.
Absolutely. I care about these magical areas so much because they really define our Oregon coast and what makes it so beautiful and such an adventure. I have lived on the North Coast for 24 years now, and I've seen increased visitation, and these places are being loved to death. Sometimes not intentionally, sometimes intentionally. I mean, the things that I have seen, people climbing in areas that they shouldn't be, standing on rocks, harming the wildlife. It's just really important to be getting some education areas more. Like Joe had mentioned, the Haystack Rock Awareness Program really manages that site well. And I'm so excited that it's been a long time dream come true that DLCD has hired Eva Krakowski as the new Rocky Habitat Coordinator. And I would love to see this position become permanent so that these rocky habitat sites can continue to be managed and protected for the long term. It is so important because I am so afraid that these magical areas will disappear if we don't manage them for the long term and for future generations. So I'm asking if you would please ensure that the policy option package stays in the budget and is recommended to the governor. And I promise you, if anybody wants to have a guided tour, I would be so happy and so thrilled to take you out and show you these amazing areas. And it looks like my time is up. I have 10 million more things to say, but thank you so much for the time this morning.
Thank you, Angela. Next up is Tabea Gusen, representing self virtually.
Yes, that's really close. That's amazing. I support funding for a permanent Rocky Habitat Coordinator position. My name is Tabea. I'm speaking for myself. I've had a home in Canna Beach for 25 years. I was involved in helping with the Ecola and Chapman Point site designations. I'm a member of the Cape Falcon Marine Reserve Advisory Committee. I've participated in black oyster catcher monitoring for the Portland Bird Alliance. I'm a volunteer with the Wildlife Center of the North Coast, as I have been for many years, and I've spent a ton of time on the beach. I think Angelo covered the wonderful habitat that we live in. These areas really need our protection. We've witnessed many wildlife disturbances at these sites, including watching a drone operator come within a hair of crashing into a juvenile bald eagle before hovering his drone over a black oyster catcher nest, seeing a Steller sea lion pup die slowly after visitors pushed him into the water, breaking his flipper as he was harassed unmercifully by people and dogs. Watching visitors take off-leash dogs into the National Wildlife Refuge to chase nesting seabirds, seeing birds with guts hanging out or wings ripped off by off-leash dogs, seeing motorized gliders blasting over the rocks during nesting season, clearing seabirds from their nests. So we really need to establish these site designations for the rocky habitats to survive. Eva's position is wonderful, and we really need a permanent position in order to get these site areas protected. So I'm asking that this policy option package remains in the budget and is recommended to the governor. And actually, I second Angela's comment. If you ever want to come for a visit at Chapman or Ecola, she and I make great tour guides. But hopefully we pick a day where there's less rain than today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next up, Lauren Link with the Nature Conservancy of Oregon on virtually.
Yeah, hi. Hi, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Lauren Link, and I'm Policy Associate at the Nature Conservancy based here in Oregon. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today, and also really want to thank DLCD staff for their public outreach efforts and want to emphasize their responsiveness to questions and comments. We've really greatly appreciated the conversations we've had with them. TNC continues to work closely with DLCD on state and local planning for renewable energy siting and coastal and estuary management. But today I'll just highlight a couple POPs that are really important to the Nature Conservancy's work. So first is POP 3.2, adding capacity to the current rulemaking for solar energy siting in Eastern Oregon. As a member of the RAC, TNC is committed to identifying least conflict areas for solar siting and recognize that this takes staff time and expertise. We agree that a permanent renewable energy planner on staff would provide technical knowledge to help advise local governments on code updates and provide assistance through an often very complex process. The second POP that I would like to highlight is POP 4.1, the offshore wind community engagement. It's no secret that offshore wind is coming to Oregon, and TNC supports a coordinated strategy to ensure an equitable, transparent, and inclusive planning process. We also understand that this takes additional agency resources as well, and TNC supports adding capacity to DLCD to work with partners to create meaningful engagement opportunities with affected communities. We'd like to acknowledge that there are budget constraints and that the POPs I've highlighted are new investments. However, we'd like to emphasize that these new investments are supporting legislatively mandated work, and that this work takes additional resources and staff that was not always included in original budget asks, but is important for effective program implementation. We've submitted written testimony as well that identifies additional POPs important to TNC, and I want to thank you again for the time and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Just time over, so just no questions. Okay. Kent Doherty with Audubon Society of Lincoln City is on virtually.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to talk with you. My name is Kent Doty. I live in Tillamook County, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Audubon Society of Lincoln City. My comments, like others, are in support of the DLCD policy option package for permanent funding for the Rocky Habitat Coordinator. Rocky Shores, as I mentioned, make up 41% of our coastline. The rugged beauty of Ecola Point, rich biodiversity of kelp forests at Cape Foulweather, and really the childlike wonder that we experience gazing in tide pools at Coquille Point, or as Angela mentioned, interacting with wildlife. These all speak for themselves as to the ecologic, economic, and social values of these sites. And it's these values that have motivated so many of us to come today to talk with you. I've spoken before with the commission about the Territorial Sea Plan Part 3. I think it's a great strategic plan and it's being put into action. But to really be effective, it needs both community support and staff funding. I've had the pleasure the last few months of co-chairing along with the DLCD Rocky Habitat Coordinator, an ad hoc group of Rocky Habitat partners, those that propose the new sites that we so appreciate the commissioners having recently approved. This has allowed us to work in community groups in collaboration along with OPRD and DLCD to begin developing site management plans for each of these Rocky Habitat sites that were recently approved by the commission. Having the stability of a permanent Rocky Habitat coordinator helps ensure the engagement of local governments, tribes, an array of community interests, including fishing, businesses, etc., into the development of these adaptive management plans that are tailored specific to the needs of the site, as well as tailored to the local community needs. Permanent funding for this position can leverage strong community support that's evident and keep Oregon shores both healthy and accessible for generations. So I urge you to keep this POP in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Robert Liberty, who's representing self in person.
Chair, commissioners, and members of the staff, good afternoon. I'm Robert Liberty. I'm testifying on my own behalf. First, let me offer a welcome to Commissioners Porter and Thompson, and I hope you know what you signed up for. I'm very glad to see this ambitious list of proposals for additional funding for your critical work, especially for the GIS policy option package. The comprehensive and constantly updated GIS database is absolutely essential for everything you are interested in and responsible for. Housing, equity, climate change, economic development, and the conservation of rural lands and resources from the rocky habitats of the coast to the farmlands and forest lands of the interior valleys to the Wallowa Mountains, the Alvord Desert. I'll be glad to be an advocate for funding any or all of these POPs, even if don't get through the governor's office. So I'll be glad to be an advocate for them with my state representative, state senator, with one important exception. And that's 2.5. This is the one entitled Non-Resource Land Data Collection Analysis. First, the title is confusing because it's unclear what the subject matter is. I suggest using rural residential, rural commercial, and rural industrially zoned lands, not non-resource, which is a highly contentious subset of these lands. But more importantly and substantively, I'm a bit confused why the POP states that the lands are not well-defined, that you have no existing policies governing them, or that anything at all has stopped counties from planning for these lands. In fact, counties have done a great deal of planning for these lands, mostly how to allow additional development, including the upzonings that you are now appealing to LUBA. So I suggest that within this great list, you either eliminate this POP or reduce the amount requested and redirect it to focus on data collection and analysis for evaluating the impact of the continuing development of these lands on rural gentrification displacement, which is a real phenomena that is not discussed yet. I hope you will make it a discussion item. Water, wildlife, rural infrastructure costs and the related burdens on taxpayers, greenhouse gas generation from driving from dispersed locations, and wildfire. That would be a good investment of the taxpayers' money. Thank you for your service. And let me second Chair Halava's suggestion that you post the video from the coast, because I'm a sucker for octopus videos.
I've seen an octopus once in the wild. It was pretty amazing. It was actually in Curacao of all places, to be random about it. It would be good when we come back to talk about that pop that Robert just mentioned in relation to like the title. Like I presume the department has their own philosophies on what's in it or not, but it would be nice to talk about the title and then also what is well or not well defined, like how are we stating that out to the world. So I thought that was interesting. Next up, Ariel Nelson with the League of Oregon Cities virtually.
Thank you, Chair Halova and Commission members. For the record, I'm Ariel Nelson. I'm with the League of Oregon Cities, part of the lobby team with a focus specifically on housing and land use. I wanted to come on today virtually in person to just flag your attention for a letter that LOC and the Association of Oregon Counties submitted late last night, sharing broad support for the POP and an appreciation for the engagement process that the government relations team at DLCD led, but wanted to flag a few priorities for specifically LOC, as I'm here on behalf of LOC today. But I hope that you'll read the full letter. Just wanted to emphasize the tremendous amount of complex implementation work underway at cities across the state right now. This is everything from existing housing production strategies requirements, the CFEC rulemaking, implementation of various complex statutes and new directives that have passed in previous sessions, in this session that you heard about today, as well as the forthcoming work that is currently in the rulemaking status, as you heard with ONA, with Goal 9 rulemaking, with Goal 5 rulemaking, that cities will then have to implement once those rules are completed. And so in that light, we are very appreciative of the priority lens that staff shared to prioritize funding across these POPs for local government implementation, specifically in those critical technical assistance grants. I know that the department has had an increased focus on resources and grants, local grants for rural and small communities. We want to make sure that work continues. I don't believe that it's not going to, but I haven't seen that emphasized in the materials as much. So I wanted to flag that priority. I also appreciate Commissioner Warren's comment about the POP, the $5 million for CFEC transportation system plans updates. We agree that is not nearly enough funding for the TSP updates required under CFEC. The original rules, ODOT allocated $15 million in one-time federal funds that are going away in the next couple of years. And $5 million will not, again, is not enough to meet that need in the coming years. So we would urge you to increase that amount. And also to encourage the commission, as we have in the past, to direct the department to identify ways we can increase efficiencies, cost efficiencies, process efficiencies in the CFEC rules, specifically aligning with ONA. One easy way to do that is align the timelines for CFEC and ONA implementation, including really important equitable community engagement. There's a lot of overlap in the priorities and requirements between CFEC and ONA that, if aligned, would produce better equitable outcomes on the ground, both for cities implementing and the diverse communities that they are serving through these rules. Finally, with my time running out on the legislative concepts, we really appreciate that engagement. We wish there had been more time. I think there's a lot of opportunities to clarify some of the statutory drafting, but appreciate the opportunity to work on these technical fixes going forward. And just want to emphasize that we appreciate being included in that process because how these statutory fixes get drafted it's critically important, regardless of how technical they may be. It's really important they get drafted accurately, and we need to be able to plug in our city and county attorneys specifically and experts, as well as our development legal partners to make sure those get drafted with clarity. So my time is out. I have much more I could talk about, but I just appreciate the time and appreciate your support for these important proposals.
Thank you. I think virtually is Mickey Killingsworth in person, not virtual, with Jefferson County Farm Bureau.
Chair and Commissioners, I'm Mickey Killingsworth, Secretary Treasurer, Jefferson County Farm Bureau. I've been attending some of these virtually, and they suck. So I got up at dark 3 a.m. this morning to make sure I was here. So I'm not virtual. I am going to tell you our Farm Bureau has decided we're going to be more active and take part in working with the commission as much as you will allow us. We will support all of your budget requests as much as we can. I'm not here to opposite of a NIMBY, but say this is what we want for us. I will say we think the GIS would overall, when you look at your budget and what's going to work overall to benefit the greatest good, we think that is key. We also think the farm and forest policy staff person is good. And because we're Jefferson County, we think a tribal liaison is good. And transportation. So let me tell you transportation real quick. We hate ODOT. ODOT does not look at communities. ODOT, tonight there is an ODOT thing about how from the High Bridge in Jefferson County to Madras, how to move traffic faster but safe. They never look at the communities. They never look at what the farming community want. We fight with them. It's a continual fight. You should be the agency that is doing the planning and working on it because you look at things in a whole. You look at all the small communities, the bigger communities, you look at planning, growth, everything. That would be if we were in charge of where agencies went. ODOT would plow snow, pave highways, and stay out of the planning part and let the LCD agency do that. Overall, we feel that ag needs protected and forestry. We address your climate needs. We have a rural problem. Everything you talked about here today, if you go back and look at agriculture, every one of those impacts us hugely. But we also can be a solution. And we have realized after the last 10 years, agriculture, goal 3 does not protect us anymore. It is not protecting us at all. And we are so pleased to see the agency moving forward on updating, codifying law, doing some things like that with your restricted budget. But ask, we will be there. We'll send letters, we'll pound on doors, we'll sit in front of legislator's office and try to get you more money. And if there's any questions, I'll answer them.
Thank you. Thank you for being here in person. Next up is Blair Batson with the Thousand Friends of Oregon.
Good afternoon, Chair Halava, members of the commission, Director Bateman. It's nice to see you all. So I kind of second everything Mickey said, but I don't think I'm as committed to spending as much time with the legislature as she is. So we're wowed by your budget. We think it's spectacular. It's ambitious. It's big. It's stating what we need to do, what you need to do as an agency in a very comprehensive, thorough way that I know took a lot of staff time together and the processing and figuring it out to putting it together. The little detail that you're restricted to 500,000 plus is something hopefully will get passed through the years, but it's great that you stated your budget and all that it's for, and it's marvelous. So we're just very excited to see that. We are also really excited about the ask for the GIS positions. We agree with others who have said, yes, it may be starting out. We've got to get a lot of clarity about what's happening inside of urban growth boundaries. So when the discussions come up about expansions, we're prepared to engage in those discussions with information that's been lacking a lot of times. But it's also critically important for all the resources in Oregon and for knowing, Commissioner Boyer mentioned the designated critical groundwater areas, the designated critical wildlife areas, the high-risk wildfire areas. All those maps are in state agencies. It's like, why can't we get them all like in one place in the Department of Land Conservation and Development's database, right? It's just fabulous to do wonderful planning. So rah-rah, and we fully support you on that. I'd like to point out one other thing I think that a couple of witnesses have alluded to. Your work on the farm and forest land protection policies actually does have, and I know they've recently changed their name, but the Oregon Global Climate Commission has a policy that recognizes that no net loss of the working lands in Oregon, the working farm and forest lands, is a crazily important component of climate resilience. So by strengthening those rules and identifying where they haven't been working, as your technical working group did, and working forward to get your policies updated so that they better implement your goals, is a huge component of your climate change or resilience policy. So with that, I just want to thank you and also and really thank you to the staff for taking the time to develop this really fine budget that really articulates the goals of the commission and the department. So thank you.
Thank you. So I think that concludes our public testimony unless there's somebody that's okay. And so I don't know if we want to have back staff here for any questions remaining. We're at our time, definitely to eat lunch, but we want to make sure that we feel comfortable. I didn't know if there was a new draft also to the POPs.
So yes, John is going to help share that. Am I blocking you?
No. Okay, so aligned with strategic plan. And then number 3, centering equitable planning outcomes as informed by the racial equity framework for decision making. Feel that encompasses. Yeah. I was just sitting here going, do we need to put the DLCD strategic plan? I was, with the years and those kind of things. I don't think we need to change it now. I think we know what we're talking about, but it might just be good to have the very specific thing that we're talking about. Maybe even with the date of the racial equity framework decision making. So we're all pointing to the same documents, not assuming. Yeah. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. I've been over here struggling, trying to get my head around how do you scale this down to $500,000, and it's been kind of an overwhelming concept to me. So, is there room for a principle there that I mean, you've got number 4 there, supporting local government partners, but what about other state agency partners that could double up on some of these things? And one that I'm thinking about, very specifically is the climate friendly communities, like the transportation plan and stuff. I know that the DEQ is having to kind of rework the climate protection plan, but I understand they're getting like a lot of money. I mean, that's potentially a pretty heavy funded program. I would think that there would be some that really could dovetail. And so I don't know if there's room for another principle or just another concept there for being able to partner with agencies that are bringing in a fair amount of money from, outside parties to help fund some of these.
Commissioner Porter, great points. And I would just say that over the next 2 months, we are looking at opportunities where we can partner with other state agencies. And as we look at their POPs and they look at our POPs that we're thinking about advancing, we're hoping to find, mutually beneficial ideas that we can work on together.
What about a suggestion for number 5 being identify opportunities, I'm making it up now, for synergies with leverage, leverage state and federal funding. The reason I didn't go to leverage immediately because it would tip the ones that have matching, and I was thinking more like maybe it's not a POP that we have, but the thing happens because we suddenly realize there's this funding source over there, and it's more like aligning and leveraging. Because I don't know if it's necessarily literally leveraging dollars. Aligning and leveraging is what I'm thinking. They're different. Can it be that loose, or do we need to formally write it out right now?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess my other one to add verbally is just to put in the dates, like the strategic plan and the date, what exact plan we're referring to in the framework, what date.
Sure. Hello. For now, I think maybe just referring to the most recent, since I don't have those dates.
Yeah,
ready.
that's what I was saying, the most
Yeah,
recent.
yeah.
The most recent. I think we want a motion, and let me do the first one. Sorry.
And just to be clear, we're doing legislative concept first. Yep.
Yes. Would anybody like to motion on and we have two of them. The first one is on the legislative concepts proposed to us with no changes to those is what is proposed. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Move that the commission endorse. Oops. I move that the commission approve the concepts included in this legislative concept submission as an agency bill in 2025 legislative session.
Any second?
Commissioner Thompson's happy to second.
Commissioner Thompson seconds. Can you do the roll call, Ingrid?
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac has an excused absence. Chair Halova.
Aye. With that, the motion passes. And then to the second motion, would somebody like to make a motion to approve the policy option packages principles? Is that the right word? With the modified language discussed during this discussion. Commissioner Warren.
I move that the commission endorse the principles and processes articulated by agency staff in regard to the agency budget development process with the following provisions as discussed today.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Porter seconds. Ingrid, if you could do the roll call.
Commissioner Warren,
No discussion. No discussion. Roll call.
Commissioner Warren, Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lilac has an excused absence. Chair Halova.
Aye. And with that, the motion passes. Thank you for the robust conversation and for the great public feedback. There is one thing that we didn't discuss, I realized, which was the name of the non-resource. I think we could take that off the discussion here, just to see what staff has and if it makes sense to come back and tell us about that. That was more my question. They're going to be working over the next couple months to refine these anyway. So it's not an issue for today. So we're going to break for lunch with members of the local officials advisory committee. And we'll return at 1:45 with the agenda, which I just want to make sure. I think we've changed things. Okay, with the agenda item, that item, commission business. Number 11, one of our items switched. Item number 11 under commission business, the financial report. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was like, oh, pretty. Like, I have these. Welcome back, everyone. So we, just for clarity, we had a different agenda item originally for right now, but we have switched with an agenda item partially from tomorrow. And so we're pleased to welcome Amy Metler, Chief Financial Officer, with part 1 of item number 11 in our packet, which is Commission Business BAM Subcommittee. Welcome, Amy.
Good afternoon, Chair Holova, Commissioners. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you had a great lunch. Today, we're here to mainly discuss the vote that's in your packet regarding the delegation. This is take 2 of this vote. We had taken a vote, as you may recall, back in January, and our Director Bateman, and the Chair requested a few changes to this process and this table. And so we, under their advisement, made some changes, and now we're going to proceed and request for your revote on this. And so in your packet, if you see attachment A, you should be able to see the table that we're proposing, the new approval table. It's called Agency Head Transaction Approval Summary. And the main changes that we made to this are we changed to the Deputy Director being the person that does the initial review and approval of the Director's transactions. We changed, the CFO is still going to compile and review this information quarterly, and we added some backups for me now that we have a few more staff at the agency. So we have the COO and HR as backup if I can't fulfill this function for any reason. And then we added the Chair performing a quarterly review and sign off of the Director's activity. And of course, we have the annual review that'll need to be done by the Greater Commission once a year. We changed a little bit of the language in here to make it more matched to the OAM. And so executive leave, we changed to exceptional performance leave. That's what it says specifically in the Oregon Accounting Manual, which is a little bit more specific. And that kind of exceptional performance leave is usually granted by the commission or the governor themselves. So you guys would definitely be involved in the case that happened. And so those are all the main changes. Before we proceed with the vote, I want to open it up to any questions or concerns we might have.
Commissioners? I think we'll remember that we were sorting through both how we wanted approvals to happen, but also the logistics of approvals and just ensuring that there'd be somebody to cover things at a shorter term basis, but also have LCDC oversight. So I think all the things that we were trying to maintain and manage at the same time. And then just being really clear with like the M, Q, I, like that each one is a distinct letter, what I think was helpful for reading it. So I don't know if anybody has any questions over this process. Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really have a question. I just wanted to make a comment. I appreciate you all going back and reevaluating this, and on the right page, and something just went on my computer and went off it. But anyway, I know the chart well enough. About that. But what I appreciate, because really what I was trying to get at in the previous meeting was, you know, I don't know that there needs to be a different flow of information or different level of access, but really to make sure that we understand that the accountability to it, and so that the accountability for something like this isn't to a subordinate. The accountability actually goes up to us here, and particularly with the chair as the lead person, and then the commission overall. And to some degree, what I was trying to get at, particularly with financial controls, is that that was on the keyboard. With financial controls is, you know, one of the ways that abuse could occur is if the oversight is by a subordinate person and the person above that has control, then the potential for abuse could exist, right? So if we know that we have this system in place where ultimately the accountability goes to somebody separate from that, even if Amy and Kirsten are doing the ones that are doing the regular review, we know that ultimately they could come to us and say, we think something is amiss, right? Rather than that going back to the director. You know, I won't say Director Bateman because we don't expect that that's going to be the case, but you know, in those systems of control, that's what we're trying to create. So I appreciate you all rethinking that in a way to make sure that it fit that. So thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Lazo, and I appreciate your input at the last meeting. It was very helpful.
And my thing was balancing the chair that's not paying attention. Somewhere to try to be in between, that it didn't just fall on one side or the other. I think another thing I'd like to point out is, all of this is new. So that's the cool part. We did not have this, kind of oversight or procedures on oversight before. And so it's all of benefit.
Chair Halova, I want to correct that. We do
Okay, we
currently
didn't,
have a
we
policy.
didn't implement it in any way that I knew of.
No, we did, but the policy that we have in force is over 20 years old currently. And we did this process at least up through about 2014 or 2015, and then it did fall off. And we're not sure the exact date when it did fall off, but yeah, it is fairly new, but I want to correct the record and say we did do this once.
Yes. No, that's good to correct it, because also you can have something on the books and not utilize it. And so now it's both on the books and will be utilized. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to note, a couple folks have asked me or said, this seems strange, this table, this, staff report and the action here. Remind me why we're doing this? And I just wanted to note that this is a requirement for, particularly in cases like ours, where the commission is the hiring and firing body of the director. And there's maybe, I don't know, half a dozen or maybe a few more agencies that are structured that way. Most other agencies, directors respond directly to the governor, and a lot of their oversight actually goes through governor and DAS for things like this. That's not the case here. And so it's why we need this oversight, and we need, and we're doing it in a public meeting. It does look a little strange because very few agencies actually are structured in this way.
Commissioner Porter.
Just a point of curiosity. So, Director, besides DLCD, what other agencies do have this type of reporting structure?
It's one of those.
No.
Okay, right, DQ, ODF&W. ODOT. There's a couple more. I used to have a list in my head, but it's not there currently.
Yeah, the rest aren't natural resources.
So, does any of the commissioners want to make a motion to, that's proposed? And I don't know if we're going to put it on the screen or it's in our packet, but yeah.
I move that the commission adopt the delegations as described in the attachment A BAM memo.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Thompson will second.
Commissioner Thompson, second. Ingrid, can we do the roll call?
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter. Aye. Vice Chair Lilac has an excused absence. Chair Halova.
Aye. And with that, the motion passes. Thank you.
Chair Halova, commissioners, thank you so much for your unanimous approval this time.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. And
Okay.
then we also have the financial section in there. I noticed that we didn't have Rochelle join, but we can get her on. Are there any questions about the financial section? As usual, we covered it in BAM with the chair and the vice chair about 2 weeks ago. We went over the financial information and thanked them very much, and Director Bateman and Deputy Director Green for their assistance in improving that information for you. And I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be around for both days. So if you do have questions off to the side, feel free to grab me.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So I think we'll start this agenda item early, or should we wait? So next we're going to hear from agenda item number 7, the Farm Forest Improvement Work Program and additions to the 2024 rulemaking scope, with Hillary Foote, who's the Farm and Forest Land Use Specialist. I wanted to point out that during this agenda item, I need to excuse myself. And so I'll leave part way through. Commissioner Warren is going to preside on my behalf for the remainder of the meeting. So welcome. Thank you.
Ingrid, where are the PowerPoints on this one? I can get that on. John, thank you, John. Thank you.
While we're setting up, I was going to say, public testimony will be accepted for this item. We have a list going, and if you're not on the list, we'll make sure you're on the list. And then we have a motion at the end of this, so that there will be decision-making by the commission.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Chair Holova, commissioners. So I am Hillary Foote, and I am the current Farm and Forest Land Use Specialist for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. Before we start today, I just wanted to recognize that we did receive a lot of written public comment this morning. I think we received sort of 8 letters altogether. Some of those that were sent this morning were emailed to the commission directly. So we have this, and I do believe we have about 22 people signed up to provide public testimony this afternoon. And so I am going to keep my presentation fairly short. I've got about 20 minutes of material to cover. So the intention here is to leave plenty of time for hearing the public and also discussion with the commission afterwards. I just wanted to make sure that was all right with you, Chair.
Yeah. And I wanted to say, right now we usually take how many people have signed up for public testimony and the time we have, and then we kind of report back how long you have for public testimony. So I don't have that number yet. We're tabulating it now.
Okay. Great. So this afternoon, we really have 2 objectives that we're considering. The first is we will be providing a briefing on the Farm and Forest Conservation's Improvement Project. So where we are right now at the sort of work plan phase for that project. So we'll be going over some key elements of that work plan with the commission, the process that led to that work plan development, and answering any questions, taking feedback from the commission on that. The second objective this afternoon really is a decision to expand the current charge of the 2024 Farm and Forest rulemaking. So as the commission will recall, when we met in January, the staff asked the commission to initiate a rulemaking to codify certain common law standards. We heard over an hour of public testimony at that commission meeting asking the department and the commission to do more in 2024, and the commission asked staff to come back in April with some proposed additions to that rulemaking charge. And so it's those additions, the expansion of the charge, that we're going to be talking about this afternoon. So I also want to be clear, because there are sort of 2 different components to this item today, that for the work plan, this is a conversation. We're briefing the commission on what's going on with that, collecting some feedback, answering questions. There's no decision on the work plan. For the rulemaking, that is an action item for commission, and we'll be asking you to make a decision on moving forward with expansion of that rulemaking charge or not. Okay. So because we do have 2 new commissioners with us today, I thought I'd start off by going over a little bit of the history of this project to begin with. So what you're seeing now is a timeline that we've seen before. So this describes 3 phases really that are associated with this project. So the green phase was the scoping phase that happened last year. The yellow is the current rulemaking, the 2024 rulemaking that we'll talk about later this afternoon. The gray is the work plan that I'm going to be talking about in just a moment. And the blue on the bottom line are sort of key public outreach and engagement activities that have happened, like briefing the Department of Agriculture and Association of Oregon County Planning Directors, etc. But really, this project started in 2022. So at our November commission meeting in 2022, we reviewed two things, among other things on the agenda, two things that I spoke to the commission about. The biennial Farm and Forest report to the legislature, and that's a report that actually comes from the commission and is provided to the legislature every other year. And we also talked about our then draft agency strategic plan. So the biennial Farm and Forest report is a sort of tool providing metrics documenting how well the Farm and Forest Conservation Program is doing at achieving the policy objectives set out for it by statewide planning goals 3 and 4, right? And we'll see it again this year, this November. We're looking at the next one. So when we were going over some of the trends in development on farmland in 2022, I believe it was Commissioner Boyer asked, what is the agency doing to address some of these issues? And we were able to point to an element of our strategic plan that calls for making some improvements and updates to the Farm and Forest program. So that's what we had that discussion about then. In 2023, at almost every commission meeting, even when there weren't farm and forest items on the agenda, the commission heard public comment from folks asking the agency to move forward with the improvements project. So in response, in large part to a lot of that public comment the agency received, the commission received, in August, we kicked off a scoping phase. We convened a technical working group. And the purpose of that was to identify issues with the regulatory structure that implements the farm and forest goals and to develop some strategies that the department could undertake to address those issues. That group met 6 times. We received quite a bit of public comment during the technical working group phase. And that resulted in the technical working group scoping report that was published in December that documented that process, the issues discussed, and potential actions that were identified through that process. We briefed the commission on that report in January. We heard a lot of public comment on that. So we got feedback from both the commission and from the public. And based on that feedback that we received in January, we spent the past couple of months developing a long-range work plan, things that we intend to do over the next 5 years to address many of the issues that were identified through that process. So here we are on this on the timeline here at the start, which is briefing the commission about that work plan 10 months into the process. So the work plan that we described in the staff report for this item contains a variety of potential action items. So it's not just rulemaking that we're proposing, right? So particularly next year, we've identified guidance documents as one of the things that we'll be doing. So we are intending to collaborate with other state agency partners, particularly Department of Agriculture and the Department of Environmental Quality, drafting guidance documents to assist counties in sort of identifying topics and issues that they should consider when looking at certain things. And so these topics are questions that come up all the time that I get asked about, such as like composting. When is it a farm use? Like when does it, rise to the level of a commercial use? When is DEQ assert regulation over the process? Or, for example, how do you go about reviewing a request to place a large amount of fill spoils on farmland? Or, what are the data sources and what is the analysis involved in identifying high value farmland under ORS 195-300? So these are questions we get all the time, and we're planning on drafting agency documents, guidance documents that we can easily provide to folks. Another item that we're planning to do are draft a couple of white papers. So white papers, they're different than guidance documents. White papers are really, they are intended to succinctly capture the ideas behind complex issues. They are intended to portray factual information, and they are intended to be used as sort of the basis for future decision-making. So in this case, white papers prepared by the agency would involve things like documentation of legislative history, rulemaking history, historical development trends for certain uses and zones, and all of them will involve geographic analysis. So we're actually working on one this year. It's a collaboration with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, looking at the co-benefits of habitat protection and farm and forest land conservation. So that white paper will be done this year, and it will be included as an attachment in the biennial farm and forest report. So we'll look forward to talking about that in November. The other two, a white paper on non-farm dwellings and replacement dwellings. Our intention is to draft those in 2025. So again, these are meant to be, documents that are collect information and succinctly prevent these complex issues and are intended to be used as a support for future decision making. In 2025, we are also hoping to convene 2 technical working groups, and those technical working groups would be focused on identifying available and appropriate data for 2 issues, grazing lands and forest lands. So those technical working groups would be collaborations with Department of Forestry and with Department of Agriculture, Natural Resource Conservation Service, and other experts and specialists in those areas. So I'll pause here and just say that in 2025, a lot of what we're intending to do is collect a lot of information, present that or capture that and document that so that we have a strong basis for thoughtfully moving into future decisions, particularly future rulemakings, whether or not we should move into them and how we should move into them, sort of based on some of that data collection that's happening over 2025. I do also want to highlight that there are topics that are proposed for rulemaking in 2026 and 2028 where we feel we have enough data and materials now to move forward into those topics. So those are also discussed in the staff report. As we are considering making changes to our rules, it's very important to the agency that we are also able to provide resources to counties to implement those changes. So you'll see in 2029, there's an item that's model code update. So we used to have a model code for farm and forest zones, and we used to provide technical assistance to counties to update their farm and forest ordinances to conform to our model code. That model code has not been updated since 2015 for a variety of reasons. It's very much out of date. The legislature has made a number of changes to the program. Even though we've made very few rule changes, the legislature also makes changes to the program. And so we took down the model code that we had up on our website because it was causing some problems. So we would very much like to be able to update that and to provide that assistance to counties. However, that depends on funding, which is a great segue into my next slide. So as far as the work plan goes, everything on the left-hand side in green are items that we can accomplish under our current general fund budget. So the white papers, the guidance documents, education and outreach, the technical working groups, the 2024 rulemaking that we're doing right now, all of that's being done out of sort of general fund. Items on the right-hand side in yellow may require additional funding to support those. So the model code update and the technical assistance grants for those, and also the content and number of items that we would approach in 2026 and 2028 would also depend on that additional funding. So I believe Alexis talked a little bit about those policy option packages with you a little bit this morning. But as you'll see in the staff report, we presented a variety of paths to move forward depending on whether or not we attain that additional funding and how much of that request we may or may not receive. So that is about it for the work plan, Chair. This might be a good time to pause and see if the commission has any questions on the work plan before we segue into the rulemaking.
Any questions?
No, I think you can continue. All right, so the second objective this afternoon is consideration of a proposal to expand the current 2024 rulemaking charge. So again, when we visited in January, there was some desire for us to take on more items in 2024 than we originally proposed for the rulemaking we discussed in January. So there are really two constraints that the department had to consider as we were looking through the issues identified in the scoping report and sort of evaluating which ones could be added to this year's charge. So the biggest consideration is time. So in order to accomplish adoption of rules by the end of the year, like several of the other rulemakings that are currently ongoing, we need to have our first hearing in September with the commission. So that really means is that we need to wrap up our conversations with our advisory committees by mid-July. So we were looking at what we could accomplish in 3 or 4 more meetings with our rulemaking advisory committee. So that was one of the constraints that we're looking at. The other is funding. So we only selected topics that we were very confident we could take on without requiring counties to provide written notice, which would require us to reimburse counties for sending out those written notices. And so we were very careful to select items that we were very confident wouldn't trigger that obligation. So within those constraints and also evaluating sort of what we thought might be impactful, the department identified really 5 areas, 5 potential topics that could be added to that charge. We did discuss these charge additions with the Local Officials Advisory Committee and with the Association of Oregon County Planning Directors. There was support from those entities for this list. There was actually quite a lot of support, particularly for rulemaking around the end of evidentiary standard for the verification of income. That is something that we've heard from a lot of counties that they are very interested in receiving additional support and guidance on. We also received, a lot of support and requests for the template test rectangle alignment and for adding a definition of processing to our rules. The other items that we are also contemplating adding are actually a fairly narrow clarification on the definition of recreational use as it pertains to private parks that are permissible in exclusive farm use zones. And then also consideration of a clarification on whether uses that are listed in Chapter 215, specifically subject to standards that were established by the legislature for those uses, may or may not alternatively be reviewed as home occupations under a broader set of standards. So those are the topics that we are proposing to add to the charge. So we've gone into them all in some detail in the staff report. The staff report describes the materials that we have and would propose using to support those conversations. So I don't know if we really want to go into that right now. I expect that we'll hear a lot from the public on these topics this afternoon. And I'd be happy to take any questions from the commission on these proposed additions. I either before we hear public comment or after public comment.
Questions before we hear public comment? Commissioner Lazo?
Thanks, Chair. I think this was actually a question before on the work plan, but it fits into this also. I want to just confirm, 'cause I think I heard you just say it, that the commission would be looking at passing rules after each of the rulemaking processes. And so with the first one being this fall then, right? So the first part of the charge would be rules on this fall. And then can you help me understand what happens if we don't get funding in the 26 and 28? It looks like we don't move forward with rules. Maybe we'll move forward with some parts of the work plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Lazo. So yes, so under a scenario where we don't attain additional funding, there are a certain set of rules that we would consider moving forward with in 2026 that wouldn't trigger noticing requirements and it is a shorter list of topics than we would otherwise take on if we don't get additional funding.
That additional funding, it could be in the form of a POP, but it could also be in form of legislative action, I guess.
Thank you, Chair Halova. It could be, but we had not considered that.
Commissioner Porter?
Thank you, Chair. You may have said this and I may have missed it, and if so, I apologize in advance. So the new topics for consideration that you're bringing forward, was it the RAC members that have brought those forward, or was that staff?
Thank you, Commissioner Porter. So no, this list of issues were developed by the agency. And then after we sort of identified which issues we thought we might be able to take on this year, we also had a discussion with our local officials advisory committee, which is a committee that's an advisory to commission and provides feedback on things like this. And then we also did some additional outreach to some other stakeholders on these topics.
Yeah, thank you. When you say that you did additional outreach to some stakeholders, are they, are there like a select chosen list of particular stakeholders that you typically will
For this
outreach
case,
to?
we particularly had a conversation with the Association of Oregon County Planning Directors.
Okay. So those affiliated with an agency then? Agencies.
Planning, yeah. Planning, county planning departments.
Thank you.
And Hillary, I mean, is it safe to say that some of these came up in the last public testimony also?
Yes, thank you, Chair. A number of these items, so all of these items were identified in the technical working group scoping summary report that we discussed in January. And a number of these items were also highlighted in the public comments and testimony that we received in January. So some of these items are things that other stakeholders requested that we consider.
Deputy Director.
Folks may be wondering why I'm up here and not Gordon Howard. I was out of the room printing, the Community Services Division Manager Gordon Howard had to be off on family business today. So I'm here supporting Hillary and hoping to make a useful point about the technical about the technical working group. So Commissioner Porter, I hear in your question, Gerald, Commissioner Porter, if I may, who helped develop this list, and Hillary just made a really strong point there, but it could be a little opaque if you hadn't been along for the last 9 months, that the technical working group. Hillary, could you say a little bit about how you formed that group and how they advised? And that is the bulk of your packet, actually, is the finding is of that technical work group for this agenda item. But a little bit about that committee, please.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Yes. Sorry, yes, this has been ongoing. So we did convene a technical working group in August. There were a number of around 20 folks on that technical working group. There's a list of all the members as an appendix to the scoping report that's attached to the packet for today. So it included farmers, lawyers, advocates, land use advocates, a variety of different sort of viewpoints, and a number of county planners as well. This is very important to us to get a county planning perspective on a lot of these issues, because these are the people that work with the program on a day-to-day basis. They implement it, and they're the ones that are providing applicants guidance on how to put together a package, and they are the ones that are providing findings. We also had another state agency partners on the technical working group. So Department of Forestry, Department of Agriculture, Department of Fish and Wildlife were also part of that working group.
That's on page 13, 14 on the packet. Is that
in the technical working group? So that is different than the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. So yeah, so different group. So the technical working group, again, they worked over the second half of 2023 to identify those issues. And those issues were described in the summary scoping report that's included as an appendix.
I was going to mention, I should know this from working on housing. So there's the RAC, right? Advisory Committee, and then there was the TWG, I guess, the technical working group. And was there overlap between those two, or they're distinct?
There are some folks that were on our technical working group who are also on our rulemaking advisory committee, like Jim Johnson for the Department of Agriculture, Joy Levitt now from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Nellie McAdams from the Oregon Agricultural Trust, for example, carried over. I think Mike McCarty was also on both.
Any clarification, Chair, if I could. So Commissioner Porter, we get really into the Rural Advisory Committee creation here. So LOAC members commented on that. Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee members comment on the draft list of interested parties to be particularly called in. And then the department goes through a public process to advertise that opportunity and then select according to demographics in the state and also the designated interest. So appreciate Hillary's both quick work and patience as she moved through all those processes in pretty lightning speed. So from technical working group base to then a sort of publicly convened Rules Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I'm hogging the floor here. I was quiet all morning and now I'm just kind of letting it out. Just for background, I guess, I've had so many opportunities to serve on RACs and TACs and so I'm particularly sensitive to, the makeup of those bodies. So, I have looked at the list of folks that were included on the technical working group. And I see you've got farmer advocates and land use advocates, but it doesn't really quite list what their role is. Did you also include people in that technical working group that actually are working with some of the issues that you're adding to the charge or that you had in the first charge? Just because I've been in the outnumbered category, being a directly impacted. And so I'm just a little bit sensitive to that. And I'm just kind of curious how the makeup was put together and whether or not there were people that were directly impacted by the potential rulemaking outcome.
So thank you, Commissioner Porter. So you're asking about the rulemaking advisory committee?
No,
process?
We'll start with the technical working group, if that's okay.
So the technical working group, folks who were participating in that were sort of selected based on familiarity with the program. So planners who work with those issues every single day, for example, are a very important part of that technical working group. So those are folks who are working with the program, again, interpreting it, implementing it. We had land use advocates, people who work with the system all the time, people who are sort of party who follow sort of reviews on a regular basis. We had farmers participate that, so people who own agricultural land, who operate farms and know what it's like on a day-to-day basis to live under this regulatory structure, to work under the regulatory structure, to operate their farm business under this and many, many other regulatory structures as well. And so we did include a variety of folks in that group who were very familiar with the land use planning structure. It's actually a fairly complicated structure. It's been around for 50 years. It started off with 6 uses in 1963. And now we have over 60 uses. And there's a large body of case law that informs all of that. The legislature's modified it almost every single session. So it's an interesting beast at this point in time. Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioners? Any other questions? Commissioner Thompson?
Well, this was interesting. You mentioned that we started with 6 and now we're up to 63. And I noticed that it said almost every time the legislature meets, more are added. And that triggered my interest. I don't want to go down that line of discussion right now, but I'd like us to hold it so we contemplated what caused that to be, just not right now today. Thank you.
We're good?
I think so. Yeah. Fine point on already fine point. So Commissioner Party, I think that you're seeing that the technical working group was on page 71 of that report, and then distinct from the RAC, which is on page 13 of the base packet, right? You see both those. Got it. Okay, thank you.
To your lead. Was there more to present?
So at this time, Chair Holova, I think, I'm happy to answer any other questions or have further discussion with the commission, and will be available, for the rest of the afternoon.
So we move to public comment, or Commissioner Boyer?
So you're coming back after public comment? Okay, I can just.
Do you want to wait, save, yeah. Okay. You're serving on the RAC, right? Liaison to the RAC. Figure if you spent all that time, it should be called service, but liaison. Okay. So we have a list of maybe 20-something people that are, sorry, I'm looking at motions on the screen, that are going to testify. We're looking at 3-minute limit per person. So I was just going to say everybody's name, all, just run through it so you can get a feel for where you are on the list. So Blair, Roger, Sheila, Lori, Mickey, Peter, Carol, Lauren, Steve, Jana, Robert, Mike, Frank, Samantha, Max, Michael, Jessica, Angela, Paul, Fawn, Charla, and Jim. So with that, the first person is Blair Batson from 1,000 Friends of Oregon, who's here in person.
Good afternoon. Members of the commission.
You got to make sure to.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So on the mic in person, it's
get close.
According to this picture, it should be 1 inch away from your mouth. So very close.
The rock star.
3 inches
Yep.
away from your mouth. 3 minutes. Sorry. 1 inch away from your mouth. 3 minutes to talk. Thank you, Blair, for being
Thank
the
you.
first.
Good afternoon. I'm Blair Batson. I'm a staff attorney for 1,000 Friends of Oregon. 1,000 Friends strongly supports the commission's engagement in the Farm and Forest Land Preservation Policy Improvement Project, initiated and being implemented by Director Brenda Bateman and Farm Forest Specialist Hillary Foote. Your staff identified the need, organized a response, and are guiding us forward with extraordinary vision and competence. They must be commended, and we appreciate it. Today, the staff requests the commission approve a 5-year work plan to address the nearly 75 issues identified by the technical working group in the fall of 2023, and to expand the charge of the RAC to address 5 additional issues recommended by the technical working group. 1000 Friends supports the staff's recommendations with modifications. Specifically, we ask that you include additional issues of greater urgency in terms of impact on farm, range, and forest land protection that can be addressed by the Commission in 2024 and that we do not believe require Measure 56 notice. All of these issues have a technical working group ranking of 1 or 2, meaning they were ranked as high impact and low complexity. We ask the Commission share our sense of urgency around these additional issues and address them through simple changes to your rules in 2024 and not delay a response for 2 or more years after the 2025 and 2026 legislative sessions. You have our written testimony discussing each of these issues, and so the public knows they're actually posted on your website in the public testimony component. We've also submitted proposed rule language to implement each of the recommendations that we think show the relative simplicity of the needed rule amendments. We're not asking today for the Commission to adopt a rule on any of these matters. Rather, we're asking you to keep the opportunity open to amend the existing rules in 2024 once the Commission has had the chance to vet these concepts through the RAC and then the public hearings process that would follow, and have had time to discuss among yourselves and consider the direction that the Commission would like to take. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this critical policy-making effort, and please let us know if you have any questions or need additional information.
Next is Roger Kay, Friends of Marion County, who's on virtually.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name for the record is Roger Kay, President of Friends of Marion County, an independent 501c3 nonprofit Oregon organization. Friends of Marion County monitors land use applications on Marion County's world-class agricultural land to ensure the staff, hearings officer, and Board of Commissioners comply with state land use laws designed to preserve agricultural land in large blocks for productive agricultural use. While we strongly support the laws protecting Oregon's high-value agricultural land, there are loopholes in the laws that are being exploited at the local level. Friends of Marion County supports recommendations of the Technical Working Group to close these loopholes, allowing non-farm residential and commercial development on world-class agricultural land contrary to the intent of this Commission. Specifically, based on our experience in protecting Marion County's high-value farmland, we ask that you direct the RAC to add the following items to the 2024 charge. Number 1, clarify that the $80,000 gross income standard is based on income the applicant has earned from products that have been produced, sold, and delivered to the purchaser. Clarify the standards for commercial activities in conjunction with farm use. And third, clarify the standards for home occupations, which are supposed to be small, inconspicuous uses operated inside a home or garage and not an excuse for a hotel, restaurant, bar, or event center for land zoned on exclusive farm use land. And in my written testimony, I've submitted 5 specific examples in each of these types of applications. Farm income dwelling, 2 of these examples, CACFU loophole, 2 of those, and 1 home occupation loophole. And if you could take a look at my written comments, you could see what happened in each of those cases. These are just 5 examples that barely touch the problems we see in Marion County's implementation and enforcement of statewide land use standards on high-value farmland. We appreciate your efforts to clarify these standards through rulemaking. And I think in addition to the loopholes, there are insufficient evidentiary standards to guide the review of farm and non-farm dwellings, statements from an applicant's CPA, unexplained photos of horses, and purported sales of Christmas trees that have not been harvested or delivered to the purchasers should not be the basis for approving dwellings under LCDC dwelling criteria. And lastly, Schedule F forms are submitted as evidence, but there's no evidence that they were actually filed with the IRS. And the rules need to be tightened so that these things can actually be presented as evidence in a local matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Next up is Sheila Dooley, representing Self, virtually.
Yeah, Chair Alova and members of the commission, I live in Wasco County. I've been a longtime supporter of land use planning. Thank you for considering adding these additional items. If these issues are not addressed now, it could be years before they're resolved, with the loss of much more farmland in the meantime. Item 1 is limit rezonings of resource land to regional processes and prohibit the use of paid soil scientists to justify non-resource dwellings and rezonings on a case-by-case basis. The proliferation of non-farm dwellings in Wasco County is very concerning. Between 1994 and 2011, there were 86 non-farm dwellings approved on EFU land. The approval of these dwellings has continued each year with 3 applications currently in review. For the last 20 years, applicants in Wasco County have used paid soil scientists to produce soil findings contrary to the NRCS ratings. As I testified in January, there are only 5 DLCD certified soil scientists. 2 years ago in Wasco County, 2 of them reached contradictory conclusions regarding the same soil survey, one hired by the applicant and one by the opponents. Wasco County arbitrarily selected one. The fact they came to such different conclusions indicates it's not reliable science and open to interpretation, or there is bias involved. In the case of this of contradictory soil evidence, LUBA defers to what a county chooses to support. LUBA cannot independently reweigh evidence presented by opponents. It's been my observation that Wasco County never denies an application for a non-farm dwelling. Item 2 is farm dwellings. Between 1991 and 2011, there were nearly 400 farm dwellings approved on EF land in Wasco County. An updated income test is needed. Gross income should only include that from the sale of products produced on the land, not from the sale of products yet to be produced. I know of a case years ago where someone borrowed and set up dilapidated beehive boxes to get approval for a farm dwelling. Item 3 is limit replacement dwellings to 125% of the original dwelling footprint to eliminate replacement of a dwelling with a McMansion. Item 4, this is a commercial activities in conjunction with farm use, home occupation, agritourism being used to justify hotels and restaurants. Clarification that these uses are not allowed is needed. Item 5, non-farm dwellings. Prohibit new non-farm dwellings and other non-farm uses on critical groundwater areas, high-risk wildfire areas, and ODFW, a central, limited, and irreplaceable wildlife habitat. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, Lori Segal with Landwatch Lane County, virtually.
Hello. Should I wait for the clock to reset?
If you can start.
Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. We're about to start the clock. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Lori Siegel. I'm been living in Oregon since 1977 and do land use work on behalf of Landwatch Lane County. I have a master's degree in community and regional planning from the University of Oregon. We're very encouraged that the commission is considering implementing the department's proposed long-term work program for improvements to our farm and forest land protections. That being said, we hope the commission will consider expanding the proposed recommendations to include a few additional high-impact issues, all of which we believe can be addressed through rulemaking. I have 3 examples I wanted to bring up. Temporary medical hardship dwellings in both the farm and forest zones, from our experience, are the application of choice when a property is found to include an unlawful development. So there's an unlawful dwelling, and the next thing that we see is an application for a temporary medical hardship dwelling. There's hardly any approval criteria. They are rarely removed when the term of the hardship ceases to exist. And they're often used as rentals as long as people can get away with doing so. It seems to us that one way to effectively regulate these dwellings is to limit the term that a temporary dwelling for a hardship can remain on the subject property rather than the current law, which allows them to be re-permitted every 2 years into perpetuity. Secondly, are relative farm help dwellings, which sound like a great idea and should be a good idea, but again, have little meaningful approval criteria. They're stick-built. They can be stick-built, and they can remain again into perpetuity, regardless of the need for a relative to assist with the farm. Once the permit's approved, there's no oversight of who's living in the dwelling, of course. It might help if these dwellings were also required to be temporary, re-permitted every 2 years, and removed at the end of the need for assistance. Finally, I want to mention template dwellings in the forest zone, which are qualified using a 160-acre template square or rectangle, which when centered over the center of the subject property captures portions or the entirety of a specific number of lots or parcels, depending on soil productivity. However, the 3 dwellings that must also be found on the required number of lots or parcels within the template are not required to fall within the template. This is contrary to the intent of the 1993 template dwelling law, which expected the template to serve to capture existing development as a justification for yet another dwelling in the zone. It seems like a simple fix would be to require the 3 qualifying dwellings to actually be located within the template. Thank you very much for your time and for all the work you do on behalf of Oregon.
Thank you for your testimony. Peter Kenge, I feel like I've said, messed your name up before. I'm sorry. Oh, did I miss Mickey? Okay. Maybe you can. Yep. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Peter, representing Ag for Oregon in person.
Chair Holba, Director Bateman, and members of the commission. My name is Peter Kanegi. I am a farmer in Benton County, and I'm here today representing Ag for Oregon. Ag for Oregon is an organization of farmers, ranches, and forest landowners who make their living from the land. We believe that a strong and effective land use planning program is critical to the success of our industry and the future of our state. We want to commend the work of your staff, the Farm Forest Land Conservation Program Improvements Technical Working Group, and the Rules Advisory Committee. Their work to identify the threats to Oregon's ag and forest land and proposed solutions is much appreciated. While Oregon's urban growth boundaries have been mostly successful protecting our farm and ranch lands from urban sprawl for 50 years, the planning program has been less effective in protecting Oregon's ag lands from rural residential and commercial development. The program's farm and forest land protection policies have been under constant attack since their inception, and more inappropriate uses have been allowed in farm and forest zones each legislative session. The first statutory EFU zone listed just 6 non-farm uses. The legislature has added additional non-farm uses almost every session since then. There are now more than 60 uses allowed in Oregon's EFU zones, most unrelated to agriculture. While policymakers presume an agricultural zone can accommodate the one-off non-farm dwelling or commercial use, it is important to understand we are way beyond the occasional non-farm use being approved in our EFU zones. Between 83 and 21, more than 33,918 new houses were approved in Oregon's farm and forest and mixed farm forest zones. The accumulation of non-farm uses that occurred in Oregon's working agriculture areas threatens the agricultural industry. Valuable ag land is lost through direct conversion to non-agricultural uses such as restaurants, hotels, wedding venues, and industrial solar facilities. In addition, the mere opportunity to cite such non-farm uses in agricultural zones creates speculative pricing effects, driving up land prices and making parcel zone for EFU out of reach for both the entry-level and established farmer. In addition, the onslaught of non-farm uses makes farming increasingly difficult because of the mounting conflicts, unprecedented traffic, and the inability to move farm equipment on farm roads. Time required to manage non-farm neighbor complaints about ag practices, trespasses, and related vandalism on farm. Combined with the inability to purchase land because of speculative pricing effects, at some point these conflicts lead to what's known as shadow conversion. Because of the inability to operate, farming becomes infeasible and the pressure on farmers to convert increases as these uses materially alter the stability of farm zone. Ag for Oregon advocates restricting uses that do not belong on our farm, ranch, and timberlands through better policies and enforcement as spelled out in the Technical Working Group report and recommendations. The 50th anniversary of SB 100 is the right time to restore integrity to Oregon's farm and forest land protection program by cleaning up the rules and funding enforcement. We believe we have expertise in these areas and can be of service as you implement the recommendations of the Technical Working Group. The sooner the better. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. We'd love to meet with each and every one of you to discuss how we can implement the Technical Working Group recommendations to strengthen our land use planning program and promote the long-term success of Oregon agriculture and the preservation of our natural and habitat areas for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mickey Killingsworth from Jefferson County Farm Bureau in person.
Chair and commission members, I'm Mickey Killingsworth, Secretary Treasurer of Jefferson County Farm Bureau. As I said earlier this morning, our Farm Bureau decided we were going to be proactive. And part of being proactive was one of us got sacrificed to go on Iraq. And that was me. And I was really apprehensive. I maybe didn't have a high opinion of what I was getting into. But I'm going to applaud your staff and applaud Hillary and Gordon. They run a tight ship, and as a shepherd, I know about a flock that needs kept together. But they're really good. But the key thing is what I've learned and taken back to my board. They have planners in there throughout the state of Oregon. And to me, to learn what those planners are talking about from different counties has really broadened my vision of the land use system in different counties and what they go through, not just as a farmer that reacts. I support the staff's report. I think they are very, very capable to get the job done and get done in a timely manner and very professional. And I don't say that very often to a lot of agency people. So this has been going on, and my sheep are lambing and in and out. So I don't have an octopus, but I have a Gordon and Hillary who were born last Monday during the RAC meeting. And I went out and took a break. And I'm telling you, those cute little lambs, Gordon and Hillary are doing just fine. But we're not telling Gordon what his end result will be. He will be dinner for somebody, but that's a secret. Anyway, so I just support the report. I support your capable staff. I don't know if anybody has any questions. I'd be glad to answer them.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. And Mickey, that was delightful testimony. Thank you. It kind of set a real positive note for the afternoon. I'm trying to make a list here as we go of RAC members that are testifying. And I just was hoping I could clarify. I see here that you are on the RAC. Is your testimony in representing a RAC member or representing the Farm Bureau?
Jefferson County Farm Bureau.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not here as RAC.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'm good. Well, you're laughing over there. I'm not pulling your wool, fleecing you.
Thank you. I'm gonna up it next is Carol Macbeth, Central Oregon Land Watch, but I'm just gonna name a bunch of people after just in case somebody wasn't on the call before. So Lauren, Steve, Jana, Robert, Mike, Frank, Samantha, Max, Michael, Jessica, Angela, Paul, Fawn, Charla, and Jim. But now we have Carol.
Good afternoon, Chair Halova and Commissioners. My name is Carol Macbeth, and I'm a staff attorney for Central Oregon Land Watch. We advocate for Oregon's legendary land use laws and for fulfilling Governor Tom McCall's and Hector McPherson's vision for a livable Oregon. Thanks for the opportunity to comment today. We are very grateful to Director Bateman and to Hillary Foote for their excellent work, and Gordon for moving these rule changes forward. Land Watch is on the front lines of how counties misinterpret the existing rules and what adjustments to rules might need to be made to avoid unnecessary litigation. We wholeheartedly support the 5 changes that Blair referred to earlier that are suggested by 1000 Friends of Oregon, and that they've written out the language that they would suggest to change the rules. And you can see how short and straightforward these changes would be. We believe that the issues that are being addressed are these 5 changes are so destructive, and the changes are so simple that it would be wrong to wait any longer than 2024 to address them. While we applaud the idea of segregating out those that really are, like, without a question, going to be able to be moved through, as Hillary pointed out, these we think, we agree with Blair in saying that we don't think that notice will be necessary for these. And we don't think that people should be alarmed necessarily by getting letters in their mailbox about something that really is just a clarification of existing law. It isn't going to change anything. It would just make clear what you already mean, because that's where we think the problem is with these, is that they're not being interpreted correctly. We would like to, the things that we are seeing in Central Oregon, the 3 of the 5 issues that are extremely important to our members in Central Oregon, where we are watching our farmland disappear before our very eyes, are first to stop spot rezoning of working farmlands. I don't know if you guys ever heard me say something like this before, but I'd like to reemphasize that we want to stop spot rezoning. We're seeing a huge fragmentation of our farmlands and forest lands through spot rezoning instead of using the regional processes of the Big Look with DLCD and other agencies. Again, the extreme simplicity of the suggested change and its extreme importance mean that we should be able to stop spot rezoning this year, 2024, and it really can't wait any longer than that. Second, we strongly support limiting replacement dwellings to 125% of their original footprint. There is a home out in the post-Paulina Valley that it might be something like 15,000 square feet. That home has permanently taken the value of the property and raised it by millions of dollars, and no rancher will ever be able to acquire it again. And this is happening across Central Oregon. It's almost as though we don't need any other laws. They don't make any difference anymore, because if the land is priced at these stratospheric prices because of the homes that are on them, all there's ever going to be are serfs and sort of tenant farmers. There won't be any farmer landowners in the future. So this is a very important law. Again, a very quick, simple fix, and we don't think that it needs any type of notice. And finally, we urge you to expand your rulemaking this year in a very simple way, which is to limit non-farm dwellings wherever there's the 3 Ws: water, wildfire, or wildlife. When there's groundwater limitations of water, when there's a high wildfire risk, wildfire, and the 3rd W, whenever it's ODFW designated wildlife habitat, we would like to see non-farm dwellings not permitted on those lands. And we urge you to do those this year in 2024. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Commissioner Lasso.
Carol, the first one you said about stop spot rezoning, which particular aspect of the priority topics is that?
That's, I believe it's the first one on 1000 Friends of Oregon's list, or it might be the second one. In their written testimony, they listed 5 things, and this is one of those 5. And this is where there's individual soil scientists who are paid and come in, and it's basically they're saying, we want to just take this particular piece and change the zoning. And so there's a big hole in the middle of the farmland. We think that should be done, but all the farmland at once, as is laid out in the agency's rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for testimony. Up next is Lauren Poor from the Oregon Farm Bureau on virtually.
Good afternoon, everyone, members of the commission and Director Bateman. For the record, I'm Lauren Poor. I'm the Vice President of Government and Legal Affairs for the Oregon Farm Bureau. By way of background, the Oregon Farm Bureau is the state's largest agricultural trade association. We represent nearly 6,600 farm and ranch families throughout the state. These farm families raise Oregon's over 240 agricultural commodities. And while some of our members participate in agritourism activities and other commercial activities in conjunction with farm use, others do not. Because of this, Oregon Farm Bureau remains in the middle of all discussions related to the Farm and Forest Conservation Improvements rules. As is pointed out in the coalition letter that was submitted to the record that Oregon Farm Bureau signed on to, along with many other organizations, while land use opinions vary greatly across the agricultural community, there is one thing that we should all agree on, is that Oregon should be working to support the success of agriculture and natural resource businesses. Additionally, we should support farmers engaging with the public on farm in order to promote agriculture as a valuable part of our communities. On-farm experiences encourage the public to support policies beneficial to agriculture, which is something that is desperately needed to keep Oregon agriculture viable. OFB is really concerned with the direction of the Farm Forest Conservation RAC, and we request that the Commission slow down this rulemaking. In light of the narrow charge of the RAC and our inability to have policy conversations within the RAC, it's OFB's hope that the Commission will direct the department to re-engage a work group that includes all interested stakeholders, including members of agriculture that participate in agritourism activities or otherwise participate in commercial activities in conjunction with farm use. Unfortunately, the previous technical working group did not adequately represent the variance in agricultural opinions related to on-farm engagement, including farmers who operate some of the agritourism activities that we as Oregonians love. So I thank you for your time today, and I'll just, in light of being brief, will direct you to our submitted testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. So I'm going to be passing the meeting on to Commissioner Warren, as I have a class that I'm taking virtually that I must attend. So I will see you tomorrow at tomorrow's hearing. Thank you.
There. Next up is Steve.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Elzinga. I'm testifying on behalf of The Ground LLC, which is a family farm in Yamhill County. The Ground is an integrated farm that uses creative strategies to operate a sustainable farming business that's in harmony with nature and in service to all species. The Ground is fundamentally about connecting people with their food, their planet, and each other. By using regenerative agriculture, The Ground ensures environmental stewardship, conservation, and community. Unfortunately, the contemplated rulemaking expansion could harm this farm and many others. For The Ground, immersing customers in the beauty of regenerative farming isn't merely a business model, it's a core purpose. And through its various places and experiences, The Ground multiplies that purpose for other farms and businesses. And since local, sustainably grown food uses up to 56% less energy to grow than conventional agriculture, the success or failure of this movement could have a profound ecological impact. And the contemplated rulemaking expansion on home occupations and farm stands, as well as the rules additionally urged by a few advocacy groups, would make it harder for farmers to earn a living through creative strategies. The proposals go far beyond mere clarifications and are major policy changes that should not be adopted by rule. They threaten to harm the following real-life examples. Number one, selling wine at farm stands alongside core protein and veggie products, which Yamhill County approves as a commercial activity in conjunction with farming, since The Ground itself does not have its own winery. Number two, operating agricultural bed and breakfasts as home occupations that help patrons develop a profound understanding and appreciation of regenerative agriculture as cows graze mere yards away from the front porch. These contemplating rule-making expansions, as well as a few others, would harm farms across the state, make it harder to connect customers with local farm products, and further disconnect people from farms. The Ground submitted additional written comments that we hope you'll consider. Robust farms with creative business models for sustainable agriculture, like The Ground, are symbiotic with agriculture surrounding them, and they promote the health of both people and planet. We ask you to please pause consideration of the rulemaking expansion that would harm The Ground and other creative farmers. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Next up is Jana McCamey.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today on the Farm and Forest Conservation Program Improvements RAC. My name is Jana McCamey, and I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Wine Growers Association. OWA represents hundreds of winery and grape growing members from around the state, and our members represent 2/3 of Oregon's overall wine production. For more than 40 years, OWA has been advocating for the health, growth, and economic sustainability of Oregon's wine industry. OWA has been a part of many land use conversations in those decades, including intensive work to craft policy on commercial activities and events at wineries on farmland, which culminated in the unanimous passage of Senate Bill 841 in 2013. OWA has appreciated a collaborative partnership with DLCD when working on important land use topics that impact our growers and wineries. As another example of past collaboration, in 2017, OWA, DLCD, and OLCC worked to develop guidance for food service at wineries on farmland when it was recognized that some clarity was needed. Many of OWA's members rely on conditional use permits to operate their businesses on vineyard land across the state. While statutes provide a permitted use pathway for wineries, not all wineries or operators qualify under those statutes, particularly smaller operators or growers producing wine offsite. According to our legal review, the case law DLCD proposes to codify will likely make it difficult, if not impossible, to use the existing conditional use permit pathways to operate wine-related businesses on farmland. Allowing opportunities to sell products that are produced in conjunction with farm use within agreed parameters is critical. Direct-to-consumer sales are the lifeblood of our industry. The technical work group scoping report from January 4th notes that alcohol-related businesses are one of the top 5 home occupation uses and the top commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. Despite being charged with scoping land use and agricultural policy that will have lasting ramifications for our industry, the technical working group did not include directly impacted voices like the OWA and the wine industry. OWA is concerned about the lack of meaningful stakeholder engagement that gave rise to the Farm Conservation RAC. We think this is a departure from our past relationship with DLCD. Our request of the Commission is to pause the Farm Conservation RAC and bring all stakeholders to the table for a policy discussion, particularly about home occupation and commercial activities in conjunction with farm use. These issues require careful consideration, and we are ready and willing to be a part of this important conversation. We recognize there are a multitude of issues being addressed in this RAC, and not all of those concern us, so it could be beneficial to look at separating these out into different rulemaking processes. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today, and we look forward to continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. And if we get the timer back up on the screen. Great. Next up is Robert Liberty.
You knew I was testifying, Stuart, so then you said, start the timer.
It's nothing personal, I promise.
Good afternoon and thank you. Thank you for demonstrating such thoughtful leadership on Oregon's long neglected land conservation goals. I will briefly address 2 topics. The Oregon Supreme Court issued its decision in the Curry County case in 1986, 38 years ago. The court held your planning goals require lands outside urban growth boundaries that are not in farm and forest zones to remain rural. Rural residential zoning is applied to more than 1,000 square miles in Oregon. That's about the same area as Marion County and more than twice the size of the land inside the urban growth boundary for the Portland metro area. Continuing densification of development on these lands has bad consequences for nearby farming and forestry operations, water, wildlife, rural infrastructure and taxes, climate change, and it contributes to the spiraling problem of rural gentrification and displacement. Remember, these homes are in addition to the 33,900 homes approved by counties in farm and forest zones since the mid-1980s. Yet almost four decades after the Supreme Court decision, the Commission's Goal 2 administrative rule still fails to identify any limits on rural residential densities. The good news for you is that you can settle the issue easily by adding a single sentence to your Goal 2 rule. One sentence. Quote, changes to zoning that allow for increases in density or intensity of existing and authorized rural uses in rural residential zones are not permitted without a reasons exception. It's 29 words. That's all that's required. This one sentence would save you time and expense on more litigation over what promises to be a rising tide of rural residential zoning. After 38 years, it's probably time to take action. You could assign this task to the RAC or simply do it yourself. It requires no Measure 56 notice. That's my second topic. Measure 56 requires you to give notice of changes to your rules or the goals, quote, that limit or prohibit otherwise permissible land uses or cause a local government to rezone property. Nothing that your staff has proposed, that I just proposed,
and at least 4 of the rule changes proposed by Thousand Friends would limit or prohibit otherwise permitted land uses. Instead, they would limit or prohibit uses that aren't permitted. Giving Measure 56 notice when none is required is not, quote, acting out of an excessive caution. Rather, it conveys the wrong impression of property owners and excites confusion and anxiety. I saw a recent example of this where an agitated property owner came in after receiving Measure 56 notice in Wasco County, only to learn that the proposed change to the management plan would actually make it easier for him to divide his property. You need to provide clarity, not sow confusion. Please don't narrow the scope or rulemaking today based on a misconception of what Measure 56 requires. Instead, make that part of the assignment to the RAC and your legal counsel to identify whether Measure 56 notice would be required for any of the possible suggested changes, and to identify funding sources if notice is necessary. And finally, Mickey, sorry, I believe the name of that octopus is Brenda.
Thanks, Robert. Next up is Mike McCarthy.
Am I on?
You're on, Mike.
Am I on?
You are, and we can hear you.
Okay. I'm Mike McCarthy. I farm in Parkdale, Oregon. I'm a first-generation farmer. I'm here representing McCarthy Family Farm. I'm also a member of Ag for Oregon. I'm also a member of the Oregon Farm Bureau. We, since the 80s, have had what we would call a sustainable farm operation with some organic and some conventional, a combination of livestock and crops and orchards. In the 80s, we started some on-farm research and began what is now called regenerative agriculture. And we're very proud of that work. I'm a member of Ag for Oregon, and I just wanted to comment that our members of Ag for Oregon have over 200 years of experience and involvement in the Oregon land use system. Our principal focus has been protecting the soil and the land for the long-term use of Oregonians and protecting it at a price that would be available for young farmers to begin farming in the future. I might comment that some people think that the Oregon land use system is maybe outdated, and I would suggest that with the shrinking availability of land, shrinking water supplies, changing climate, that the Oregon land use system is more important than ever, and our efforts to conserve the land are more important than ever. And I would comment that in the 2 days that you have your meeting, the 2 full days, 9,000 acres of prime farmland will be lost in the United States. That's only prime farmland. That doesn't count the second or third, class 3, class 4, and also lands lost because of no water. I hope you will continue your efforts to clarify and simplify the exclusive farmland of exclusive farm zone rules. The complexity and vagueness of the rules creates a conundrum for counties, for the public, for farmers and ranchers, and for land use groups. This also makes it more likely that if you apply for a permit, you need an attorney to do the application. I believe we can make the rules much simpler, less vague, and they'll be more public friendly. And I don't think that this process is going to make it more difficult or challenging for people that really want to farm on the land. I also was involved in the $80,000 test. I hope you can work to improve that test. I was on the committee that did that test, and our intention at that time was only that people had to show that they made $80,000 before they got a house. There was an escalation clause in that at the time we did it, which was taken out. But really the intent of that was that a farmer would show that he was really farming before he could get a house. Anyway, I very much support the work of the RAC and the work to simplify and clarify the rules. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you, Mike. Next up is Frank Foddy.
Good afternoon. I'm Frank Foddy, Carlton, Oregon resident for 30 years, and I'm here representing me, my wife, Brenda Smola Foddy, who is a human. Although there are 6 million species on the planet, we are all one, so we all have that in common in this room. I think we all love the state we live in and the balance that it has. We have that in common. We are here, though, to ask you to pause the rulemaking additions because it isn't simplifying, it's complicating, and it's going to make it harder for businesses like ours, not just ours, to succeed in keeping the balance that is so beautifully established here. Our principles are all around regenerative agriculture. We are not trying to be sustainable or conservationists. We're trying over the course of a really long period of time to do better and to actually help make it better than it was, to the extent that we as one of the 6 million species can do that. Our efforts, we are here protecting and preserving and trying to regenerate because of the great land use laws that we have. And in large part, these exist because of a legendary public servant by the name of Tom McCall. And what has occurred here is really awesome. Continuing to nuance it makes it harder and harder for us to do some things that, when we look at some of the words that Tom McCall said, we see a very different view. He said something in 1973 when all of this started to happen. He quoted actually his relative, who was the governor of Massachusetts, and he said, "I say to you, Oregon, a state rich in accomplishment, towering in history and scenic beauty, and the home of intelligent and prosperous people. For us to tarnish the luster of a fame so splendid would be shameful. Not to diminish it would be a very great thing, but to augment it would indeed be glory." So we have built a water system that helps show how the land can hold water longer as it makes its way through Oregon's water system. Here's a comment from a staff person that works for Yamhill County Water and Soil Conservation District in 2022 when he came to see our site. "Thanks for the incredible tour yesterday. The ground is a leader in the country for forward-thinking, resilient agriculture. I really hope your projects become an inspiration for many landowners and grow to represent an ideal of how to do things right." We live in a privileged area as rural residents. There's only, according to USDA, 14% of Americans get to live in the small towns and the rural areas in the whole country. If you want more appreciation for farmland and forest uses, please let more people experience the space to appreciate it. We love this planet. We love the county we live in. We love the state of Oregon. We love our species and the other 5,999,000 of them that are out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Next up is Samantha Bayer.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi, for the record, my name is Samantha Bayer. I'm General Counsel for the Oregon Property Owners Association. As background, OPOA represents private property owners across the state, and we represent their private property rights. I am also a member of the Farmland RAC. I want to start by saying it was really important to me to be on this RAC because our legal center currently represents a number of farmers across the state who are engaging in agritourism activities, commercial activities in conjunction with farm use, and hosting other on-farm experiences. I want to say that they do this not because they want to convert farmland into commercial use, but because they love farming and they want to be able to stay farming. But the ag economy is not great. That has been outlined in the coalition letter that OPOA is a part of that the Farm Bureau mentioned earlier. Oregon lost 5% of farms according to the last 2022 ag census, and that's 5% of ag businesses. So just at the outset, I want to say that I support everything that was said earlier by many farmers and ag groups, that this RAC is really important. And a lot of, and we share a lot of the same concerns that was expressed in that letter and expressed previously about that we are not able to have an important and robust policy conversation that we should be doing. And we share the same concerns about how the RAC is going. In my remaining time, though, I do want to talk about two other issues. I have heard a lot about farm hardship or hardship dwellings or there's replacement dwellings in the work group report and template dwellings. And I just wanted to share a quick story because I think the narrative out there, or what I'm seeing in a lot of the comments, is that it's too easy for counties to approve these types of dwellings. And it's too easy for counties to do, frankly, what the state legislature has already authorized them to do. And I just want to share that is not true. I currently represent a client who lost his home in a fire 6 months ago. He lost his child and his 2 grandchildren in the fire. He has been trying to apply for a replacement dwelling, but was denied because he was not able to provide proof of his original building permit from 1970. He was going to have to go through an extensive template dwelling process that would have taken him 2 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars to complete. At that time, his insurance company wouldn't have paid out on his house, and he would have been homeless. We have been working with the county to try to get this replacement dwelling approved, but we're not even confident we're going to be able to do so. So the narrative that being able to give people homes when they're facing tragedy or medical hardship, that we should make that more difficult or we should make that too easy, is extremely troubling and very problematic. And I know I'm over time, but the last thing I just want to say is this story is not unique. All of these uses that we're talking about are complicated and they affect real people and their real lives. And so I just urge this commission to please slow down, reconstitute the work group so we can have a real policy conversation with all the necessary voices and practitioners at the table so we can do these issues justice. Thank you.
Thanks, Samantha. Next up is Max Yoklik.
Thank you, commissioners. For the record, my name is Max Yoklik. I am in-house counsel for New Sun Energy, and I am on the rulemaking advisory committee for DLCD's solar siting rulemaking. A lot of the points I want to make echo what others have said, but from a little bit of a different angle. The first thing I recommend that the commission consider is how this RAC is going to interact with and potentially conflict with the efforts that the RAC that I am on is undertaking to locate lower conflict siting for solar facilities and enable the siting of those facilities in a more expedient way to meet some of our clean energy targets. For example, this RAC and rulemaking is proposing to modify and increase the burden of demonstrating the farm impacts test, which is directly relevant to all conditional uses, including solar farms. So to the extent we increase that burden, that has the opposite effect of what might be the outcome of the solar siting RAC. So from our perspective, we're seeing 2 rulemakings that look like they're working in opposite directions. You know, like others have said, I recognize that there probably need to be some changes to these regulations that are being considered. But as some others have testified today, this rulemaking as the current scope does not totally adequately investigate all those issues. So one thing that's high on the top of my mind is the case of Silver Creek Solar versus Marion County, the recent decision from LUBA related to what type of goal exceptions solar facilities need to take on mixed farm and forest. That I think is well within the scope of this rulemaking and it hasn't been raised at all. And that's a good example of where codifying case law might not be the right approach to this rulemaking. The role of the commission is to adopt land use goals and implement rules to assure compliance with the goals. So that means that we need to be taking a hard look at what the policy should be, not simply attempting to codify how judicial bodies may have interpreted our existing regulations. And, those difficult policy decisions are going to take a lot of time. So I'll just echo others that given the potential conflicts with other rulemakings and the scope here, we'd really recommend a pause to this rulemaking so a broader conversation can take place. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Max. Next up is Michael Giraldi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Michael Gilardi. I'm a natural resources lawyer based in Eugene. I've been working on rural land use issues around the state for about 15 years now. I'm here today to request that you pause the rulemaking and to seek broader input, particularly from landowners and farm business owners that are directly affected by the rules. My recent experience working with folks in the agricultural community is that they are just having a miserable time with the land use process. It's extremely complex. It's very time consuming and expensive. And because of that, it makes it very difficult to plan, the future of your farm and the future of your business. If you don't know if you can get a permit, what the conditions of that permit might be, and how long it might take to get that permit. And the other thing is, if you are an applicant for any of the land use permits that are at issue in these rules, it's a very stressful experience. You are likely to face intense criticism, sometimes personal attacks, often based on speculation and conspiracy theories. A good example of that is a recent case out of Marion County about the commercial activity use. The applicants in that case were a couple that wanted to start an agricultural education program on their farm. They were vociferously opposed by state and local activist groups, largely claiming that they must be up to something different than what they say they're up to. They made all sorts of wild claims. For example, they put pictures of the Enchanted Forest amusement park into the record and said, "This is the next Enchanted Forest." They claimed without evidence that the property was not a farm, that they were not growing crops, that they were not really involved in education. None of it was true, but unfortunately, because of the structure of the process and in part because DLCD chose to side with the opponents, it took us over 2.5 years, 7 local hearings and 2 trips to LUBA to set the record straight and to have that permit secured and allow that program to move forward. Again, just a miserable process. And I'm concerned that the rules that are under consideration are going to make that worse. The other side of the coin is that there are a lot of people on rural lands all over the state just blatantly violating land use rules, not engaging with the process at all. And in many, many cases, these people are not facing any consequences. So on the one hand, you've got folks who are working diligently in good faith to secure permits and are being punished by the process. And on the other hand, you've got folks who are flouting the process and being rewarded for it. It's not right. So I urge you to pause and think about how we can get better decisions on the merits that meet our goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next up is Jessica Durham. Jessica, are you here? Okay, next up is Angela Crowley-Koch.
Thank you, Director Bateman and members of the Commission. My name is Angela Crowley-Cook. I'm the Executive Director of OSEA, the Oregon Solar Plus Storage Industries Association. I'm here today as a member of that other RAC that was mentioned to focus on solar siting in Eastern Oregon and to find the spots that are the right fit for solar. I join the chorus of voices who are concerned about how fast this RAC is moving and the implications, not just on this process, but on other RACs and other things happening in DLCD, like the solar siting RAC. I think with this amount of concerns, slowing down and taking a pause, asking DLCD to coordinate within itself and between the different RACs would be the right move. The solar siting RAC, just for your reference, was formed at the legislative directive of House Bill 3409 in 2023 to help reduce conflicts around solar siting. And the work that we're doing in that RAC, SIA is a member, is intended to help Oregon meet its clean energy goals while minimizing impacts to other resources. And one of the things we've learned in this RAC that you're discussing today is that the RAC is looking at making a change to the farm impacts test that applies to all conditional uses on EFU land. And we're concerned that work there may conflict with the work that the RAC that OSEA is on about reducing solar siting conflict. We're worried that those two things could conflict. So again, we joined the request by a number of groups that you've heard today to slow the process down here, make sure that all of the different arms of DLCD are talking together, that you're listening to farm interests and other interests in the request to take a pause and move slowly through this process. Better to do it right and to take a little more time than to have all the concerns you've heard here today. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Angela. Next up is Paul Harcombe.
My name is Paul Harcombe. I'm here representing myself and Friends of Linn County, of which I'm president. Friends of Linn County is also a 501c3 organization that is dedicated to protecting and conserving the farm and forest lands in Linn County. We wish to express our strong support and appreciation to the DLCD for initiating and sustaining the effort to address inconsistencies, lack of clarity, and technical errors in Oregon's program to conserve farm and forest land. Those of us out in the counties who monitor land use decisions are painfully aware of the need. Indeed, we're reminded of it just about every day. Also, we applaud the work of the technical working group as described in their conservation program improvement scoping project, and we strongly support the recommendation. Further, we urge the Commission to adopt a rapid timeline for rulemaking, and especially to expand the charge of the Rules Advisory Committee to take up in 2024 the additional issues that are both high impact and extremely simple to address through rulemaking. You've heard these enumerated earlier: limit replacement dwelling size, limit case-by-case rezoning of agricultural and forest land as non-resource land. In our experience in Linn County, this is a major contributor to the proliferation of non-farm dwellings in zones with robust agriculture or forestry operations. Clarify income standards for the new farm dwellings. That would seem to be a no-brainer. Clarify by rule elements of commercial activities in conjunction with farm use, home occupations, and agritourism to slow the accelerating loss of productive farmland to non-farm uses. Another no-brainer: clarify by rule prohibitions on non-farm dwellings in designated critical groundwater areas, high-risk wildlife areas, and important and irreplaceable wildlife habitat. A very important benefit of addressing these fixes in 2024 is that even the saving of a few years in implementation will greatly reduce the burden on county planners, the amount of uncertainty for developers, and the amount of conflict overall. After hearing some of the comments today, I don't know if that's true or not. We thank the Commission for initiating this process, and we implore you to add these important but straightforward issues to the 2024 agenda. Thank you.
Next up is Fawn Bari. On with us today. Next up is Charla Moffett.
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of an issue here. I need to. Well, my camera is not coming on, so I guess I will just use the audio here. I apologize. Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah, we can hear you well, Charla.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, members of the commission. I'm Charla Moffett, Senior Policy Director for Oregon Business and Industry. OBI is a statewide association representing businesses from a wide variety of industries and from each of Oregon's 36 counties. In addition to being the statewide Chamber of Commerce, OBI is the state affiliate for the National Association of Manufacturers and the National Retail Federation. Our 1,600 member companies, more than 80% of which are small businesses, employ more than 250,000 Oregonians. Oregon's private sector businesses help drive a healthy, prosperous economy for the benefit of everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on DLCD's Farm and Forest Conservation Program Improvements Rules Advisory Committee. OBI doesn't frequently engage with DLCD, as many of our partner organizations who have greater expertise in land use regulation tend to take the lead in land use regulation. However, we do have deep experience in state agency rulemaking, and members of our policy team collectively serve on dozens of rulemaking advisory committees each year. Workable and effective rulemaking is the result of many factors, but one that is crucial is balanced rulemaking advisory committee membership, in which regulated communities are represented in a fair and balanced way. From the inception of the technical working group, those who will be regulated under the eventual new rules have not been adequately represented, a challenge that would be exacerbated if the Rules Advisory Committee is expanded. The regulated community's participation is critically important not only for the development of fair and balanced rules, but also because regulated entities are often able to identify unreasonable and unworkable provisions of rulemaking requirements that are prohibitively expensive or overly complex, and they're skilled in offering alternative solutions that can meet rulemaking objectives in a way that is often more workable and effective without negative unintended consequences, such as complex, overly restrictive, and costly regulations. OBI believes that conserving farmlands is inextricably linked to a robust farm economy, and the current direction of the rulemaking could ultimately be harmful to farm and forest land conservation. There are important land use policy discussions that need to be addressed, and it does not appear that the rulemaking at hand intends to address some of those difficult conversations. We ask the Commission to pause the rulemaking and engage stakeholders in a broader conversation on farm and forest land conservation regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Charla. Okay. All right, Jim Johnson, you want to come on up, please?
Hello, Chair. Oh, hello, Chair. That was a good one, though. Gee, boy, did I walk into that one. So, okay. Good afternoon, Chair Warren, Commissioners, Director Bateman. My name's Jim Johnson. I'm the Land Use and Water Planning Coordinator for the Oregon Department of Agriculture. Just for some context, I've been involved in my career in dozens and dozens and dozens of rule advisory committees, including 3 that I'm currently involved in, including the solar rack that you've heard about, that I have some insight on that also. But I bring that up because with all that experience, I really wanted to say that this is one of the best run racks I've seen. Hillary is doing a wonderful, wonderful job. It's very organized. It's very to point. We're getting a lot of work done, and combined with the technical advisory group, she's really doing a great job. I wanted to get that up front. Couple things about the current RAC group, and I'm a member of that RAC, but I'm speaking on behalf of the Department of Agriculture, not as the RAC member. Case law is not policy, it's law. That is the law. We're not changing anything here. We're putting it into the rule. I get more calls from planners, from state agency types that are implementing, like the Energy Facility Siting Council, whatever, about what does the case law say? What is the farm impacts test? How do we employ that? That is the existing law. That is not new policy or whatever. That is existing law. And a lot of times I get these questions because people don't read court cases like I do. So they don't know that the case law exists yet. If there's an appeal, that's going to be applied. So my point is, case law is not new policy. It needs to be put into the rule so that people know what they're implementing when they're applying land use laws. The Rule Advisory Committee will be ultimately providing you with a recommendation. They're not adopting anything. So for this to continue to go on is not going to mean that that's something that you are going to do or are not going to do. It's going to be a recommendation. So there's still going to be plenty of time to address whatever comes from the Rule Advisory Committee. So I would encourage the work to continue. And if there are legal questions, for example, Measure 56 or the like, those questions can be addressed while the RAC is doing its work. And if some of those legal questions say some of the RAC work is subject to that, that doesn't have to be brought forward to the commission. That could be removed and not be part of that ultimate work. So I would encourage the work to continue and not be concerned about that as much as it's being made into an issue. Lastly, I just wanted to quickly respond to some of the things I've heard today. Number one, the RAC is not doing any work on farm stands. That has not been an issue. It has not come up. Number two, selling wine. You can sell wine at farm stands and other operations and like that may not be a winery as long as it falls within the 25% percentage of non-site items. So to say that you can't sell wine just because we're changing some of these is not a correct interpretation of the law. Three, the winery rules aren't even being subject to any review here. So there's nothing that's going to change how the wineries can conduct their operations under the current law. Number four, loss of farms. It was mentioned that there's a loss of farms and the like based on the census, and thus agriculture is not doing so great. Loss of farms in the last census were basically from areas that are actually not zoned exclusive farm use. Remember, the census of agriculture does not look at zoning. It just looks strict at use. A lot of that was urban growth within urban growth boundaries. A lot of it was what we would call lifestyle or rural residential farms. The definition of a farm in the census of agriculture is $1,000. Most farms in Oregon in a high percentage make greater than $250,000 a year.
I'm going to ask you to make your final points.
Final points. The farm impacts test implements case law. What the RAC is looking at is nothing more than implementing the case law. It's not changing anything. It's not the like. In fact, the Energy Facility Siting Council, when they implement this, is constantly asking me how to apply the farm impacts test based on the stop the dump case, which employed that case law. And I'll just end by, if this commission would like to learn more about how well the state's farm economy is, I would love to come and give you a presentation. It's not as bad off as it's being played to be here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. And last but not least, Fawn Bari.
Thank you. For the record, Fawn Berry, representing the Oregon Wine Council. Our association represents vineyards and wineries across the state. I do want to clarify for the record, there's some comments posted on the website that are assigned to OWC. Those are from some other wineries that are not members of ours. So just want to make sure the commission is aware of that. Our industry has faced significant challenges in recent years because of COVID, fires, frost, and a decrease in overall consumption. Oregon wineries compete on a global scale, and the policies and issues that we are dealing with in Oregon are unique to our state in a lot of circumstances. The winery industry in Oregon is already facing significant costs that make our product higher costs than other wine producing states, including California and Washington. And the economic pressures that our industry has faced make agritourism even more important to our industry. Our industry is unique from others in the ag sector because of the statutory structure related to land use that we are under. I would say that our interpretation of the court decisions and of the rulemaking is a little bit different than what you've heard from the last presenter. And we have great concerns about advancing this rulemaking and the impact that it might have on our industry. We do not believe that the scope of the rulemaking should be expanded and would encourage you to slow down, take a step back, and further engage stakeholders in this process. Just to clarify, I would like to make 3 recommendations for how to move forward. First, as I said, expanding stakeholders. Our industry, unfortunately, has just become more aware of this issue over the last couple of weeks. We were not aware of the work group that happened in August, and we're not a part of that. We became aware of the rulemaking toward the end of March, and just in the last couple of weeks, fully understood kind of the breadth of this rulemaking. So we would urge you to make sure that everyone impacted is actually engaged in this process. Second, I think it's really important to take a look at the economic impact of this rulemaking. A comprehensive economic impact study should be conducted to evaluate the effects of proposed changes on agricultural stakeholders, including wine growers. And then the final thing I would say is I do feel like this is a substantive policy shift and policy decisions being made through this rulemaking process, and the legislature should be involved. In talking with a couple of legislators, they're not aware of this process that's ongoing. And so I would urge the commission and the agency to engage legislators in this process and to really give us time to have a thoughtful policy conversation about how to move forward in advance of adopting any rules. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Fawn. And I believe that concludes public comment. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Great. I'm going to invite staff back up, please. Commissioner Bayer, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We will be back at 3:50. Thank you, everyone. All right, welcome back. The commission just took a minor break. Welcome Deputy Director Kirsten Green and Hillary Foote back to the stand, and I'm going to open it up for
Steve.
There's Steve Shipsey in the house. John, would you mind?
You missed
For all those online, we're waiting for a few staff members to rejoin us here. Waiting on Commissioner Lazo.
Director Bateman.
Director Bateman. Lazo?
You know, that's how have fun. Make money, have fun. Yeah, that's not in my. Oh my goodness. So on Monday, they made it. Diversity in your group. Right. No, it's a good point. Definitely.
All right. At this point, I'd like to open it up for commission, see if any clarifying questions about testimony we heard or additional questions of staff.
Thank you. I just have a couple real quick. We've heard several comments today about codifying case law. And some people have said it might be beyond the scope of the agency. Other people have said that case law is law and it should be put into rule. When I looked through the materials, it looked like there was some case law maybe that was just maybe had made it through LUBA and others that may be on appeal. How do you treat case law, putting it into rule if it's not yet final? If it's pending appeal or subject to appeal?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Porter. So the charge that we're currently considering, all right, so the cases that we are working on or working through with our rulemaking advisory committee currently, many of those are older cases. They've been around for a while. None of them are under appeal currently. So for example, when we're talking about the farm impacts test, the Stop the Dump case was a Supreme Court case, right? And that sort of describes how a county planner would go about providing findings to determine that a proposed use does not have a significant impact on farm and forest practices in the area or the cost of farm and forest practices in that area. That Supreme Court case has been referenced many times over in more recent LUBA cases. And so we do feel like that's a fairly important case because it does provide guidance on how to go about doing that from a planning perspective, particularly. Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
It did. But I'm in going through this, in listening to all this, I'm reminded of another case that has been codified in legislation. It's not on point, but the Martin v. Boise case and the Grants Pass v. Johnson case that was codified, that was put into legislation in the state of Oregon, which is now up for appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. And if it changes, how do you start peeling that back? And I know that's not a comparable case, but the concept is the same, right? And so, personally, I'd probably be a little bit more hesitant to put case law into rule way too soon. And I don't know what not too soon would be. So that That's what's begging the question for me, because that one has been decided law for quite a few years.
So thank you, Commissioner Porter. So I wish Gordon was here so he could talk a little bit more, right, about how the courts look at our rules. Maybe Mr. Shipsey could provide some comments on that. Like once LCDC has adopted rules that clarify statute, and so that would be the case here. If we take that sort of case law standard, adopt it into our rules, how the courts then view our interpretation as an agency. And what sort of appeal exposure that might have from other jurisdictions. I don't know.
Yeah, so if I understand the question right, is like, when do you know that a case law is final and settled?
Yes, yes. And to, I guess, to add to that, since you're going to chime in on this, is it, how do you make sure you're not expanding on that decision in the rule?
Yeah, so those are good questions. And with most of the cases that are referenced in this document are, I mean, I think all of them have reached the point where we're talking about earlier, an appellate judgment has been issued. So we know the case is final, it's gone through. If it's a LUBA case, the opportunity to request judicial review by the Court of Appeals, the time has passed. And so that's established case law now. If it's a Supreme or a Court of Appeals case, the opportunity to request discretionary review by the Supreme Court, that time has passed. Or if it's a Supreme Court case, it's the appellate judgment is issued and there's not going to be a reconsideration of that case by that court. For example, the farm impact test, that case has been settled for quite a few years now. And the point Mr. Johnson was making was not everyone is not everyone that reads our rule in the statute that says, oh, you have to apply the farm impact test is aware of the stop the dump case where the Supreme Court said, here are the elements of the farm impact test and how they're interpreted and how they apply. And so they see those words, but they don't understand that there is law specifying how that is to be applied. So I guess we have a high degree of comfort of putting that into rule now because it's the established law of the state.
We've got a musical background back.
Yeah,
there.
I'm going to ask that everyone silence their phones, please.
But yeah, because I hear a phone. And I'm like, what? So I don't know if I got all of your question.
And then how do you know you're not expanding on an opinion?
Yeah, and that's I think one, you have the authority to expand on it should you choose. But two, I think that particularly on many of the cases that we're looking at, there's a clear articulation in the case, and I think this is just putting that into a section subsection format in a rule rather than in a in the body of a case.
And I would just add to that, Commissioner Porter, in our initial sort of proposals for draft rule language, we've essentially quoted the cases. We've taken quotes out of the case and really put them into rule format. But if there are differences in opinion on how that should be done, that's what the Rulemaking Advisory Committee is for. So those are the discussions that we want to have with all of the members who've been appointed to that Rulemaking Advisory Committee to understand, exactly what their concerns might be with that sort of cut paste exercise, out of those court decisions.
Okay. Yes, two more real quick ones. Thank you very much. So I've heard reference several times this afternoon to the 125% of existing home size for replacement houses, and yeah, maybe my imagination is running wild here, but my mom grew up in a farmhouse that was a mud hut, one-room mud hut, Eastern Colorado. Is there any? I mean, what would be the outer limits of that? I mean, if you had a 500 square foot home, would you just add 120, 25% more onto that if their house were to have burned down? I mean, is it really that limited, the 125% in that concept?
So thank you, Commissioner Porter. So this is a concept, an idea that a number of our stakeholders are suggesting that we look into more deeply. And so conversations about if we were to take that up, in a rulemaking, I would imagine a conversation around, why that number, why 125%? What does that look like in different scenarios? So these are the kinds of conversations that are appropriate to have within a rulemaking advisory committee.
Okay.
Mhm.
Last one is, we also heard a lot of comments this afternoon, and this one is kind of near and dear to my heart about making sure that we've got full representation of impacted interested parties on either the technical working group or on the RAC. If the commission were to approve the additional charge, is there any discussion about expanding the RAC to include those types of interests that would be directly impacted by those potential additional issues?
So yes, that is something that we have discussed, opening up RAC membership for any additional parties that might have a vested interest in any new items that are being added. So when we look at appointing a RAC, we go through a process where we consult with our community community involvement action committee. We consult with our local officials advisory committee to determine a variety of categories of types of organizations or types of people, type of interests that we want represented on our RAC. And so we have this sort of list of interests that we would like to see filled. And that was included sort of with the charge that we discussed with the commission back in January. And we made a couple of additions to that based on some feedback from commission. So we had a list of the types of interest that we wanted on our rulemaking advisory committee. And then we send out an announcement and we do an open solicitation. Right. And so people apply to be on the RAC. And we go through those applications and look at how that stacks up against that list of interests that we've gone through that process to determine. And we also go through a process to see how our RAC membership stacks up against the demographic profile of the state of Oregon. For this RAC, we also looked up, farm demographics as well, as we're considering the RAC composition. So the department does have a process that we go through when we look at our RAC appointees. For this RAC, we did get members in every one of the categories that were identified through that process that we did with SEAC and LOAC and commission.
Chair, may I do one more follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead, please do.
Sorry, I'm
Now's
sorry.
the time.
Yeah.
So I think I heard you mention earlier that you would have to have, was it the first public hearing or comment period by July? Is that correct?
So thank you, Commissioner Porter. So our first hearing with commission would be scheduled for this September meeting. Yeah. So what that means is that we need to have our conversations with our Rules Advisory Committee essentially wrapped up in mid-July so that we have time to work with Department of Justice on any sort of final adjustments to that. And we get out all of our notices that we need to get out.
So would you have time to get through adding additional RAC members and then actually giving, the additional charge items the attention that they would need and then get that all kind of wrapped up by July?
So thank you, Commissioner Porter. So that list of issues that the department identified to be added to the charge. So those 5 issues, the evidentiary standard for the verification of income. I'm going to total blank on everything. The template test alignment, repairing the definition of preparation, adding a definition of processing, and the clarification on recreational uses of the private parks, and clarifying whether uses listed in chapter 215 may or may not alternatively be reviewed as home occupations. That is a list that we felt we could get through in 3 or 4 more rulemaking advisory committee meetings. Each of these meetings is at least 3 hours long. So there's a long agenda for those meetings, and we are doing a lot of feedback solicitation between those meetings. So we were taking in a lot of written comments so that folks are prepared and have a lot of that material review prior to the discussions. So we're coming ready for those discussions. So thank you. Deputy.
Chairman, I said, thank you. Thanks, Chair Warren and Commissioner Porter, Director, and certainly Hillary for the expertise. I wonder if, Commissioner Porter, you have kind of in your mind what additional interests you think should be represented, and you weren't quite with us yet in January when we went over the original list, but it might be worth referring you have it in your packet, right? The list of perfect. That first one is the current rec. Yeah, thank you. So if you think of any interest that is missing, I would say do let us know. I don't think we plan to go open a new whole recruitment process. So this would be just based on commission direction, director's direction to add certain perspectives that we think would be, needed to address the additional charge. So we would look to do that pretty quickly given the time period. It's our commission and it's our agency practice not to be in rulemaking during the long legislative session, which gives us a really short window in the even numbered years. So that's why it is sort of quick work in a multi-year process. So what we can't do now relatively cleanly, quickly, weighing, items that have ease of implementation, but still are impactful. What can we accomplish this year and then still keep the others on the work plan? If they really are too much to be taken up in this short period of time, I think you've heard today and you will be briefed on the policy agenda. There's, I think, 6 rulemakings going on right now of substantive rulemakings to the agency. So each one of those has a fairly narrow scope to be able to be done within the even numbered years. So I take your concern very seriously. I think I'm understanding what you're saying. So yeah, the time to add and then do is certainly compressed. But if you have particular interest, please do let us know. Sorry for the long-winded aria. Thank you.
Thompson.
Well, I'd like to follow behind my newest colleague and say that, first of all, I've known Robert Liberty for a very long time, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. I want to acknowledge your respect. Now I'm going to annoy you because I'm going to not do what you want. So I know I haven't changed. Some things are consistent over time. Well, because look, I heard people saying very different things. When I'm faced with oppositional points of view, no matter how compelling one or the other is, I say, oh, I want to step back. You asked that question. And my thought too was, how can we keep this clean and effective? I heard a couple of people. I heard Charla Moffett talk about the efficiency and the effectiveness of a more diverse membership. What I'm looking for is to love both the farm and the farmer, and not just one kind of farmer, but every kind of farmer. Because I had family who were farmers, and by golly, they struggled. They worked hard. So I want to support them. I want to honor the land too. And I loved what Fawn Berry said about look at the impact on proposed stakeholders. I like that. And I loved her idea of connecting with the legislature. I thought, aha, that in my mind gives us an adequate scope that if we can do it, because people think you walk on water. So maybe if anybody could, there's a little soft soap in that, but I still think it's true. But if we could weave it in those elements that would address the legitimate concerns and balance that need, because look, it's about the governance. How do we do it? And we have to do good. We have to make money, and we have to have fun. And if we're satisfying all of those, then I feel I'm fulfilling my purpose in this commission. Thank you.
Commissioners? Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair Warren. I think some of the questions that I had have already been covered, and I think the direction we're heading. I did have one question, and I think probably Gordon would have been more suited to answer this, so I'm going to direct it to Mr. Shipsey if that's possible. Because it's a combination of policy and case law, or rules and policy and case law. I guess, Steve, would you characterize any of the case law that we're looking at potentially codifying through this process currently as contradictory to rules or policies that the agency has?
No, I would, as I understand it, I haven't participated in the racks, but when I've read the materials, what I understand is that it's taking the interpretations of those rules and statutes that have been developed through legal cases and putting them in the rule itself. That
My question for Hillary and maybe for my colleagues is, would you be open to, and would it be helpful for us, for folks who might be wondering how to proceed, to include, because the only thing you've asked for in the motion is the addition of the charge. You haven't asked for additional interest on the rack. Which we did in the first time when we did the charge. Those two things went together. So I don't know if we want to try to do that today or not. That's the direction we could give. I don't know that it's possible for me to do it on the spot. So, but other folks might have ideas. So I just want to point out that we did do that when we did the first charge in January. We're asking to expand it here, but not the second piece of that.
So yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lasso. So you certainly could make a motion to adopt the charge as, it's presented in the staff report, and also ask the director to consider appointing additional RAC members. And if you have specific interests that you would like to see the director appoint, you could name those.
Very minor point. Sorry, Chair Warren, if I could. Just that we normally go by interest, not names. So if there's interest, certainly if you have a name behind an interest, go ahead and share that with Director Bateman offline. But we just generally in public don't try and name names, this specific person or that, put them really on the spot. Thank you.
Seemed to be the case earlier with the goats or the.
Point of clarification, I think they're sheep.
I know.
If I may, I just want to ask a clarifying question. The RACs met one time, is that correct?
Commissioner Warren, they have met twice.
And is it your interpretation that if we were to add new membership to that, it would disrupt any sort of relationship that's have been built on the RAC or any sort of process that's been designed for the RAC to move through?
Thank you, Commissioner Warren. So there are, a lot of background materials that were provided to the RAC, a month before our first meeting to review. And there have been a lot of materials generated through the rulemaking advisory process. So there'd be a lot to catch up on for new rulemaking advisory committee members, but it's certainly, possible and doable for them to catch up on that sort of background. All of that's available. It's all posted on the website. Director Bateman, did you add an additional comment? Yes.
Chair, Commission, I think it's probably a good time to interject at this point that I see this work being really important and ongoing. I think I've said this before in previous meetings, but not everybody's had a chance to hear me say this. I really view this as a program that's in development, not a project. And I think the difference is significant because if it's a project, I can see there being a bit of a panic, like we have to get this done this time. because we'll never come back to it again. And that's not how we're viewing this. I think there's a cadence that we need to establish. There's a lot of work that needs to be done and conversations that we just need to stay with. And so I think if we view it as more of a program, then we give ourselves a little bit of grace, and we could let this current round with the current people that are at the table and the current charter they've been given play out. We could follow it with another round, one behind that and one behind that. So I really don't want folks to feel this panic, like we've got to get it done. This is our one chance ever. And because that's not true. I'll tell you, one of the last things that Director Rue said to me was there's a lot of work that needs to be done in farm and forests. You need to get started and you need to stick with it, and you need to make sure it doesn't wither. So that's what we're doing. We're in this conversation. I intend for us to stay there. I do think that there are a number of things that need to be clarified and can be clarified rather easily. That's why that initial charter was put together. I think there's some things that are pretty clear that we need to work on, that counties and planners who are in the trenches every day have asked us, please clarify this for us. We're not sure. We need help. And so those pieces are really important to me. And then I just wanted to note, this list of issues that was put together by the working group. I'm actually quite pleased that was done. We had folks come to us say, these are the things that are tripping us up every day. Here's a list. That's pretty much how that was put together. And then we did a little ground truthing with that and put additional words around that. But in essence, we have a list. The first part of the list, maybe there are more lists to come, of the things that are tripping up county planners every day that they need help with. And so I'm happy that we've got that list. Now we move it into an arena where what we do with the list is really important. So that I want to make sure we've got the right folks at the table, and we don't have any disposition as to where they're going to land. We just know that they're a source of confusion for folks that we need to discuss. So I'm pleased that we've got that list and that we're starting to tick down through them. Now that we're in this rulemaking arena, I think there is opportunity to have policy discussion and grapple with things, and we don't need to be stuck to a checklist that we're just ticking down through and blindly ignoring everything else that's going on. We can have those conversations in this arena. It's something that I look forward to and that I welcome, but I think it's ongoing. So I'm actually really pleased with where we are right now, what's on the table, what you've already done in your previous meetings. That might be a good solid place to ground ourselves, but I really think this is doable from here forward. I really like what we have so far from this commission.
All right, so I am the liaison to this RAC. So I've sat in on all the technical working group and these first two RACs. Hillary is running a very tight ship, and we get our information very quickly afterwards. She is capturing everything that's being said. She's not missing anything. She's not skewing it. She is getting it all out there to us. And I did want to say one thing, that we did receive a lot of written comment that you didn't hear today. So if you have a chance to read some of the written comment, there's some great information in the written comments also. And in the technical working group, the planners are asking for this. It is not clear for the pathways for them to do their job. They are asking for clarity from this department. And I remember one staff member at our meeting in Coos Bay saying they wish to never have LUBA return something to say, I wish the department was more clear. He never wants to hear that again. So I don't see today's, what are we doing? Expanding the charge. I don't see it as changing anything. It's just clarity. It's just getting back to the original intent of all of this. This is not changing a thing. And I think, makes people uncomfortable, but let's figure out the original intent. And I think that will help the planners make things very clear. I support this revision. And I really appreciate Director Bateman's statement on, let's just keep it moving. Today's not the end all. Today is just, this is just our start, really, is what this is. And, you know, if I could expand it one more issue, I would do replacement dwellings, but we'll, we'll talk about that a little bit more with the commission. Thank you.
Reporter.
Thank you. This is kind of a question about rules of order here. I'm confused. So I'm oftentimes scolded at city council because I start making comments during the question period. And so so I haven't been giving my opinion. I've just been asking the questions. Is there a cutoff for these meetings? I mean, can you just give your opinion and a question? Or do you have to ask questions and then after a motion and a second only, then can you give your opinion? So I think I messed up a couple of times today because of that.
Interestingly, we do not have bylaws. And we have not tethered ourselves to Robert's Rules of Order. We take a little bit more of a practical approach. So it's kind of the chair's prerogative. You can take your questions and your comments simultaneously if that helps. You're just kind of in your commission dialogue time at this point. There's not a motion on the table or anything like that.
Okay.
Welcome your opinion, discussion, questions.
Thank you. I would love to give you some of my thoughts if that's okay, not in the form of a question. My ignorance here. I'm learning. You know, based on the comments that we've heard today and you know, I know some farmers down in Southern Oregon that, you know, they're on a, you know, like third generation family farm and they are struggling and they are, you know, working with the agritourism and stuff, just trying to stay afloat. I know that they're all concerned about this, about the expansion. You know, I've been involved in rulemakings where we try to, you know, cram stuff in and we know we've got a little bit of time to do it. And oftentimes those rulemakings haven't been met with complete success and issues as a result that can take years to settle out and in the interim can cause more confusion. I know that in the state of Oregon, there are, you know, the counties, their diversity of industry base can be so varied. You know, you've got a lot of rural counties where they don't have, you know, quite as many opportunities for, you know, some of these farmers, you know, to make extra bucks. Like you do in the more populated counties. At the same time, coming from a cattle ranch myself, you know, we really didn't like the mansions going in. I mean, I really see both sides. It's a tough, sticky issue. I guess to me, it feels like the extra charge at this point is kind of rushed. I would probably feel much more comfortable kind of taking that, you know, step by step and getting through what we've got right now without adding more to the plate. Especially, you know, with all the, you know, differing opinions that we've heard today. I think it would be good to kind of respect that and give it a little bit of time and let some of these other folks chime in. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Warren. Well, I appreciate those comments and Commissioner Boyd, I really appreciate your service on this. This rec, I think I have I don't know if it's the same or different opinion, because I want to know where things started, but I want to have us be part of an evolutionary process so that we're keeping up with the changing realities that are facing people today and facing the land and all 6,000. I love that 6,000 thing, but how do we evolve holding true to the original purpose and taking into account what needs to be considered and adapted? So that's what I'm looking for. And I don't know what that, I mean, I appreciate your point about a program, not a project. I want to hold back some because I'm concerned about the impact on people. I mean, I want to help the planners, but if we make it more difficult for farmers to survive economically, that concerns me. I am not in the business of promoting McMansions, but I do want to have working farmers be able to have whatever supplemental or incremental revenue they can have that holds true to that purpose. That's what I'd like. Thank you.
Chime in now myself. First of all, I want to thank everyone for their testimony today. Lots of like great thought and passion clearly it's brought to the table today, and I really appreciate that. Also want to appreciate my fellow commissioners for your rich conversation. It just helps us to all make decisions better when we have diversity. And I just would like to encourage us to take those, honestly. I also want to clarify that we're not adopting, right? We are helping to clarify the charge of a rulemaking advisory mission to help us figure out what sort of rules we should adopt in the future. And because of that, I'm comfortable giving them more leniency to talk about these certain things so that we have an opinion from a broader group of people to make our decisions. Kind of like you see here, this helps us to make those broader decisions in the future. I'm personally comfortable with the expanding on the rulemaking charge as you have in the staff report. And I'd also like the RAC to explore replacement dwellings, whatever that looks like for them. And if they decide to not move that forward, I think that's a great place for them to land. And that's where I'm standing.
Chair Warren, clarifying question. I'm not clear on the time frame. When we talked about expansion and then maybe expansion beyond the expansion of the scope, but the composition of the RAC, I'm not clear where you stand on that.
At this point, I don't think I personally would support that, but I'll leave that up to my fellow commissioners.
Then I trust you to help me understand what my vote will mean when we're voting.
Thank you. So I if I can amend my last my last opinion / thoughts. So I understand what you're saying, that we're not passing any rules today, or we're not voting on any rules today, but just allow them to discuss it. It feels like it's rushed to add those additional issues if impacted parties aren't necessarily at the table. That's a rushed discussion even. And so I'm not opposed to putting those on the table, but I think we need to make sure we've got the adequate and accurate and impacted people at the table for that discussion, and then still have the time for that discussion, a meaningful discussion. And it just doesn't feel like that would be in the cards at this date, because we're already at the end of April. So.
Aldo.
I agree with the sentiment that I once framed the work we do in the housing rulemaking as to legislators, frankly, that I appreciated them looking to the rulemaking process as a democratic process. It was a more democratic process than sitting in a room with legislators writing legislation. And so if we apply it in the same way here, I think that the place for those conversations is in rulemaking. And there is opportunities, even if you aren't on the RAC, for input that can be impactful. I think that we have heard from lots of folks that that the RAC is operating in a way that is gathering input. We've seen in the process from the report through the technical working group to the RAC, but that's the case. And so, I would at this point support moving forward with the expanded charge. I guess since it's 433, I would support replacement dwellings if we could quickly define what that means, but I don't know It's okay for us just to punt to the rack and say, talk about replacement dwellings.
So, I mean, that's what I would do. I would leave it up to the rack. I would just add it to the charge for the discussion. No decisions, just discussion.
Would someone like to make a motion?
Ingrid, do you have that to bring? You have a motion? Or do we have?
You could look at page 14 of your packet as well. There's recommended actions there.
Yeah.
All right, I move that the commission initiate rulemaking as described in this staff report and approve the revised charge for the 2024 Farm and Forest Conservation Program Improvements Rules Advisory Committee. My goodness, that's a mouthful.
Do we need to?
Included as attachment B, but adding replacement dwellings to the charge, please.
I'll second.
Commissioner Boyan? Yes.
Sorry, do I have discussion?
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. Good discussion, please. Need a further discussion? Commissioner Thompson?
Okay, so if we move this forward, I just want to be clear on what I'm getting back. What we will get back is recommendations for, please clarify. What will we be getting back and when?
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. So if you adopt the charge as it is, or if you choose to modify the charge to remove or add items to it, then we will discuss those issues with our Rulemaking Advisory Committee. We will collect feedback from the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. If there is consensus, that would be great. If there is not, that is okay as well. Ultimately, that committee is advisory to staff, and we will put forward a proposal. And there will be a hearing on that. So at that hearing, everybody who is on the rack and all of the public will then have another opportunity to provide public comment on the proposal for rule language revision. So the next time you would see it would be with the September packet. And it is our intention on our staff report to note any sort of diverging opinions. We would collect any diverging opinions from RAC members and present them as part of the staff report.
So from RAC members, but not from members of the public.
And then the members of the public would have an opportunity to provide public comment to the commission through the normal public comment processes. They'd be providing written testimony. You'd get oral testimony during the hearing, just like we have today.
And if in September, when we get this information, we can decide to change it or let it stand. Is that accurate?
Yes. And then there'd be another opportunity for public comment. We may also reconvene the RAC in October following the September meeting if there are any issues that need to be discussed. And then the final adoption hearing would be in December. So you would see it again in December.
Order.
Thank you, Chair. I still struggle to support it. If we don't have the impacted people at the table, because without having them at the table, the discussion is not going to be as complete, and we may not get, the discussion items back that are going to be as fleshed out as they otherwise would be if we took the time to make sure that the correct people were at the table for that discussion at the RAC. and, you know, knowing numerous farmers whose livelihoods depend on, you know, some of these issues, it's not something I can take lightly and, you know, and feel good about, you know, points that will come back after 3 months, without having those people at the table. And so it still just, to me, it just feels rushed, and I don't know if I'm going to feel confident in what comes back, knowing that we may not have, you know, all the impacted people at the table or impacted groups at the table. So I'm still struggling with it.
Chair Warren, two thoughts, if I could, please, Chair and Commissioners and Director. There's one that's to Commissioner Porter's comments just now, and there's also one that we missed someone in public comment. I'm sorry, so we didn't receive their form submission. So just for your consideration, whether or not we still call for that. I know we're in the middle of a deliberation in a vote. Steve says it's up to you. But so to commission, and I'm not sure they're still available, but Ingrid would reach out if we wanted to just, yeah. So she doesn't wish to.
No, it's someone else.
It was, I'm sorry, everyone. It's Faith Hope and Charity Vineyards. Charity Winery. Yeah. So we could, is it okay with you if we just reach out, if Ingrid reaches out to them and sees if they're still available? Thank you, Ingrid. Please go ahead. And Commissioner Porter, thanks for your patience. We're really hearing what you're saying on the impacted parties, and it makes me very curious. So not to put you on the spot, that is our intent in cohering and convening a rulemaking advice. That's absolutely our intent. So if we aren't doing that, then we would be concerned, of course, as well. And if you have kind of interest groups, you mentioned just now farmers. I'm listening very closely to who might be not represented. I think there are some farmers on the rulemaking advisory committee. Hillary can clarify. Other, they're in the room. Other, you know, routes. Not to say this is satisfactory, but would be, you know, some qualitative research and informational interviews that are documented, focus groups, an online open forum, town hall kind of elective thing that we could do. I say we. Looking at this goat, this good little baby goat over here that seems to have boundless energy. But though, you know, so we really do believe in public process and take your concerns very seriously. Thank you. Any suggestions you have are welcome. Thank you.
And if I can clarify on that, I mean, I probably can think of some, but we heard numerous testimonies today from interest groups that says that, you know, that our group is going to be impacted, and we didn't even know this rulemaking was happening. And so so I mean, we heard it quite a bit, and so obviously it's, you know, people are feeling that there's impacted groups that weren't included or notified.
Thank you. So those on the record today. Thank you. Yeah.
I'd just like to point out also that when we look at the RAC list, at least 2 folks who spoke in opposition and conflict today are on the RAC. If we're not mistaken.
Commissioner Leslie, I would also add that Elaine Albrecht is not on the list in your packet. She was added as a RAC member more recently and represents Oregon Wine Growers Association.
People that I readily recognize. So, and I some of these other folks I don't. So again, I appreciate the work that's being done.
Commissioner Warren, Chair Warren, excuse me. To respond to Commissioner Porter's concerns, I think it's incumbent upon us and Hillary. You've all spoken to Hillary's merits, and they're true. I see her working hard away at the office, many long hours, so I know that she's very focused on this. But to sort of, review the public comments submitted today and really take another look at the representation, and to work with Director Bateman on the composition of the RAC and other ways to engage and inform community members that this is going on. We use our Gov delivery notice, but there could be other ways to get the word out, and we'd be, obliged to do so.
Thank you. And Hillary, I hope that anything that I'm saying here is not, I'm certain that you're doing a fantastic job. It's with the expanded charge, I mean, when you have a list of items that you're gonna, cover in a rack, you kind of cover who the rack members should be. With the expanded charge, that's where so I'm not trying to be at all critical of the people that you've got on the racks, so far, but with the expanded charge. So
It's worth a look.
thank you.
Mr. Thompson. Then we're gonna
Let's
call.
keep flogging this horse. Well, so I heard you talk about categories, and there are divergence of opinion within categories. So it occurs to me that if we just say, oh, we covered, it's like it isn't really encompassing the diversity of opinion that we've heard today. That would be my comment in support of my colleague.
My question to commissioners now is, would you feel more comfortable if we opened up additional rack membership? Would that make this feel more comfortable?
I would feel more comfortable with additional rack membership, but then I'm still going to feel uncomfortable with the short time frame, because we're down to just a few months. And it takes a while to build up the rack membership again, and then to get people caught up. I still am going to question if within just that brief period of time, if there's going to be adequate time for, meaningful discussion, considering how, some businesses out there are going to be, could be very, strongly impacted. So it's the rack members and the time, I think that the two of those components, so.
So my thought on that is there's so many opportunities for the public to engage. One thing that really good that came out of COVID is you can now listen to all those RAC meetings and they can comment. I mean, there's one good thing that came out of it. It's that. So there's so many opportunities for people to come forward. It's not a closed door. To me, it's not a closed door meeting. So I think anybody could be in the room. They just might not be able to participate, but they could listen and then be here for public comment. So it's not a closed door.
This is okay, bantering back and forth, okay.
A little bit, yeah. At a certain point here, I'm going to ask Commissioner Boyer if she's interested in changing her motion to allow for additional rack membership.
I will not.
Okay.
Then we're going to go to roll call. Ingrid, would you please call the roll?
And you did check with the party?
Yeah, she's not.
She's not picking up. Yep, thank you.
Commissioner Boyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Lazo,
Yes.
Commissioner Thompson,
No.
Commissioner Porter,
No.
Vice Chair Lelek and Chair Halova have excused absences. Chair Warren.
Aye.
We have a quorum and it's a majority of the quorum, so the motion passes.
Thank you, Steve. At that point, thank you very much, staff. We're going to move on to our last item of the day, public comment.
Thank you.
It's right.
And this public comment period, just for everyone's clarity, is for items not on today's agenda. Our first person for public comment is Mr. Bob Courtright. Come on up,
Yeah,
please,
yeah,
Bob.
Yeah, no, I've just,
Oh.
I've been on racks and it's, they sometimes they just get so brushed and I like, I mean.
It's on a baby
we-
sheet.
Take the time, yep.
I'll take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bob Courtright. For 25 years, I had the privilege of serving as the lead staff for this agency on land use and transportation issues. And excuse me, I got my notes out of order. Tomorrow marks the 33rd anniversary of the adoption of the Transportation Planning Rule. And I mention that because the rule is very similar to what we are now trying to accomplish through the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities rule. That rule included a target of reducing VMT per capita over 30 years by 20%. That's remarkably close to what we're trying to do today. And I say all of this mostly to say this is a pretty difficult task that we're undertaking. We know what we need to do, but accomplishing the kinds of changes to plans that are needed to reduce VMT, to increase the share of trips that are made by alternative modes is a pretty substantial effort. What I want to talk to you specifically about today is where we're at with designating climate-friendly areas. As you know, that's been the major first effort as part of the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities rules. What I would say is we're way off track where we need to be. Again, we need to get 30% of our housing. This is what we've known for the last 10 years based on the statewide transportation strategy. We need to get 30% of all our metropolitan housing in climate-friendly areas. We're not close to that now. We need to do that because that's the only way that we can reduce VMT and increase the share of trips that are made by walking, biking, and transit. It's fundamental, foundational to reducing VMT and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. What I want to do is tell you a little bit about why I think we're here where we are, and probably more importantly for you, what I think the department can do about it. And these are things that climate advocates have been suggesting to the department for a while. We're behind because the process that's set forth in the rule dramatically overestimates the potential for housing in climate-friendly areas, probably by a factor of 3 to 500% more housing than is really possible in these areas. And it does that just because the way we baked the rule. It makes really what are unreasonable and unachievable assumptions about the kind of densities and redevelopment that we can get in these climate-friendly areas. My community of Salem is a good illustration of this. The climate-friendly areas that the city has designated have capacity. The city is currently planning to have about 4,000 housing units in. To meet the 30% goal, they would have to, over the next 15 years, have 30,000 units of housing. There's simply no way that that goal is achievable with the amount of housing that's expected. So well short. And I wish I could say where we are with other cities. They haven't produced the information. And that's part of what I think you can start to do now, is to make a realistic assessment of where we are with climate-friendly areas. Every city has identified the ones that they're going to be considering. And there are 4 things that we've suggested that the department ought to do. The first is to calculate how much housing is currently in those climate-friendly areas. That's readily available information. And what that will tell us is how big a gap we have, how much more housing do we need to reach that 30% goal. The second thing we need to document is what current plans tell us. How much are we forecasting right now? We've been doing planning for a long time in this state. We have plans that estimate how much housing is going to occur in these areas. The studies don't even document how much housing current plans expect are going to occur. So that's something that we think needs to be done. Then based on that information, let's figure out how much more housing we need to accomplish in climate-friendly areas.
All right, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
I will. And I thank you very much for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. More importantly, and to get to the point, what we need cities to do is designate more climate-friendly areas, set goals for housing in climate-friendly areas. And the overall point would be to bring to our planning for housing in climate-friendly areas the same kind of commitment and rigor that we're dealing with housing in general, and accountability. Is let's be serious about those goals, let's set measurable goals, and let's implement them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our last speaker of the day, Mickey Killingsworth. Welcome back.
Mickey Killingsworth from Madras, Oregon. simple shepherd. So I met the director last fall. We went for a 15-minute coffee. I don't drink coffee, but we were gone almost 2 hours. And then we've engaged a couple other times on other events. And at that time, she explained to me she never hears from the farmers, young farmers in particular. So we have invited her to come to Jefferson County when you guys are over in Bend, the evil part in another county. Not in the good farm ground part that raises 75% of the world's carrot seed. We don't raise the carrots, but we raise the seed. So every time you guys eat a carrot, it's probably coming from Jefferson County. We're in a drought, 5 years of drought. We've had more moisture this year than we've had in the last 5. And we have invited the director to come. And we're going to do a tour on June 25th. And I would like to invite all the commissioners, if you'd like to come. We will provide the information to the director. We do feed well if we decide to do a lunch or end with a light dinner. And you will have young farmers we'll do a tour, and you'll hear from young farmers talking about survival, talking about why they farm, and the impacts. And I think that will give you guys a perspective that maybe you need to hear from a different part of the state. So several years ago, everybody was talking about there aren't any young farmers. We had 33 young farmers come back to start farming over 12 years ago. Now, there's only 50,000 acres in Jefferson County, and we protect those acres as much as we can. We still have 33 farmers. They're not young anymore. Most of them have family. Some of them have kids going to college. Some of them are looking at kids coming back and farming. But that impressed me when she said that. So I want you guys to actually meet some young farmers and hear from young farmers. And young farmers to me is anybody 50 and below. So other than that, that's it. That was my last public comment. You thought I was going to talk about something else.
Thank you, Mickey. It's a great way to end our day. That concludes our last agenda item for today. Thank you again to Lynn Benton Community College for the hospitality. We will recess the meeting from now until 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, where we will begin with item 9, regional tour of the city of Lebanon, followed by a roundtable lunch. We will meet outside in front of the Lynn Benton Community College entrance. Members of the public are welcome to join us in this room for the roundtable, and it will not be live streamed. Thank you, everyone. 8:30 tomorrow morning, out front here.